Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bright light covered the face of the man who extended his hand. The narrator said that magic is a great and sublime force. A bright star illuminated the dark space. The man added that according to rumors, it was as if a trace left by God himself. A group of people stood behind a long-haired blonde man. The narrator explained that a swordsman is born 1 in 1,000, an ordinary one is awarded 1 in 10,000. But for the first time in the history of the empire, a person gifted with magical abilities at a young age became an emperor. The blonde opened his eyes. The narrator noted that, as it seemed to him, this would mark the beginning of a new era of magicians. A small torch hung on the wall near the prison cell. The brunette looked at the prisoner with an arrogant look and wondered what was so special about magic, because only lower creatures use it. The blonde's arms and legs were shackled by magic sharks, which, according to the brunette, did not allow him to do anything. Raising himself from the ground, the blonde frowned, turned to the guy and said that he had not changed at all. Crony looked at him with disdain and asked if he was hinting at something. Remembering one of the days when the guy talked to him, the blonde said that Crony often said something, after which she reminded him of his own words that magicians are rare. But most of them come from Christian families. If people find out about this, the blonde will be thrown out of the mansion, as a result of which he thought that he was just being warned. But now everything was clear, and he remembered how Crony told him that his gift should be hidden. The man became furious, hearing the words that he was simply jealous of this lower magic. Having hit the prisoner in the face, he furiously ordered him to close his mouth. The blonde fell to the ground and the man noted that this does not solve anything, because now the power is in his hands. He stepped on the prisoner's head and added that he was just getting in the way. Smirking arrogantly, the man took the sword and added that he thought the boy wanted to die, so he had no other choice. Crony lowered the blade to the blonde's face and said that since he was not a family, he would make sure that this death was quick and painless. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the corridor, addressing the brunette. The man looked back at the knight and asked if something had happened. The guy replied that they had received news from the Duke. The man clucked his tongue in irritation and turned around. He headed for the exit and said that he would go where he needed to. Ian got up from the floor and decided that this was how his life would end. He imagined himself dressed in beautiful clothes against the backdrop of the throne and thought that he had done everything he could, and even though his life would end, perhaps someone would remember him. Suddenly, he interrupted his thoughts, hearing someone's words. The woman frowned in alarm and called out to him, asking him to wake up. Looking into her eyes in surprise, he asked how she got there. The girl replied that she did not have time to find out because they had to run away quickly. The cold moonlight penetrated into the dungeon. The man asked her to stop and said that thanks to her, he became a magician and an emperor. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks and he added heavily that now he would prefer to give up. Imagining a beautiful palace, the girl asked him if he had already forgotten about the separate building for magicians next to the second imperial palace, because he usually hid there and cried all the time. An image from the past popped into her head, how she found a little boy in tears. The girl said that then he told her that if he went to this building, he would have a second chance. The image in her head changed. She remembered with a smile how she talked to him at that moment and said that she did not know why he was in this place, but she thought he would definitely figure it out. A shining magic circle would form under them. The guy asked her in surprise what she was doing. Having let her own blood, the girl drew magic runes on the floor. The guy raised his eyebrows with fear in his eyes and asked her to immediately cancel this spell. Looking into his eyes, the girl said that it was too late because she gave her blood. A shining stream of magic rushed through the air. The young man exclaimed, saying that this magic is forbidden. Suddenly, Crony ran into the dungeon and said that he guessed that they would do something crazy. The light of magic illuminated the dungeon and the girl asked the emperor to never forget her words. The man raised his sword above his head. Standing behind her, the girl said that God does not send you yes, which a person cannot handle. A moment later, her hot blood spread throughout the room. The young man watched in fear as her lifeless body fell to the ground. The man ordered him to answer his questions. Magic runes filled the space around him and the light illuminated his face. The man raised the blade again and said that the prisoner cannot pray to never be born again. Suddenly, the blood of the young master also splashed to the side. The hero's consciousness fell into a space outside the time flow. He remembered her words that she said before her death. Shards of his memories flew through the air in front of him. One of them, which depicted Naum, pierced the space. The young man found himself on the surface of the water, in the reflection of which was a completely different child. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the huge courtyard in front of the palace. Suddenly, a man's scream was heard throughout the room, trying to reach the boy. He frowned sternly, looked at the blonde and was outraged that the boy could not even walk normally, after which he ordered him to get up quickly. People on the sidelines were smiling and discussing the fact that they took the boy out of pity for his mother, but there was nothing special about him at all. The hero thought that his head hurt a lot. The man looked at the mockers and asked them to watch their words and not to speak like that in front of their guests. The girl asked if he still considered him his son, and the boy agreed with his mother's words. The hero rested his hands on the floor and wondered who these people were, after which he thought that his head hurt a lot and that they were talking very loudly. Looking up, he saw the chandelier when suddenly he heard the order to get up. Shaking off the dust, the guy wondered who all these people were. Ian saw his reflection in the mirror on the wall. Looking at himself in surprise, he wondered who he was seeing. The man looked back at him irritably and asked him to stop embarrassing his father and to behave well in front of Malin in the future, because the ceremony would go smoothly if he made a good impression and the emperor found out about it. Heard, the man put his hand under his jacket and said that the boy had a stupid expression on his face again, after which he decided to show him the document. Pulling out a piece of paper in front of him, he said that it was an imperial decree. Ian looked at the document and wondered what his father meant, because he did not issue decrees. The man added that he did not show him the document because he was illiterate, but now he could at least take a look. Suddenly, something caught the young man's attention. At the very bottom of the document, he saw the date and realized that it was signed 98 years ago. Suddenly, a strange hand snatched the documents. The red-haired guy took them and asked the young man about what he was looking at, because he could not even read. The man walked towards the door with his son and asked the boy to behave well, as he had gone to great lengths to bring the master of ceremonies, and the people behind him were discussing the boy's first encounter with such a thing. The blonde looked back at the sunlight, and the maids behind him were whispering about whether he would do something funny. The boy looked up at the grandfather clock and thought that it was the year 1100 and an emperor he knew nothing about. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek, and he also added that his reflection in the mirror was completely unfamiliar to him. Imagining his previous appearance and the giant clock he held in his hands, he thought that this was definitely the magic of now. After a while, a light breeze blew past the walls of the snow-white gazebo. The young man stuck his fork into the delicious scarlet steak. With a careful movement of the knife, he cut off a small piece. Closing his eyes, he decided to try this dish. The people sitting at the table watched him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Quickly wiping his lips with a napkin, the boy thought that after starving in the dungeon, he was used to eating small portions. The old man looked at him with a smile and said that he had amazing etiquette. The man grinned and said that Malin was too kind, and that he really hoped that the old man would talk to the emperor, to which he immediately agreed. Looking at the blonde, the old man said that studying philosophy was fashionable in the modern world, after which he asked the boy what he thought about it. Suddenly looking at the frightened red-haired guy, the man decided that he should first ask the young gentleman, who was the eldest son, about his favorite philosopher. Nervously looking away, the boy thought about the question. Ian looked at him and decided that the man was probably trying to determine the level of education in the family. Breaking the silence, he put his hands on the table and said that he liked Philin, surprising the man a little. The boy closed his eyes with a smile and added that if you study his humanistic ideology, you can understand the basics of the path of an ideal monarch. The man looked at him with a kind smile and said that it was surprising that the fashion for philosophy in the capital had just begun, and he already knew so much, after which he added that he did not even think that the count's family was so well educated. The man looked at him with an awkward smile and said that the old man was flattering him. The envoy to the emperor raised his hand and said that his son was extremely smart, so that not only the emperor, but also the barbarians from the east would pay attention to him. An image of crossed sabers and a spear appeared in the young man's head. He thought about what he heard. After imagining the map of the surrounding area, the boy thought that they were probably talking about an extraterrestrial warrior clan, because there was only one territory that formed the border between the extraterrestrial warrior clan and the empire, the Brack territory. The boy looked down at the table and thought about how this family had signed a peace treaty with the extraterrestrial warrior clan in the past. Suddenly, someone touched his hand and called him by name, interrupting his thoughts about how, thanks to the peace treaty, they had unofficially adopted an illegitimate son named Ian into the family. The man smiled ominously and told the boy that he was sure that the boy would become a symbol of peace. The young man thought that this boy had been given to the barbarians as a hostage. Smiling softly, the hero agreed with his adoptive father's words. After a while, warm rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard. The count's own son scowled angrily and shouted that the hero had humiliated him, after which he asked if he thought that he had immediately become noble as soon as he joined their family. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and said that if he had not been considered noble or at least part of the family, then his own son would have been sent to the barbarians. The interlocutor became indignant and asked if he had misheard the guy addressing him informally. The boy grabbed the vase with his hand. He flared up in rage and hit the hero with the object. The vase shattered into many pieces, while the boy screamed that the interlocutor did not dare to talk to him like that. A small fragment cut the blonde's cheek. Chell shouted loudly at him, asking if he wanted to die with his mother. The hero looked at his wound, not paying attention to the boy's screams. The interlocutor added that not long ago he was just trash, and now he's showing off. Suddenly Ian's eyes filled with a golden glow. Magical energy swirled in the air around him. He menacingly addressed the arrogant child. Chell fell to the floor from shock. The hero said that although he was young, he still needed to weigh his words. The boy's eyes showed true fear when he saw what was happening. The blonde came closer to him and sternly said that he better not wag his long tongue again. Without showing any emotion, the blonde also noted that otherwise he could be cut off. The boy closed himself off from fear and asked not to approach him. Ian quickly looked around, hearing sounds from the side. Malin entered the room and with a smile turned to the boys, asking them to drink something refreshing. Suddenly he saw that the room was swirling with streams of magical energy. The old man frowned nervously and sweated from surprise. The count came up to him from behind and distracted him with a question about what had happened. Suddenly the man noticed that his son was sitting on the ground and asked menacingly what was going on. The boy was scared but began to shake, sitting in a puddle of his own urine, when suddenly Ian addressed him. The blonde put his hand on his shoulder and with a feigned smile said that he had already told him to be careful with the vases. With a kind smile, looking into his eyes, he also asked the boy to get up from the ground. Chell sweated from fear and turned pale. The blonde extended his hand to him, causing the indignation of his parents. The count quickly turned around and irritably called out to the maid, ordering her to take the blonde to the room. A young girl in a maid's uniform ran up to them and asked the boy to go to the chambers. Heading towards the door, the blonde looked back at Malin. The mother asked her own son why he was so clumsy. The old man also looked back after the boy. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the palace. Penetrating through the windows, they fell straight on the door of the hero's room. Inside, it had simple furniture and one bed. The hero opened the door, looked around the room and thought that it was rather nondescript. The girl whispered to him. The young man came closer to her. The maid asked him if he had a letter for his mother. The boy asked what letter she was talking about, to which the girl replied that he cried every day and asked to send her a letter since he was not allowed to go out. Frowning, the hero thought that, as it seemed to him, this poor boy could not even escape. He shook his head and nervously replied that he would not cry anymore, so she could not worry. The girl clutched her dress with her hands and asked what about her food, greatly surprising the hero. She bowed low to him and said that she had 5 brothers and sisters who only ate what he gave her, so she asked him to have mercy on them. The young man asked if he should give her his food, to which she replied that she was asking him to do it at least today. Looking at her sadly, the hero thought about it. Suddenly, he broke the silence and surprised her by saying that he would do it on one condition. Hannah smiled happily when she heard him ask her to help when needed, after which she said that he could call her at any time. She beamed with joy and sincerely thanked him. The door of the room slowly closed. Clutching his head, the guy thought that it was a real pain. He imagined a magical flow entering a giant clock and thought that the magic of moving in space and time returns a person to the place where he first appeared. But for some reason he was thrown too far into the past and even further from his birthplace. He also ended up in another body, and he does not understand why, but it seems to him that for answers he will have to visit the Ministry of Magic of the Imperial Palace. A giant palace of the ministry arose in the guy's imagination. He frowned sternly and decided that he needed to get there by any means. Warm light spread throughout the room. The young man created a small magic sphere in his palm. Squeezing his fist, he decided that this body was also suitable for magic. Without letting go of his fingers, he thought that this was incredible, because he had moved into such a rare person who from birth has the potential to become a magician. Remembering his appearance from his past life, he thought about the fact that the boy, like him, was also called Ian, and he did not understand whether such coincidences exist. The next morning, the young man was called by the maid from behind the door. She said that she had brought him food. The hero asked to leave it at the door. Leaving the room, he noticed the food with an awkward smile. On the tray at his feet lay a divided loaf of bread and a glass of milk. The hero said that someone had clearly taken a piece of his meal as a reward for his work. He took the food in his hands and wondered if it was not meager even taking into account the above. Suddenly, he remembered the past dinner. Frowning in surprise, the young man realized something. Imagining a purple fruit with a large pit, the guy thought that even they did not have gula on the table, and this is a very nutritious fruit, which is the basis of the diet of the inhabitants. But before it was considered a weed, and, in addition, its pit is poisonous. But after the correct way of eating was discovered, mortality from hunger decreased by 85%. He looked down at the tray and thought about how this discovery would only be made in 50 years, and if he showed people now how to eat it, everything could change. He smiled happily, noting that there would probably be no famine in history. After some time, the boy came to the count. The man said that the day after tomorrow there would be a reception and advisors from the capital would come to it. The man put his hand on the armrest. The boy said that he would try not to disgrace their family. Suddenly, something caught his eye. The man said that he had received a parcel from his mother. The count took a small bag from his desk. He threw it into the boy's hands and said that there were a couple of coins and a letter, so he could ask his teacher to read it. The young man looked closely at the bag in his hands. The Count noted that if he behaved well, perhaps he would allow him to see his mother before sending him off to school. He looked up and agreed, when suddenly a servant interrupted them. The Count rose from his seat. He headed for the exit, going around his own desk. The door slowly closed. The blonde looked back and thought that the Count was cold as ice and did not even show signs of feelings, so he felt very sorry for this boy. Suddenly the hero noticed some documents on the table. He took a couple of sheets in his hands. He thought for a second and ran his eyes over what was written. Frowning slightly, he realized something. Looking at the handwritten lines, the boy thought that this was double-entry bookkeeping, and apparently he was skimming off taxes that should have been sent to the capital's treasury, and this was quite impudent. His gaze darkened and the boy thought that perhaps that was why Malin himself had come to this place from the capital itself. Suddenly the door of the office opened slightly. The young man nervously looked towards the door. His eyes again filled with a golden shine due to the use of magic. A golden stream rushed past the chandelier and extinguished it. The man went inside, not understanding why the light went out. The servant entered after him and said that they had changed the light bulbs only recently, but apparently something broke. Suddenly he fell, scattering sheets of paper in the air when he wanted to light the candles. The Count frowned in irritation. The servant apologized and said that he tripped over something. The man asked him to just pick up the papers from the floor. Suddenly he froze in place, noticing something. The Count grabbed the curtains, not understanding what was happening. The sunlight illuminated the boy's face and the man looked at him in surprise. Silence hung in the air for a moment. The bag in the boy's hands jingled slightly. The man turned his gaze to the table. The accounting documents lay neatly in a stack. The blonde raised his eyebrows, hearing the question of what he was doing in this place, after which he replied that his father did not tell him to leave. The Count pushed back his chair and said that an unearthly clan of warriors requires a letter signed by Ian. He sat down in his place and, frowning, said that these barbarians only brought him headaches, so the boy should correspond with them from time to time, and he in turn would warn the teacher to dictate the text to the boy sometimes. The blonde listened to him with a calm expression on his face. The man asked him to leave and the boy agreed. Leaving the office, the boy took out the letter and wondered why his mother was writing to him on such expensive paper, because the boy was blind, and whether she had written it at all. His finger lightly squeezed the paper while he read the contents. The woman addressed him by name and asked how he was doing, after which she said that she was doing well, for which she was grateful to the Count. The hero walked further down the corridor. The woman said that her son should be kind to the young master, and should be proud that he had such a friend. The heroes shuddered slightly when they read the lines about his mother having a request for him if he was heading to the Great Desert. Slightly grinning, the guy exhaled happily and said that, apparently, he had a good reason to suspect something was wrong, and now all that was left was to confirm it. A large bright moon rose above the surrounding area, and voices of people greeting each other could be heard from the gazebo. The mustachioed man touched his chest and said that he had finally had the honor of meeting them, after which he introduced himself. The man in glasses kissed the Count's wife's hand and said that he was grateful for the invitation to the reception, after which he asked to call him Mac. Small water lilies floated in a pond nearby. The woman said that she hoped that the guests liked it, after which she suggested that they begin their meal. The Count's family and guests sat down at the table. Malin turned to the blonde and said that he was becoming more and more majestic each time. The boy replied that it was probably because he was really looking forward to this meeting, because he was very interested in asking the old man about life in the capital. Mac looked at him with a smile and asked what interested him. The boy, with an interested expression on his face, decided that he wanted to check how smart they were, after which he asked what they mainly ate at court. Digor slightly squinted and replied that they didn't eat anything special there, because, like in the provinces, the rich eat more and better, and the less wealthy within their means. He raised his eyebrows and noted that sometimes he wanted more variety in food. Raising his hand, the blonde imagined dark thickets and asked what would happen if such food appeared, which was previously not considered food, and became a new gourmet dish, because in nature everything is in its own way, there is nothing bad and good, so it would be great to help the starving. The men looked at him in surprise, falling silent for a second. Max smiled awkwardly and noted that the boy was talking about the same things as the prince. Vladimir reacted to his words with surprise. Digor did not raise his hand and said with a smile that they were talking about the second prince, His Highness Gale. An image of a dark-haired boy appeared in the boy's imagination and he thought that this must be Gale Veroshian, who led the rebellion of the mages and was defeated. Frowning tensely, the hero wondered if this meant that they were precisely the second prince's people. Max smiled and said that after listening to him, he got the impression that he would definitely get along with His Highness. Digor and Malin were discussing something with a sly look. The guy thought about the fact that getting close to traitors, of course, at first glance, should not be, but why not use them for his own purposes, if they will be useful. The man put the glass on the table and said that he was sorry that time passed so quickly. The old man looked up at the Count and asked if he would consider it rude if he asked for something. The man smiled in surprise, hearing the question of whether he could take a walk with Ian alone. Chell looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The man said that he would send him along with them, to which the old man responded happily and said that it is always good when there is an interesting conversationalist. The boy wiped his forehead from sweat and tiredly asked if they had arrived. Mac came closer to him and said that they were almost there. Looking back at the old man, the man suggested that they rest a little if the young master was having trouble. Patting him on the back, the man directed the boy to the side. Degor said that he and the young gentleman would rest a little and then catch up with the others. The blonde and the old man smiled a little. The boy agreed and asked to take care of his brother. They approached a beautiful expanse of water. The old man turned to him and said that last time he saw a golden gleam in his eyes. The men stood next to each other at the fence. Malin asked if the boy was a magician. Slightly lowering his head, the blonde thought about his question. He closed his eyes with a smile and said that he did not quite understand what the old man was talking about. The man spread his arms and said with a smile that the prince was always glad to meet new magicians, because it was a very rare gift. Lowering his eyes, the boy asked if this was the only reason they would be glad to see him. Their reflections were visible on the water. The young man noted that he was sure that the old man had other questions. Malin suddenly became serious and silently looked at him. The man jerked his hand in surprise when the boy asked if he had come to investigate the embezzlement of tax funds. The blonde awkwardly pursed his lips and said that the thing was that he also needed something from the old man, so he wanted to make a deal. A slight smile appeared on the man's face and he said that it sounded interesting, then asked if the boy wanted to bring him the family's double-entry bookkeeping. The blonde closed his eyes and smiled and asked what the old man could offer him if he did so, since embezzlement of public funds was a serious crime and it could also affect him. He placed his hands on the fence. The man said that there should be no problem, since the boy was not yet a member of this family, and if the man slowed down the process of his adoption, then he would not have to fear criminal prosecution and exile to a clan of extraterrestrial warriors. The blonde looked back and said that this was not what he needed. Presenting the coat of arms and the sword, the hero said that he needed a way to protect himself from punishment for the emperor's courtiers and to obtain lands for his own. He turned to face the old man and said that he would go to the clan of unearthly warriors without being adopted. An image of those hot lands appeared in his imagination. The old man asked if the young man knew what it would be like for him in this clan. The boy replied that he was well aware of this, and that when the man reported the embezzlement of this family, his father would immediately suspect him because he had close contact with the guest, so he needed a place where he would be safe with the clan of unearthly warriors. Presenting the symbol of a bird in a circle, he thought that the clan of unearthly warriors had a tense relationship with both this family and the imperial palace, so they would be well disposed towards him. He raised his eyebrows with a smile and decided that having a clan of strong warriors at his disposal was a good trump card, and then asked the man if he was going to take him and his mother under his protection. The old man hesitated slightly in surprise. He raised his hand and said with a smile that the young Master Chell had not caught up with them, so he should go to meet them. The boy agreed with a wide smile and decided that the old man probably did not expect such words from him, but he also had things to do, so he could be let go. Touching his chest, the boy bowed his head and said that he would stay in this place. The old man agreed and wished him to enjoy the views of his home while there was still time. Malin walked away, and the boy watched him go. Looking at the water again, the blonde thought that around this time the family had just collapsed. He walked forward along the platform, thinking that in his current status, he would not even be allowed into the imperial palace, so he should grab this opportunity like a straw, so he should give the double-entry bookkeeping journal to the man and expose the family to attack. Imagining the image of the palace, he confidently decided that he must take possession of this name. The young man clenched his fist tightly. He raised the corners of his lips and thought that first of all he needed a reliable rear, because he must make friends with the clan of extraterrestrial warriors, because this is how he will create a path to the imperial court. Received intelligent light reflected from the water surface. Suddenly the boy noticed a man in a cloak in front of him. He frowned slightly and looked closely at his face. In the cloak was a girl with golden hair. She held a pot of flowers with trembling hands. The young man put his hand on her shoulder. The woman looked back in fear and trembled. The boy greeted her with a soft smile and asked how she was doing. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes and she addressed the boy by name, after which he called her his mother. She pressed the flower to herself and asked her son how he was doing, after which she said that she was very glad to see him. She suddenly remembered how Hannah had conveyed his request to come to the park to the third pond, and told him about it. Remembering the girl's face, she noticed that she was always very nimble. The woman stroked the boy's cheek while he was saying there that he was doing well and that he had received her parcel. Smiling awkwardly, the young man apologized for writing to her so rarely. Suddenly, he put his hand under his jacket, remembering something. He picked up the bag of gold he had received from the count and asked his mother if she had sent him those gold coins. The woman said no and said she did not have that much gold. The hero knelt down and asked her to take the coins, after which he said she should get ready for the trip, and he, in turn, would give her the exact departure date through Hannah. Her hand trembled a little and she asked him if something bad was happening. The boy looked up at her face. The woman said that if he wanted to run away from the Count's house, he could do it right now because she had sent him to this place with terrible pain, feeling that he would feel bad. Tears rolled down her cheeks and she said that if it was really hard for him, he could run away. The boy gently touched her hands and asked her not to worry. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. His eyes filled with a golden glow again and he said that he would not run. He closed his eyes and calmly asked her to promise that she would do everything he asked. Suddenly he looked back, hearing Malin's voice, and said that it was time for him to go. Looking into the eyes of the saddened woman, he asked her to collect more gula seeds, because they would be very useful to him later. The hero quickly rose from the floor and said goodbye to his mother. The woman suddenly stopped him, held out a pot of flowers and asked him to take it, because these were the flowers that he loved to take care of. The boy took her gift with a kind smile and thanked his mother. The next morning, the bright sun rose over the palace. Chell told the hero that yesterday he noticed that they were not in the best shape. The blonde walked next to the boy through the estate and said that their father allowed them to go to train without asking questions, and that he was very grateful to his brother for this. Chell agreed and asked if they would start training today. Coming out onto the training field, the blonde said that today was the first day, so the training would not be very hard, and the captain would be guided by them. The man sleeping on the bench suddenly woke up. He was slightly drunk and awkwardly addressed the young master. Staggering, he walked towards them and asked what he owed to their visit. The young master said that he just wanted to look at the arena for training fighters. The captain leaned towards him and asked why he needed this, since he had never shown his nose in this place before. The boy replied that he was the heir of the count, so he could come to this place whenever he wanted. He lowered his eyebrows and added that he was not in the best shape, and that he wanted to train, since he had to be able to stand up for himself in case his bodyguard got drunk like a pig. The captain listened to his speech in silence. Turning around, he spread his arms and said that they could follow him, since it was not difficult for him to show everything. The people in the area were training and chatting. The captain was passing by and telling where the biggest training ground was, the rest tent, the warehouses, and that they slept in the rest tent during night training. Chell suddenly became sad and pale. A loud bang was heard in front of the captain. The man with the whip was standing next to the boys, who were standing with their foreheads on the floor, and was shouting at them. He said to do the right thing so as not to be left without lunch. The captain explained that they were orphans. He smiled widely, raised his hand and said that if Ian was not so lucky, he could have been among them. The blonde asked his brother if he thought so, but his words were again interrupted by the shout of another coach. Suddenly the blonde noticed something while his brother was talking about how you shouldn't treat orphans like that. He noticed how one of the guys was different from the others, because he was not moving at all, standing in this stance. The guy he noticed frowned angrily, noticing the guests. The captain called him Barik and called him a pest. The three companions turned in the direction of the scream. Chell pointed to the red-haired one who was screaming and noted that it seemed he was not to be trifled with. Theo scratched his head with a sigh and muttered that he was quite useful. Someone hit the ground with a whip and announced the end of such an exercise. Barik knelt down and breathed heavily when the knight said that they could stop there. The youth gritted his teeth and frowned when the man said that he was not very good at it. The brothers looked at the guy in confusion when their companion said that Barik did not have any special talent. The man looked down at him and added that sometimes you can't succeed no matter how hard you try, and sometimes it's important to realize that it's time to give up. Chell and Ian looked at the knight, who said that you need to know your place. The blonde exchanged glances with Theo, enduring his disdainful gaze. The hero smiled and suggested that they take a rest in the shade since they were finished. He pointed towards the red-haired man and added that he didn't want to watch him at all, because the young man could have been in his place if he hadn't been lucky. Barik looked up at the silhouette when someone asked his name. Ian sat down and asked with a smile if he could get up. The lying man glanced sideways at his interlocutor and asked who he was, to which the hero introduced himself. The knight and Chell stood under a tree nearby, and the red-haired man sent the blonde away. Ian lifted the guy's face by the chin and muttered that he would pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Barik jerked, turning away from the young man. He lowered his head to the ground and asked to leave him. The blonde opened the flask and poured out the contents. The liquid poured into the red-haired man's mouth, and the hero thought that magic was very serious against ordinary people, but if someone who had even the slightest relation to magic came into contact with it, then rejection would occur. The blonde narrowed his eyes, looking at his interlocutor, and wondered how he would react. The guy opened his eyes, and a light energy appeared next to him. Fire was burning in his eyes, and the hero noted that the magic was weak but felt. He saw a fiery core and realized that this was the energy of a magical swordsman. A sharp blow knocked the flask out of his hand. Barik stood up, and the blonde indifferently looked at the fallen object. The soldier frowned and asked what was in this water. Ian looked at him and answered that nothing. He stood up and left, noting that he was feeling better. The interlocutor looked at his hands and muttered that he really had more strength. Barik turned his head, calling out to the hero. He had already walked away, and the red-haired man looked at him silently. The protagonist imagined red lilies and a bright sun while writing to his mother that he was okay, and hoping that she was taking care of herself, and also wrote a couple of lines from a song, "The moon sets in the sky, and the sun rises, there is no endless darkness." Ian looked at the teacher, who praised him with a smile. The blonde thanked him, looking at him, and the interlocutor put the book away and said that it was easy. The young man looked at the man and noted that he seemed to have a lot of things to do lately. The teacher looked at the student in confusion, who added that he seemed to be in a hurry somewhere. The interlocutor sweated and looked away, muttering that this was a sudden question. The hero smiled and said that he seemed somehow different. The man's hand twitched when Ian muttered that he seemed to know something, but he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. The teacher turned pale and said that it was just a sudden question. The blonde looked after the man as he left and said that he could go. The boy looked down. He noticed the paper on the floor that the teacher had dropped. It said that the climate had changed. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and Chell was breathing heavily as he ran, asking how much longer it was. Theo, without turning around, answered that 40 minutes. The students followed him when the knight ordered them to run further. The sounds of blows were heard near the building. The protagonist stopped at the command and looked away. Barik ran with a cry, swinging his sword. He delivered a slash, and his opponent dodged. The red-haired man clenched his teeth and extended his hand. His opponent shielded himself with his sword and screamed when the boy started to strike him. They crossed weapons with a loud sound. The brunette frowned when his sword bounced off and cursed. Barik flew into the wall and someone shouted to go easy. His opponent looked at him and told him to stop already. Mayral turned around and immediately flinched when the boy called him by name. He turned around in irritation and asked how dare he say his name. Barik stood up, clutching his sword, and said that there was no winner. The boy glared at him and bared his teeth. The brunette sighed and asked if he wanted to die. He kicked his opponent in the stomach. The other soldiers watched with amusement as Mayral beat the red-haired man and screamed that the dumb idiot didn't get it the first time. The brunette spat and said that the boy wouldn't last long if he kept showing off. His opponent sat on the ground with his head down, and someone off to the side exclaimed that he said he didn't want to fight. The sun was breaking through the leaves while the soldiers were chatting, and at that moment someone turned to Barik. The guy squinted and asked if it was him again. The protagonist sat down and said with a smile that he needed to find a way to defeat him, ignoring another send away. The interlocutor grimaced and said that he didn't do cheap tricks. The blonde smiled and asked again. Barik squeezed the hilt of his sword and said that he would kill him if he talked too much. The hero grinned and said that he even felt sorry for him. The interlocutor jumped up with an exclamation, but Ian's eyes flashed and he put his hand on his forehead. He smiled and said that he would help him. The soldier looked at him in confusion when the hero added that he would have to help him. The red-haired man smiled, and fire blazed in his eyes. The hero removed his hand from the head of his interlocutor. He smiled, looking at the quickly flashing shadow. Barik, grinning, was approaching the offender from above, and Ian mentally confirmed his guess that the guy was a magic swordsman. Mayral turned around in surprise, noticing the threat. The red-haired man jumped on him, holding out his hand. He frowned and smiled. The brunette gritted his teeth from hitting his head on the ground. The soldier looked at his opponent in shock and called out to him. Barik dealt a sharp blow to his face. The others looked at the scene of the beating in shock. They ran closer, shouting what the guy was doing. They grabbed the red-haired man by the shoulders, demanding that he stop immediately. Several people finally twisted him and laid him on the ground. Barik raised his head and laughed. He smiled happily and exclaimed that he was waiting for this because it was stupid to turn away and decide that this was the end. A soldier came up and kicked him in the head. Theo looked at him menacingly and ordered Mayral to be transferred to the infirmary and Barik to be taken into custody. The man looked away. He looked ahead and addressed the protagonist. The blonde smiled when he asked if Barik had done anything wrong, and the young man replied that he had only listened to a bunch of insults. The interlocutor crossed his arms and, glancing back, suggested that they call it a day since a strange atmosphere reigned on the training ground, to which the hero agreed. The red-haired man was dragged away by the arms, and Ian clarified how he would be punished, and the man replied that he was a sneak, so he would have to think about it, but overall everything was obvious. The young man looked ahead carefully when the knight said that the rebel would be flogged and then kicked out, and the hero thought that this was not what he wanted, but it was not so bad, because if he was on his own, it would even be more useful. The protagonist sat opposite the three men, drinking tea, and asked if they had made a decision. The men looked at Malin, who thoughtfully closed his eyes. Finally, he looked at the young man and said that the Count was well versed in such things, so they decided that they needed to collect evidence first, so they would need help. The aristocrat smiled when the blonde promised to collect data on the total amount of grain in this territory, the mining of minerals in the Mon Mountains and the taxation of farmers, after which the interlocutor replied that he was glad to see such a strong determination. Malin put his hand on his chest and said that this decision would really determine their future, so they respected him. The young man smiled and thanked him for the warm words, thinking that he was right. He noticed the brooch on the interlocutor's suit. Ian smiled, remembering the same emblem on the paper that the teacher dropped, and realized that there were some affairs between them that must be used in the future. The hero was walking down a corridor where sunlight was streaming in. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the chest. The young man was jerked to the side. The butler, who was cleaning the garden, looked questioningly in the direction of the rustle, but saw nothing. He turned to his colleague and asked if he had heard anything, to which he received a sharp joke and a suggestion that there were wild dogs here. Barik pressed the blonde against the wall. Ian looked at him and noted that this was an unusual greeting. The interlocutor frowned when the hero asked how he had ended up there. The guy moved away slightly and replied that he had been arguing all night, and the head butler had said that he could come in at any time. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that the count was already staring at him. The red-haired man looked at him fiercely and asked if he was using any medicine, because he felt uneasy every time he met him. The blonde smiled and replied that he did not use such cheap tricks. He opened his mouth and noted that the interlocutor was brave, but not very smart, adding that the water was just from the reserves, and the hero almost did not touch him. Barik looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what then. The blonde lowered his hand and said that he could satisfy his curiosity, but he should promise something right away. The red-haired one stared at him, and Ian grinned, because golden energy swirled around him when he asked the interlocutor to keep quiet about his eyes. Barik looked at the blonde in surprise and exclaimed that he had different eyes. The hero rubbed his ears and said that he was not finished yet, so he should listen to the end. The young man looked at him and added that he should stay with him always and everywhere as a bodyguard. He poked his finger into the interlocutor's chest. A glow appeared in the warrior's chest, and the hero said that he would help him reveal the power hidden in him. Barik clenched his fist and asked again in surprise. The blonde covered his face with his hand when he learned through questions that the guy had never heard of magical swordsmanship or even magic. The red-haired man looked at him with interest when the hero said that he would tell him everything now, so he should listen carefully. Ian presented a bright golden ball and said that there were several people in this world who had the ability to find a response in their souls, and this manifestation was called magic. The picture was replaced by a flash, and the young man said that the interlocutor had potential, but this magic blocked his energy, so his training did not help at all. The red-haired man looked at the hero in bewilderment, who said that he needed to use his magic, and asked again. The blonde crossed his arms and said that they needed to pave a path that would connect the energy of the body and soul, and then everything would come into harmony. The guy came closer and happily asked if the hero would pave this path for him, to which the young man asked to listen to the end. Ian looked at him and asked if he was sure he should rush into making decisions, since he would have to protect him everywhere, even abroad, and the warrior exclaimed what was wrong with that. They exchanged glances, and Barik said that he had no family, no home, and when asked about the mortal risk, he answered that he would die of hunger if he did not go with the main character. The interlocutor happily grabbed the blonde's hand when they agreed. A glow appeared around their fingers, and Ian thought that perhaps it was his stubbornness and carelessness that made the guy so suitable for the role of a magical swordsman. He remembered the image of the warrior when he first saw him, and noted that they said that the stronger the swordsman, the more unique he was. The moment when Barik grabbed the sword popped into his head, and the young man thought that such people do not admit defeat, do not miss the chance to strike. The red-haired frowned, and the blonde decided that they were not afraid of death. There was energy swirling around the boys, and Ian noticed that a warrior who was not afraid of death had no equal. The interlocutor smiled happily, watching the flow of magic. The hero grinned softly, engulfed in golden light. They shook hands, and the young man suggested that they be friends. The count's estate, in which disgruntled instructions to the protagonist were heard. The blonde squinted from the sunbeam. He looked at the ring on the interlocutor's finger, who noted with displeasure that he was falling asleep again. Durga took a sip of wine, and Ian noted that he had never noticed an interest in jewelry in a man, but he never took off this ring, and it did not look like a wedding ring. The young man imagined a diamond and thought that usually precious stones are cut, and the reflection of light in the facets should increase the shine and beauty of the product. The aristocrat's finger was adorned with jewelry, and the blonde noticed that the stone was cut in the simplest way. He looked closely at the shine and assumed that this ring was not for beauty at all. A sound was heard, and the hero remembered standing in Durga's office and hearing the same rustling sound. The blonde glanced sideways. All the family members were sitting at the table, and the head asked the boy to eat and not count crows. The man looked at the hero and said that he heard that he had made a friend. Ian remembered the warrior lying on the ground and said that he met Barik when they went to train, and that's where they became friends, although he thought that he would never see him again after the violation, but the Gra allowed them to see each other again. An image of a laughing warrior appeared in the hero's head when the woman asked what kind of violation it was, and he replied that Barik had attacked another person. The interlocutor covered her mouth with her hand and was surprised that he had become friends with a boy who fights, but Durga interrupted, saying that he didn't care who he was friends with. The hero grinned when the man added that the main thing was that he didn't neglect his studies. The count looked down at him and warned him that if Ian did not learn to read and write perfectly in a month, he would consider that this boy had interfered with him and would execute him. Two men were standing in the garden near the fountain. The blonde's teacher bowed and said goodbye to his interlocutor when the latter expressed hope that he would cope. The teacher sighed tiredly and closed his eyes. Ian approached him with a smile and said that he was looking for him, and the man was talking to Malin. The interlocutor turned pale and muttered that they had only exchanged a few insignificant words, and the young man noted that these were quite lengthy words. He went down the stairs and said that they were in the provinces, and here the emperor's influence was weakened, which is why his father was in a state of sluggish conflict with the latter. Ian handed the man a piece of paper and asked what he thought Durga would think if he found out that a capital official had been talking for a long time with his son's private tutor in a secluded place. The blonde smiled slyly and added that the teacher would probably be worried not about what the man thought, but what he would do to him. The interlocutor squeezed the documents and muttered that it really was empty chatter and asked if he could pretend that nothing had happened. He shuddered when the hero answered that there was one condition: to talk to his father tomorrow and engage in conversation in the garden for at least half an hour. The teacher looked at the young man and clarified if that was all, to which the hero added something else. There was something written on the paper about the climate of the great desert of the clan of unearthly warriors, and Ian asked the interlocutor to get him a map of the desert, as well as information about the climate in late spring. The hero smiled and added that the teacher was an intelligent man and understood what he was getting at. The tutor bowed and agreed, stating that he understood everything. Golden energy appeared in the air. The hero extended his hand, creating a sphere, and thought that, judging by the size of the count's fingers, the diameter of the ring should be about this, and the stone itself should be slightly smaller. The young man looked at the glowing decoration in the air and noted that there was a problem. The blonde was sitting at the table in front of a piece of paper, wondering how he could draw it. He took a pen and decided to try. Hannah looked at the paper in confusion. There was a clumsy drawing on it, and the girl assumed that he had drawn a ring. She stared at the drawing carefully and muttered that the decoration had a stone the size of her thumb, and it was very similar to the one his lordship wore. The guy imagined a ring in a case, and the maid said that the count had even mentioned once that he didn't like diamonds, but this ring had a simple cut and an unusual color, so it often attracted her attention. The hero touched her chin and noticed that she had a diamond eye, thinking that it was strange that a man would decide to make a key out of a diamond. An image of the jewelry appeared in his head, and he wondered if there was some special reason why it had to be a diamond. The blonde shuddered and widened his eyes, realizing that diamonds do not conduct electricity. He imagined a desk and thought that it was a secret drawer, so it probably had a protective mechanism, for example, using electric current. The young man pointed his finger and said that, thanks to the girl, he had a brilliant idea, and now she should find a carpenter who would make a dummy ring according to this scheme and cover it with a layer of rubber on top. The count's office. The door opened slightly, letting in light. The tutor looked nervously at Durga and thanked him for agreeing to pay attention to him, as the conversation would be long. They went out into the corridor, and the man crossed his arms, following his subordinate. The hero hid around the corner, watching them go outside. Ian turned to Hannah and asked for a replica. The interlocutor handed the guy a ring on a napkin. The blonde looked at it and noted that it was similar in size to the original, and there was a layer of rubber, so the carpenter was quite skilled. The young man poured a few gold coins for the maid and praised her, expressing the hope that this would be enough to feed her brothers and sisters for a long time, and the girl confirmed that it was enough for several weeks. Ian pointed his finger and asked Hannah to stand guard here. The hero turned around and asked if Barik was ready. The red-haired man rubbed his neck and grumbled with a sigh. Why should he be the one to do this? The blonde touched his hand and said that the warriors should not let anyone in here. The interlocutor grinned, feeling the energy in his body, and promised that he would cope. Ian sweated slightly and added that his role was very important, and if he did not fulfill it, everything would collapse, after which the hero left. The wax for the seal was melting on the table. The blonde knelt down in front of the count's workplace. He ran his hand under the tabletop, finding a recess. Ian frowned and inserted the ring into the hole, after which a click was heard. A drawer slid out to the left of the young man. The blonde bent down and mentally rejoiced that this was a simpler device than he imagined. The hero took out letters from a clan of unearthly warriors, trying to read them, but he did not understand this language well. He He took a pen and began to rewrite the contents. The hero carefully looked at the paper, writing out symbols. Ian pressed the wax and thought that if he entered the dates and stamped it, it would give the document the appearance of authenticity. He looked at the stack of documents and decided that the treasury would check it against the Earl's tax returns. The boy picked up the sheets and said that everything should be put back as it was. Suddenly, the hero flinched when a voice asked if my lord was there. A surprised butler appeared in front of him. Ian's brows furrowed and his golden eyes flashed. A powerful energy filled the room around the boy. The man lay with his head on the floor, and someone shouted, "How dare he!" The Earl slammed his fists on the table, shaking with anger, and the head butler looked at the prostrate man and muttered that he did not know what was wrong with him. He turned to his master in surprise when he ordered him to get rid of him. The maid outside the door and the servant flinched when they heard Durga shout to get rid of him and confiscate all the property. The sun was shining brightly on the estate, around which servants were bustling, so it was quite noisy. Barik looked out the window, chewing an apple, and asked how it all ended. The hero closed his eyes and said that it was dangerous, but everything was resolved, and the interlocutor exclaimed that he almost died because of someone. The red-haired man glanced sideways at the gentleman and asked if the count had found out that the assistant had examined his office, and the blonde answered that it made no difference if he believed in it anyway. Ian looked at the paper and thought that because he was rummaging in a secret drawer, the man suspected that it was the assistant who did it, who was unconscious. Although Barik missed that worker, everything ended not so badly. The young man looked at the map and the letter from the tutor, who asked to be careful because there was a high probability of a sandstorm. The blonde found a note among the papers about who would be the successor. The hero rubbed his chin, reading the contents and wondering if it was important enough to put in the safe. The hero's eyes widened, assuming that it was a letter to someone, and that it was about an unearthly clan of warriors. Barik approached the boy and said that the black thing was text and the white thing was paper, after which Ian noted that this was not bad. He raised a finger and reminded him not to just chat, asking if he remembered what he had been told. The red-haired man raised his hand to his head and recited that he needed to get rid of the key, give the paper to Malin and get the gold, and on the way back send a message to Philia, and then the blonde asked about the words for his mother. The warrior grinned and said that she needed to go and hide, and also collect the gula seeds. The hero turned and praised him, to which the interlocutor laughed that these were trifles. Ian shuddered, hearing the clatter of hooves. The black horse stopped and snorted. A man in a cloak got off it. The blonde looked down and clarified where he had asked Barik to leave from today, and he answered, from the main gate. People on horses and cloaks appeared on the ground, and the hero asked the warrior to go through the back door today. The hawk landed on the hand of a long-haired man with marks on his face. He squinted and looked up. Ian smirked and muttered that it would be noisy at the gate. A large moon shone over the estate. Guards stood at the entrance to the office, and the protagonist was asked to greet the guests. The long-haired man looked forward as he was introduced as an envoy of an unearthly warrior clan and the younger brother of the clan leader, and he identified himself as Nurserin Sin Nurserin. The blonde smiled and replied that it was an honor to meet him, and also gave his name. The count and the hero sat opposite the guests, and the man asked what brought them so urgently. Nurserin frowned and replied that the health of the deputy leader was critical, so he would like to continue discussing the peace agreement. He looked ahead intently and added that this topic required preparation for further action. The protagonist imagined a man covered in cloth and remembered that in an unearthly clan of warriors, the death of a deputy chief is more significant than the death of the clan chief, since, unlike the chief who won the struggle for the post, the deputy is worshipped as a spiritual mentor. The youth visualized the city and noted that because of this, if the deputy dies, according to customs, the entire clan will mourn for at least a year, so they wanted to make peace. Durga leaned on his hands and replied that the situation was dire, but why should they listen to them? Because this is not a chief, but only a deputy. Nurserin made a gesture with his hand and objected that this is an important person. He visualized the symbol of an eye and said that the deputy has been guiding them on the right path for a long time and has earned unprecedented respect, and the members of the clan must look into each other's eyes. The count and the hero looked at the guest in shock when he said that Ian must meet his gaze and gain his recognition. The red-haired man frowned and was indignant. Did they really doubt the pedigree, because he had already said that he would send the documents along with the emperor's decree? And the interlocutor clarified whether he was talking about that piece of paper that they had not even received. The protagonist smiled calmly when the count said that he was the son of his second wife, so the decree was not issued by just anyone. Nurserin arched his eyebrows and asked if he really thought that the documents were proof. The man narrowed his eyes and thought that with the righteous eye of the deputy, they would be able to verify the pedigree, because it was strange that the administration included him in the register of relatives of the count. Durga gritted his teeth, and the blonde continued to look ahead, while the guest thought that this was in order to avoid suspicion, using the power of the top. The young man frowned and thought, what if the deputy died right now? Then it is unclear what will happen to the peace agreement, and he can provide a register stating that there has been a sudden change. Then cooperation will be beneficial. He looked at the Count, wondering what he was thinking. Durga nervously put his arm around Ian and said that he understood the situation. The man squeezed his shoulder and said that if such a change occurs, his son will have to mentally prepare himself, and it would be better to rest today and talk tomorrow. The Count smiled, looking at the hero, and said that the butler will accompany him to the room. Nersarin folded his hands and thanked him, expressing hope that they will make the right decision for the sake of peace. The carriage door swung open, and the man exclaimed irritably that a guest suddenly came to complain about his problems. What a barbarian. Durga turned around, saying that Nersarin was on guard because he was the brother of the clan leader, after which he ordered the hero to give him a decent reception while he was away. The blonde closed his eyes and accepted the order. The door slammed shut and the carriage pulled out of the yard. Ian grinned and noticed that the Count was going to hurry up with the paperwork. He looked at the moon and was glad that he had finally left and that he would now be able to talk to the representative one-on-one. The hero smiled and pointed to the table and offered the guests some snacks after the journey. The girl behind Nersarin was drooling, and the young man said that he would like to ask for something in the meantime. The guests looked at the hero, who said that he wanted someone to accompany him. The interlocutor frowned and replied that they had been promised him, and the rest were just a burden. The hero grinned and said that he would help them. Barik happily carried the bag, fulfilling the Lord's order, and did not suspect anything. Nersarin crossed his arms and grinned, hearing that Ian was skilled in combat. The man raised an eyebrow and noted that he knew how to make people laugh. The blonde smiled and asked why. The guests looked at him menacingly, and the chieftain's brother asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. He bowed his head and said that the young man was no different from their warriors. Nersarin frowned and was indignant that he was suggesting that they take two people who were not even resistant to poison and could not survive for long without water, as if they underestimated the desert. The hero smiled carefreely and objected that this help would really not be superfluous, because his warrior was not the smartest, but strong, and there was no need to worry about them, they could handle the desert. The interlocutor put his hand on the table. The barbarians looked slyly at the young man, and Nersarin said that he would consider it if they could defeat them in battle. The girl stood opposite Ian and Barik, asking why her. Sue stretched and muttered that it was terrible being the youngest, and then said that she would give them 5 minutes. The red-haired man looked at her in bewilderment and asked if he really had to fight this brat. The boy pointed to his opponent warming up and was indignant that they called it a fight and didn't even come to watch, and the master asked him to be on his guard. The blonde looked at him and said that he would regret it if he lost due to his own inattention. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought that the men didn't come to watch because they thought the difference in strength was too great and it wasn't worth it. Barik put his hand to his head and asked who was in the window. Nersarin was visible there, whom the hero introduced as the god of death. The warrior turned to the master in irritation and was indignant that he dared to underestimate him, watching from there. The hero made a gesture with his hand and reminded him that Barik just needed to win. The blonde raised his hand, in which the sphere was shining. The red-haired man's eyes lit up. Ian smiled, radiating energy, and said that he would tell him how to win. The interlocutor took his hand and looked at the gentleman with delight. The girl looked at her opponent and asked if he was ready. She looked at his watch and reminded him that he had 5 minutes. Sue smiled and said that if he could knock her out in that time, he would win. The interlocutor tied his hair and replied that that was enough. He grinned and asked her not to cry later. The guy rubbed his neck and warned that it would hurt. A bright flash appeared. The red-haired man quickly rushed into the attack. He swung his fist, approaching his opponent. The girl rose on her toes. Barik's eyes widened in shock when she appeared behind him, saying that he would be the only one crying here. The red-haired man turned around in surprise. Sue was right in front of him. The warrior gritted his teeth and punched, but she ducked deftly. The guy frowned when she asked where he was swinging his fists. The girl was to the side, smirking. She put her hands on the ground. Barik received a kick to the jaw. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. The warrior dropped his hands and stepped back. The guy wiped the blood under his nose and frowned. The interlocutor smiled and asked if he really was going to suffer 5 minutes of pain with such clumsy techniques. They grinned excitedly, and Barik said that there was still plenty of time. The hero crossed his arms, watching as the opponents exchanged blows. The blonde looked at them carefully and thought that, as expected, the guy was losing. Sue hit her opponent with her knee. The red-haired man put his hands out, defending himself from the attacks. He frowned, narrowing his eyes. Sue's brows furrowed and she smiled. She gritted her teeth and swung. A golden light emanated from Ian. The boy opened his mouth and told the warrior it was time. The red-haired man's eyes flashed. He frowned and deftly intercepted her opponent's leg. The girl looked at him in surprise and sweated when he noted that she was caught. Sue's eyes widened in shock. Birds flew into the sky when the boy exclaimed that it was his turn. The clouds covered the moon, and Sue screamed for him to let her go. The guy pressed his rival to the ground and said that Ian said they needed to grab her. Barik grinned, showing his red palms, and said that he would have finished her off just a little bit more. The girl frowned and cursed, and there were handprints on her face, and the hero noted that Nurserin had specially sent the youngest one so that there would not be much blood. Sue looked at the hero who had approached. The blonde leaned over with a smile and asked to report the victory, noting that these bruises even suited her. The interlocutor frowned and looked down, biting her lip. She closed her eyes and shouted at Barik to let her go, calling her a fat man. Ian glanced sideways toward the window. The man was watching them closely, and the young man asked the warrior to let his rival go. The hero smiled back at Nurserin and said that they needed to finish the negotiations. Sue frowned in offense, and her leader said that it was only sparring, but the guy allowed himself such antics. He looked at the smiling hero, while the girl exchanged glances with her opponent and noted that it looked like an insult, to which the young man objected that it was better than if he left such wounds on his face. The man frowned and clarified if this was a mockery. The blonde grinned and asked if he really thought so. The girl frowned when he suggested looking at her face. The young man put his hands on his knees and said that one could imagine what would happen if Barik hit with full force. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes, then smiled. The red-haired man looked at the laughing guest in surprise. Nurserin closed his eyes and noted that the hero had character, but he really won. Barik, standing behind the main character, smiled happily when the man said that they would take him with them to the desert. The blonde closed his eyes and thanked his interlocutor. Sue frowned and demanded something to heal the spot, and also promised to make the red-haired man's life hell as soon as they found themselves in the desert. Durga sat at the table with Nurserin and said that he was ready to make peace in a week, and there was little time, so they would gather and set out as soon as possible. The interlocutor nodded and thanked him for understanding on behalf of the clan of unearthly warriors. They shook hands, and the count asked to convey words of support to the leader. A week later, the hero stood in the room, hugging Hannah, who asked him to come back alive. The girl burst into tears and said that Alan would be waiting for him very much and would cook him something delicious for his birthday. The hero looked seriously at the maid, who asked him to be careful. He opened his mouth and asked her to listen carefully. The interlocutor shuddered when he said that he wanted her to quit while he was gone. Hannah looked at him in surprise and asked the reason, and the young man answered that it would be difficult, but promised that it would help her in the future, so it would be better to quit without attracting attention to himself. The blonde put his hands on her shoulders and thanked her for everything she had done for him. The young man turned around, frowning, and thought that now he had definitely burned all bridges. He looked out the window and decided that it was time to hit the road to the clan of unearthly warriors. The caravan drove up to a large building in the desert, and birds were flying above. Kakantir, the leader of the unearthly warrior clan, extended his hand and greeted the guests. Durga shook his hand and introduced himself. The man handed over the papers and offered to move on to signing the pact. The hero looked at the red-haired man, who was studying the documents. Durga put a bottle on the table and explained that this was a potion of blood relationship, with the help of which one can prove that the blonde is his son. The boy dripped blood into the bottle, after which the man did the same. The liquid in the bottle began to glow. Nurserin approached the chieftain and whispered something in his ear. Kakantir nodded and said that they still needed First Advisor Winchin to give her verdict, so they would finish this procedure later. Durga smiled tightly and agreed, thinking that the other man believed the old shaman more than the blood kinship potion. In a word, barbarians. Blood poured out of the cut on his hand. The man turned pale and frowned, looking at this. The chieftain signed in blood and declared that the pact was effective immediately. Durga smiled, shaking his hand, and wished eternal glory to House Brack and the unearthly warrior clan. The sun illuminated the caravan and the knights. The man hugged the protagonist and asked him to take care of himself. He frowned and quietly reminded him not to forget the only reason he was still alive. The young man frowned and replied that it was for the glory and honor of the House of Brack. Ian and Barik stood and watched the cart move away. The desert was heating up under the scorching sun. The protagonist and Nurserin glanced sideways at the red-haired man, who was gushing water from a jug. At night, the young man showed the map found by the tutor. The next day, they approached the gates of the city, and the guard announced the return of the leader Kakantir. The caravan with guests rode inside, and the people around greeted the leader and prepared water and food for him. The people around looked at the sweating Ian and Barik, deciding that the fair one was an aristocrat because the second had too much of a bandit face. Kakantir dismounted from his horse and asked the servant how the first advisor Winchin was, and he answered that she was much better. The man turned to the young man and called him to come with him. The blonde man descended to the ground and looked at his companion. They approached the entrance to the room. Kakantir lowered himself to the bed where the woman, Winchin's first advisor, lay. The protagonist closed his eyes and bowed when the man said that he would live with them as a guarantor of the peace pact with Count Brack. The chieftain helped the advisor to get up. She leaned against him and said something quietly. Kakantir glanced sideways at the young man and said that it was difficult for the old woman to speak, so she would speak in the dialect of an unearthly clan, so he would translate. Winchin frowned and said that she had to look at the hero to determine whether he was worthy, so she asked him to come closer. Ian took a few steps towards the bed. The woman abruptly grabbed his hand. She looked intently at the hero and asked if he had really come by the will of the gods. Ian looked in surprise at the woman in his true form. The youth relaxed his hand and answered in the affirmative. He looked into the old woman's eyes, answering in the affirmative that he was a descendant of Durga Brak, and that was his only calling. The hero stood silently before the counselor. Finally, she released his hand. The old woman lowered her gaze, and the chieftain told her to rest, and they would go. Barik, standing next to a man, turned around. The hero and Kakantir went outside. The blonde looked at his companion, who ordered him and his bodyguard to be accommodated. The chieftain looked at the youth and asked him to come to the welcoming feast tonight without being late. Ian watched him go silently. The red-haired man ran up to the lord and asked what the chieftain had told him, to which the youth replied that there would be a feast tonight. The tents were crowded and music was playing, and the guests were joyfully drinking. The hero stood next to the warrior at a distance. They turned around when they were called. The chieftain lounged, smoking a cigar, and asked if they had had time to rest. The young men came closer, and the blonde thanked him for his hospitality. Kakantir looked at Ian and said that the map of the desert he had given him was excellent. The blonde smiled and allowed it when the interlocutor asked if they could keep what he was giving on behalf of his house. The man closed his eyes and noted that the count had managed to raise at least one son. The young man looked closely at the interlocutor. He noticed a roll of gurret leaves. The hero imagined a people of unearthly warriors, since he had heard that they used dried gurret leaves as a stimulant, and for ordinary soldiers this remedy would be much more effective, so Durga wanted to get this plant by cunning. The blonde remembered how the count handed him a bag supposedly from his mother, in which there was a letter. As he unfolded the paper, he thought it odd that a woman would write to her illiterate son, asking him to bring him some gurret leaves. He imagined the broken rope, thinking that even the handwriting was too neat for a commoner, and decided that his father wanted him to smuggle the gurret leaves in, and if something went wrong, he would say that his mother had ordered it. Ian winced when he was addressed. The man frowned and warned him not to even look at the gurret leaves, as it was a type of tobacco intended only for the warriors of the clan going into battle. He narrowed his eyes and added that he understood that the boy would be inhaling the smoke here, but he would not allow any interest or questions about the tobacco. The hero smiled and replied that he understood, thinking that the chief was perceptive. Ian touched his chin and thought that if he played the situation with the smuggling of gurret leaves skillfully, he could make it so that the peace pact between Durga and the clan would be dissolved. The blonde looked to the side. He noticed that a guy was looking at him. The hero turned to Sue, who was standing next to him, and asked who it was. The man grinned, and the girl said that it was Bumart, a member of Mr. Nurseran's family, the cousin of his second stepmother, who was in charge of the clan's food supplies. The blonde frowned, thinking that this look was making him nervous. A man approached the chieftain and asked for a word. Kakantir frowned when the man whispered something to him. The chieftain immediately jumped up and followed the man. The hero frowned as he watched them go. He narrowed his eyes when the girl informed him that the first advisor Winchin had had another attack. The girl lowered her head and said that the man who had told the chieftain was their doctor, and they did not know at what point the first advisor might go to his forefathers. The woman raised her eyebrows in disappointment when the young man asked if there was no way to cure her. Ian looked at the girl, who replied that there was a way to find the Silask flower, but he doubted that it existed at all because they said that it never faded. The hero's eyes widened and he shuddered. He remembered the red lilies standing on the windowsill in his room, which his mother had brought. The sun rose, illuminating the city and the desert. Winchin was lying unconscious in bed since the night before, and a doctor was sitting next to her. The chieftain rested his chin on his fist, and the people nearby were exclaiming that more people should be sent to search for the Silask flower, but the previous expedition had not returned yet. Kakantir frowned, looking ahead. Nurseran and the protagonist appeared at the threshold, so the chieftain asked why his brother had brought the young man. The long-haired man looked at the blonde man uncertainly and replied that he claimed that he might know where to find Silask. All the advisors silently stared at Ian. The old men quietly exchanged glances and whispered. Kakantir frowned and asked if the hero really knew where to find this plant. He slammed his hand on the table and asked not to interfere in their internal affairs. The man turned around and asked to return to his chambers. The young man opened his mouth and said that he was told that there was a flower that never fades called Silask. The leader froze when the hero asked if it was red. Kakantir turned around and asked if the young man had ever seen such a flower. The interlocutor rubbed his chin and replied that it was only a guess, but he had seen such a flower in his father's domain. The hero looked at the man and noted that he would share the information, but there was a request because the county of Brak was part of the Boreal Empire. The emperor knew about the peace pact, and the young man was here, one might say, by the will of the emperor. The blonde looked at the man seriously and said that he demanded guarantees of safety and respect for his person, not just as a guest from the county of Brak, but as a representative of the Boreal Empire. The interlocutor clenched his teeth. He came closer and allowed himself to ask a question. The man squeezed the hero's throat and asked if the Empire would send its army if he died now. The young man grabbed his hand and replied that problems would definitely arise because the soul of the imperial palace, passed from generation to generation, resided inside it. The hero looked at him intently and added that physically he was of the Brack family, but his soul was from the palace. Kakantir grinned and exclaimed that he should not make fun of him, declaring that it was because of people like him that God had sent them Winchin. The door of the chambers swung open. The chieftain dragged the hero to the advisor, who was still under the doctor's care. Ian looked at her calmly, and the man said that the boy claimed that the soul of the imperial palace was in him. The pale old woman rose. She opened her eyes and froze. Her trembling hand reached out to the youth. Winchin silently placed her fingers on her chest in a bow. The hero and the chieftain looked at the advisor in shock. She saw a golden seal above Ian's head. The old woman leaned over and began to breathe heavily. The advisor collapsed under the frightened gaze of her companions. They immediately ran to help her sit up on the bed. The blonde looked at the man with alarm and said that Silask was in his room. The frightened chieftain turned around and ordered that the flour be brought quickly. Barik looked at the gentleman who came out in surprise and asked what had happened and why they were so angry. The young man smiled and replied that everything was fine. Someone had found the plant, and the hero said that this was the first gift he would give them as a guest of the Boreal Empire. The blonde man sat at the table opposite the chieftain and his brother. Kakantir bowed and expressed sincere gratitude for the help as a representative of the clan. The young man looked at the flour and said that, judging by what he had heard, this was not enough, and a couple more roots would be needed to create a cure. The man looked at him and asked if he could find more. The interlocutor touched his chin and replied that he could not guarantee it. The guy frowned. He touched the leaf and said that he had started growing it a long time ago, so he didn't remember well, but he knew who could help, but he would only be able to contact this person a month after the full moon. He introduced the city, and the chieftain asked why it was taking so long, because it could be done in 3 minutes 4 days if he hurried. Ian frowned and asked to promise something if he wanted to know more. The man lit the roll and demanded to talk. The blonde looked at him and told him to give priority to him, not his father, during negotiations with the Brack family. They exchanged glances, and the chieftain noted that he wanted to get rid of his father, to which Ian replied that the head was becoming stronger, as in the clan. The man grinned. He arched his eyebrows and said that he was sorry, but giving him the right to negotiate would be too difficult because he did not control the soldiers and did not have authority over the grain shipments that they accepted from the Brack family. The blonde looked at his interlocutor carefully. He closed his eyes and muttered what he would say. An image of the tiger crest appeared in his mind, and the young man said that the imperial palace would soon send out its inquisition, because the crime for which he was to be charged was treason due to tax evasion, so it was quite possible that within a month the Brack name would disappear altogether. The interlocutor began to sweat and asked again, to which the young man swore by heaven that he was not lying. The hero remembered Malin and said that he had heard from the representatives of the central government who had come before the ceremony, and they had come to determine whether he was a worthy representative for the agreement. The chieftain folded his arms and asked whether the young man himself would not be in danger if the Brack family fell. The blonde smiled and replied that this was an important remark, but although by blood he was a son of Durga, according to the documents it was not so, and officially the young man was not yet part of the family, so he was simply Ian. The men frowned in displeasure. The hero smiled and said that the Empire had no reason to accuse him of treason, and he could become the head of the family. Kakantir narrowed his eyes and muttered that they had been deceived and sent a son who had not even officially become part of the family yet. The blonde looked at him and repeated that he was Durga's son. The chieftain frowned, holding the roll in his hand, and the young man hoped that he would make a wise decision. The man narrowed his eyes and clarified if that was all. Ian stood up and replied that he knew he did not trust him, so he would tell them what awaited them. The young man placed his hand on the map and said that as soon as his father died and the territories lost their leader, they should gather warriors and invade Brack territory with him. The protagonist looked down and added that they would not have to worry about the imperial troops. The blonde moved the flag and noted that they would try to avoid any clashes, since few people would want to fight the great warriors of the desert, and even if unforeseen situations arose, they could return to the desert if they did not want to fight, so the clan only needed to stay behind him. Ian smiled and added that, considering that they had been in alliance with the Brack family for a long time, it would be great if he said something like, "We support Ian, who became one of us." The chieftain frowned and replied that he understood that there were no losses from this, but if they helped the bastard son to take over the county, then what about them? The young man put his hand on the map and replied that he would turn the county into the most prosperous territory in Boreal, and show the clan of warriors who helped him the true power of a sincere alliance between them. The blonde looked at his interlocutor with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and declared that they no longer needed to disagree. The hero imagined the crossed swords and thought that the relationship was no longer a trade relationship. When they were only connected by numbers and letters, now they were two leaders supporting each other, paving the way for a peaceful era. Nurserin opened his mouth and objected that there was a problem. He crossed his arms and said that if there was a request from Berga for help against the imperial palace, they could not refuse because they had signed an agreement. The blonde smirked and said that he had an excuse they could use to break the agreement. Smoke slowly rose from the roll in the leader's hands. The young man remembered the bag with the letter and said that his father had ordered him to bring Gurat leaves next year when he returned for his birthday. He imagined the plant and noted that the man had ordered a person who was a symbol of peace to bring an illegal product into a country where Gurat leaves were illegal. The hero looked at the chieftain and asked if this was not a perfect excuse to break the agreement. The interlocutor put his hand to his forehead and, laughing, replied that this was more than a great excuse, and that simply breaking the alliance would not be enough. The interlocutors sat opposite each other, and when Kakantir asked if there was any evidence, the young man replied that there was none, but that it could be checked with Wincham. They looked at each other, and the man said that he would be better off swearing by God, to which the blonde easily agreed. The interlocutor closed his eyes and agreed. He looked at the hero with a smirk and thought that everyone in the Brack family was an idiot, but this guy was unusual. Ian looked resolutely at the chieftain, folding his arms. Blades hung on the wall, and Kakantir clarified that the young man only needed a promise of support from the clan, to which the hero answered in the affirmative, declaring that he would take care of the rest. The man rubbed his chin and asked to ask just one question. The blonde folded his arms and smiled when the other asked him what he needed all this for. The hero looked down at the map and replied that if he went to the capital, the territory of the county of Brack would be his only refuge, because he was from distant lands. The other man frowned, looking at him. He slammed his fist on the table. The chieftain looked at the young man and said that they were not going to shed blood for him, to which the hero replied that he did not want to. Kakantir frowned and asked if the blonde was not afraid of death. Ian smiled and said that he was not at all. He remembered his appearance from his past life and said that he had already died once. The other man smiled, holding a roll in his hand. They shook hands, and the man noted that he liked his determination. The chieftain looked at the young man until he left and called out. He frowned and asked if his trip to the capital had anything to do with the emperor. The hero just smiled slyly, illuminated by the sun. The villagers looked at the young man who came out of the tent in surprise, amazed that the stranger was still alive. The blonde turned to the side. He called out to Sue, who was standing in the crowd. The girl looked at him in confusion when the boy asked if she would help them. Her eyes lit up when Ian asked to train Barik. The red-haired man put his hand out, defending himself from the blow, and the mentor called him names. The boy swung, demanding that she close her mouth, but she only crouched down and joyfully exclaimed that he was too slow. The main character sat under the canopy nearby and watched as the warrior shouted that he would definitely punch her in the face. The blonde raised his hand to his face and loudly asked if Barik was okay, but he asked not to talk to him. The young man looked at their fight and thought it was cute. He looked ahead thoughtfully and noted that he had planned to slowly lure the unearthly clan of warriors to his side, but everything had worked out on its own thanks to Silesk. The hero looked down and realized that he had not rested like this for a long time, but when he thought about the past, everything did not seem so rosy. The young man sat down in front of the Winchon advisor, who was being held by the chieftain. The blonde grinned and noted that he was glad that she looked much better. The old woman smiled and said that she called him to continue the conversation. The guy looked at her and said that he swears to heaven that everything he said to Kakantir was true. The old woman opened her mouth for the next phrase. The hero looked at her in surprise when she said that the god said to change everything in relation to him. The blonde widened his eyes in shock and asked again. Winchon folded her hands in front of herself and added, even if it means changing your life. The guy looked absent-mindedly ahead. He remembered the eye symbol and thought that it must be a divine message, an unearthly clan of warriors turning to shamans rather than to the oracles of the temple. The hero saw red energy between the old woman's palms. Ian closed his eyes and mentally repeated her phrase, muttering that unexpected things always happen. The girl approached him and finished the quote, "When I am in the desert." She held out a basket of fruits and offered to try, for which the young man thanked her. The brunette scratched her head in embarrassment and replied that it was nothing, because thanks to him, Madame Winchon came to her senses and recovered a little. All the villagers ran through the streets, preparing a banquet for the hero. The blonde grinned when the interlocutor said that he was their hero. The girl smiled and said that Winchon and Kakantir were waiting for him to amend the agreement, to which the young man replied that he would come soon. He looked at Barik, who had been hit in the face, and noted that the two were almost finished, to which the warrior quickly objected. The brunette bowed and promised to pass it on. She put her hand in her pocket, remembering something. The hero looked at the outstretched hand in surprise, and the girl said that she found it in a pot. The guy's eyes widened. The interlocutor handed him a necklace with a golden stone. Ian looked at the jewelry and wondered what it was. There was a pendant on his palm, and the young man thought that even when he was an emperor, He had never seen stones of such beauty, so how could a boy from the slums have such a treasure? He imagined Ian with the flower and wondered how it happened that a boy who grew up in a brothel grew silk on the window, and why there was a necklace hidden in the pot, so perhaps the owner of the body did not understand. The hero visualized the pendant being exchanged for coins, because the guy would rather sell it because they lived poorly, and the necklace was hidden in a silk pot, which meant it was hidden by the one who looked after it. Ian remembered the red flowers and assumed that someone asked him and his mother to look after the plant. The hero imagined scraps of memories in the form of shards and noted that his information was fragmentary, and there was no one to ask. He could not know this. The blonde raised the stone to eye level and hoped that this would not interfere with his plans. Barik appeared against the background of the necklace and asked what he was doing. The guy stood up and asked if the warrior had received it from Sue, and the red-haired man exclaimed that they were equal in strength. The blonde put the necklace on his neck and suggested that his comrade go. The hero looked at the warrior and decided that he would have to ask him everything he knew about the great warriors of the desert, because he wanted to become the strongest in the world. Barik wiped the sweat from his face, and the boy noted that he was still a long way from that. Ian grinned at him, thinking that, fortunately, everything was going according to plan. The city was illuminated by bright sunshine, and the boy decided that he could focus on the next point. A startled butler burst into the office and shouted to the count that trouble had happened. The man frowned and exclaimed that he had asked him to be quiet while he worked, so the servant hastened to apologize. Durga's eyes widened when he heard that the tax police had arrived from the capital. Knights were standing in front of the stairs on the first floor of the estate. Buddy Erica, the captain of the tax police, walked inside. The woman looked ahead carefully. Durga ran down the stairs, and Erica assumed that he was the count. The interlocutor handed over a document, introduced herself and said that their group was sent here by order of the emperor, and she would conduct an investigation into embezzlement and treason, and also swears to conduct the investigation fairly and impartially. The man grabbed the handrail and shouted that this was nonsense. He put his hand on his chest and said that for so many years he had defended the empire from the damned barbarians, and in response he received accusations. The interlocutor silently unbuttoned his jacket. The red-haired man stared in shock at the paper with the seal of his house. In her hands was a sheet of paper with a statement about the embezzlement of tax funds by Count Brack and a request to conduct a thorough investigation. The man sweated and asked what it was. Erica took a step and noted that the house was good. She passed by the count and said that they would live here while the investigation was underway. The woman smirked and reminded that he and all his workers were obliged to obey their orders. Erica waved her hand and ordered to start from the top floor in the office. One of the knights grabbed the maid and ordered her to follow him, and screams and calls for help were heard everywhere. Durga froze, thinking that someone had turned him in, since these people were entering his house for the first time, but already knew where the office was. The man gritted his teeth and assumed that it was old Malin. The count clutched the railing, trying to understand how the Starkey could have gotten his seal. Was there a traitor among his people? But the former secretary still hadn't come out of a coma. He remembered how Malin had communicated with the main character. The image of a grinning Ian popped into the man's head. The red-haired man's eyes widened in horror. The count's estate, illuminated by the sun, shook from a scream. The man with the flag rode up and announced that there was a message from Brack. The chieftain arched his eyebrows in disdain and asked again if the count was really asking for their help. The knight looked at Kakantir and said that a false denunciation had been written against him in the name of the emperor, and that an investigation was being conducted in his estate on charges of treason, so Durga was asking them for military assistance. The man looked at the messenger and asked where the guarantee was that the denunciation was false, since they risked becoming enemies of the emperor. The soldier began to sweat and replied that his innocence would certainly be proven, and the count asked him to convey that he would prove his innocence at the cost of the life of his beloved son. The chieftain frowned, imagining the protagonist in the arms of death. The messenger looked questioningly at the interlocutor, hearing laughter. Kakantir held out his hand and, apologizing, offered to talk later, to which the knight thanked him. The man stood up and told the messenger to do what he wanted when he spoke of Ian. The chieftain looked at the knight and stated that the youth was only a hostage for the sake of peace, but they would not treacherously kill a warrior who had lived with them for so long. The interlocutor clutched his sword and said that the count had given him an order for such a case. Kakantir grinned and nodded. The protagonist pulled back the curtain and asked if the chieftain had called him. The man looked at the youth and said that this knight had come to kill him. The blonde looked at the soldier and replied that he had expected nothing else. The messenger turned to the chieftain and asked what was going on and why he called Ian sir. Kakantir grinned and replied that he had wanted to kill him, so he had provided the place for it. The interlocutor began to sweat and thought that something was wrong. He looked at the sly looks of those present and noted that the young man took the fact that he was going to be killed too calmly, and the leader seemed to have known in advance that he would come to ask for help. The knight clenched his teeth, trying to understand what these two were planning. He grabbed the sword, deciding that he had a task in any case. Barik suddenly appeared in front of the master, blocking the blow with his blade. The messenger's eyes widened in surprise. The red-haired one frowned, and the protagonist said that in order to kill him, they would first have to fight his bodyguard. The blonde smiled good-naturedly and said that he would wait. You can train as much as you like, but no one can replace a real battle with the intent to kill the enemy, a real battle with bloodthirstiness and hatred against a superior enemy. The brunette and the red-haired man were maintaining eye contact. This is an opportunity for great advancement in martial arts. The guys were looking forward, sitting on chairs. The yellow-eyed one was watching very carefully. A voice was heard asking Barik if he could, how could he not move the horses today? To which the young man stuck his finger in his ear and replied, "Fuck him, let him move the horses himself, idiot," after which the interlocutor said, "He still snaps, everything is fine with him." Someone from the crowd shouted to the knight Brack to give his opponent a thrashing. The black-haired one silently thought, "Damn barbarians," egging him on, as if he were some kind of gladiator. Then the red-haired one smiled sarcastically and told the uncle to give him a head start, he really was going to fight at full strength, to which the guy got angry and replied that he was an impudent one. Barik made a blow and said that this was his distinctive feature. Fighting off the blow, the guy asked why the opponent was rushing at him like some kind of mad dog, to which he replied, "It's a compliment." The brunette looked away. Then he hit the opponent in the stomach with his sword. The red-eyed one started coughing up blood. Then the brunette kicked the guy while he was lying on the ground. Someone from the audience said that he seemed to have hit him and ordered Barik to get up. The hero started to lift him from the ground, then clenched his fist. The young man swung at his opponent while he was defending himself with his hand. The brunette gritted his teeth. Then Barik hit him and shouted, "Bitch, it hurts." The guy narrowed his eyes and thought, what an annoying little brat. He grabbed the sword. Having started the battle, he continued to think that in a situation where every second could be his last, he shouldn't waste time on this bastard. He was also incredibly clingy. The red-eyed one opened his mouth wide and shouted, attacking his opponent, who also opened his mouth. Drops of blood flowed to the ground. Someone's laughter was heard. The dark-haired man stuck his sword into the enemy's stomach. The weapon was sticking out of the stomach when Barik said that the opponent was fighting well, but now he was definitely finished, after which he clenched his teeth. The girl looked at what was happening and said that the bastard could have killed and not inflicted such a serious wound, to which the man answered her that this was not a duel, but some kind of farce. The guy grabbed the sword that was sticking out of his stomach with both hands, after which he rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Someone called Ian Brack and added that he did not have time. Looking at the main character, the brunette said that he must prove the Count's innocence with his death. The blonde looked forward. Then the guy raised his sword up and said that he was honored to die for a noble purpose when Barik appeared behind him, who also swung his sword. The green-eyed man looked away. There was an explosion and the red-eyed man began to fall. The dark-haired man looked at him and thought that. He continued to look at the red-haired man, who had a sword sticking out of his back, and he thought how this was possible. Taking the weapon out of his stomach, the hero said that Then he bared his teeth, took out the sword and continued that he was not finished with him yet. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "Damn, what a stubborn puppy." Barik bared his teeth. Every warrior lives with the thought of death. The rivals' fight resumed. The dark-haired man swung his sword again, but the enemy managed to dodge. The battle must have a climax. The fight continued. Suddenly the guy pushed off the ground with his foot and thought that in order to rise to a higher level, he needed to fight with all his might, after which he jumped up and swung at the enemy. In his bloody hands was a sword. Then blood splashed and he continued the thought that even at the cost of his own life, the weapon fell out of the guy's hand. The red-haired man, holding the sword, saw his opponent fall. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he fell to the ground and said that he could not do it anymore. People looked at him with their mouths open. Shouts came from the crowd that Barik was a good boy. They say that the battle must be watched until the end. Someone asked to help carry him to where the doctor was. The man opened his mouth and said that now he fully understood why Ian took him with him. The brunette smiled and continued to say that he had all the makings of a warrior. The blonde smiled back. Then he thought that there was no other such rude and impudent person in the world. When the red-haired man was lying on the ground, screaming and holding his wound, the guy added, "Well done, Barik." The palace stood under the starry sky. Durga walked in circles around the room, and the woman and the guy were sitting on the sofa hugging. Suddenly the red-haired man turned around sharply. A man appeared at the window. He greeted her and said that the man looked worried. The father approached him and replied that she had come from Nurserin, and then asked where his knight was. The girl handed him a bag and told him to take it. It was from Kakantir. She was about to leave when the man called her and asked what the clan leader had said, and what about Ian. She had killed him. The heroine silently jumped out of the window, and the red-haired man only shouted after her. He was holding a bundle in his hands. Then the man opened it. It said, well, they had found that the Brack family had broken their word and had sent an illegitimate child as a sign of friendship. because of her attempt to smuggle the guru's leaves in with the help of a child, the woman gasped. They were breaking their agreement. The brown-eyed man asked fearfully what. Everyone froze in shock. The red-haired man beamed at the leaf, clenched his teeth and said, "That's it." A scream came from the office. Traitors, he would kill them all. Everything was scattered on the floor. The man grabbed his head and thought, they want war. Yes, there is only one way out. Since he was deceived in betrayal, then it is all or nothing. He tore the curtain and continued his thought to those who need their help at all. He himself will perfectly figure it out and become independent from the state. The hero lowered the twisted curtain from the window and said to use it to get out of here with Chell and hide in the pantry. After which he took his wife by the shoulders and continued to say that they should not go out until he tells them. The woman answered fearfully that he should go with them. The child supported his mother, yes. The man got angry, opened his mouth wide and shouted for them to do as he says. When the mother and son came down to the ground, the hero thought that now the countdown is in minutes. We need to get rid of intelligence, he thought. Then the red-haired man dropped the lantern and thought, until the capital army arrives. The boy burst into the room and shouted to the captain that they were in trouble. Count Durga had set the mansion on fire and was running away. The girl replied that he was shortening his own life. Then she put her hand out, turned to Philip and told him to report the situation to the capital troops and ordered the rest to follow her. The people rushed forward as the captain continued to shout, "Search everywhere, make sure he didn't escape, kill him if necessary." Then she frowned and thought, damn, this estate was supposed to be hers, how dare he set it on fire. The people ran up to the burning mansion. The people inside were asking for help. They were locked in, they would do anything and were asking to be saved. While the boy and girl were watching what was happening, someone was shouting, "Come here, is there really no sand left?" when the brunette asked the captain what to do, to which she bared her teeth and replied that they would have died with him anyway. Someone gave the order to put out the fire and direct all forces to search for Mr. Durga. The girl frowned and gave the order to find him, some behind the mansion, the rest forward, then cries for help were heard. The lord rode his horse quickly and laughed. Before the conclusion, he sent a letter through the butler. One was for the unearthly warrior clan, the second for the first prince, and the last one. The man got off his horse and began to call Theo. Then he held his head and wondered if he really ran away. But suddenly a voice was heard calling, "My lord." The red-haired man turned around and saw Theo. The guy was scared and asked the man if he was okay. What about the unearthly clan? Looking at the assistant, the hero replied that they betrayed them. They need to buy some time until he gets an answer from the first prince. Then he came closer and continued to say that they will intercept the estate before the capital army arrives here. They are far from the capital, so there is enough time for now. They are fighting against intelligence, so they use the terrain to their advantage. After these words, Durga smiled and thought that their soldiers were the best. They were the most elite fighting force, trained to fight back against an unearthly clan of warriors. The guy shouted, "Yes, my lord." Theo narrowed his eyes and thought that if they won, he would become the commander. The count raised his hand up and shouted, "Forward." The warriors also raised their hands when the man continued that they would return to their old order. The guy with the bird on his hand watched the fire from afar. A candle stood on the table, and a sword lay next to it. Barik was lying in bed, Ian was sitting next to him, and the girl told the blonde that she would bring more medicine and asked him to monitor his condition. The man called out to the doctor on the way out. She was scared. Then he asked her when he would get better, to which the lady sighed heavily and answered that in 3 or 4 months. Looking at the guy, she continued to say that the injury was serious, so that an ordinary person would have died, but he was full of strength and kept up a good fight. The brunette thought about it and said that 3 to 4 months. For Ian, this is not the best news. He is his only fighter. The blonde smiled sarcastically and thought that not at all. The guy put his hand on the patient's hand and thought, where there is a will, there is a chance. Magical restoration began. Ian thought that it would be no good if he added a little more magic. People were standing near the door and watching what was happening. The doctor came up to the guy and asked if he was okay. He answered that everything was fine, just a little dizzy. The girl held his arm when he held his head and told him to sit down for a minute. Now he will check everything. The red-haired man was snoring when the brunette came up to him and told him to look at him. Then she looked at the protagonist with fear and asked what the hell was wrong with him, to which the blonde responded by asking, "With Barik?" The heroine replied that she did not ask his name. The guy turned his head when someone said that he would not recover so easily. Now he understands why everyone called him stubborn in battle. The man brought a leaf to the candle and said that this would not be enough. The long-haired brunette approached the protagonist and said that if he had known that he was in bad shape, he would have brought more, to which the guy replied that this. The man brought the leaf to the young man's mouth when he continued the phrase that this is a Garuda leaf. With its help, the clan's warriors avoid death. Smoke dispersed around the room when the hero said that he was the first of the outsiders who is allowed to use this. The blonde held the leaf to his lips and said, "Thank you," and then thought that he could not believe that he so willingly shared the secret medicine of his clan, even touching. A voice was heard saying that he had received news from Su, as someone had said. Durga was cornered and gathering soldiers. In response, they asked what about the Central Army, to which they answered that there was no report yet. The guy chewed a leaf and thought that they needed to expel the size of the Central Army and intelligence. Only then they would be able to assess the situation and take countermeasures. Then the brunette took the leaf out of his mouth and said that they had a couple of days so he could rest. The green-eyed man looked at the man and then looked down, after which the guy fell asleep right on the chair. The girl took him by the shoulders and laid him on the bed. Ian and the red-haired man slept in the same bed. A bright moon was shining through the window. The protagonist opened his eyes, then stood up, looked at the guy and asked, "Barik." Then he looked at the closed door. Suddenly he frowned and thought that he did not understand. The warriors of the unearthly clan were so kind that they even gave the leaves of the Garuda. Why such a strange premonition? The door opened abruptly. A masked man appeared in front of the blonde, who attacked the guy who had a sword in his hand. The weapon flew off. The stranger's hand began to strangle the young man. The man pressed the guy against the wall and said that he should have kept his head down. How dare he plot? Then he closed his mouth and asked if he even knew what he had done. They, the scum of the empire, were as useless as ever, like his father Durga. After these words, he swung his knife and shouted, "Die." The blonde concentrated his power. Suddenly there was an explosion. Two guys were on the street when one of them asked what that was, what kind of noise, to which the second replied that it was from Mr. Ian's room. The man walked and asked if the gentleman and Barik were attacked, to which he was told, yes, there. Entering the room, someone saw a man on the floor and asked Ian what the commotion was about, to which he replied that he himself did not know. He tried to kill him. The bearded man turned to the gray-haired man and said to help the gentleman and find out who this man was. He dared to harm the guest of the unearthly clan. Then the brunette looked to the side and thought, but how did he manage to fight back, and what kind of explosion was this? The black-haired man looked at the stranger in horror. Then he raised his head and told Kakantir that this man. The guy took off his mask. Under it was Bumart, after which someone said to send him to the dungeon. He would personally interrogate him tomorrow morning. The attacker opened one eye and screamed. Someone asked. He came to his senses when he looked forward in fear. His hands were cuffed in hanging handcuffs when a man sat on the throne in front of him and many people stood. The guy started to shout for Kakantir to untie him first, but in response he received a question. Did he really attack Mr. Ian? Then his gaze became scared. The man stood up from the throne. Bumart gritted his teeth. Then he lowered his head and said that he would not make excuses. If he considered him his family, let him not ask him any more questions. Then he opened his mouth wide and said that he should just be careful with Ian. He has a strange power. He continued to say when people looked at him that the protagonist's eyes turned golden and an unknown force made an explosion. He is a suspicious person. Looking at the culprit, the blonde thought that he was avoiding questions and talking only about him. Even if he was trying to deceive, Madame Winchen would find out everything. Is he trying to hide his goal and survive to come up with a new plan? Then the protagonist turned to Mr. Kakantir and asked if he could tell, to which he agreed. The guy said that he mentioned Mr. Durga. Then he continued to say that he called his proposal to the gentleman a plot and tried to interfere with them. It is quite possible that he was somehow involved. Suddenly the blonde opened his eyes wide and remained silent. In his hands was a letter. The guy said who would become the head of the clan. This letter. The attacker frowned when he was asked the question. Was it he who sent it to Mr. Durga? The blonde brought his hand to his beard and said, First advisor, was it not he who did so that? Bumart opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. The two guys looked at the culprit. Blood came out of the guy's mouth when the brunette ran up to him and shouted that he bit off his tongue, so he really did. Someone ordered to stop talking and stuff more cloth into his mouth. The blonde sat next to the long-haired man and said that he knew that he was responsible for food. Apparently, Madame Winchen's poor health was a consequence of his manipulations with food. Looking at the man, he continued to say what he thought. Bumart expected to get the chieftainship himself in exchange for killing the madam, and Durga would benefit from it. The chieftain approached the gallows and asked the assistant what was wrong with Madame Winchen. He replied that she was resting. Then the man grabbed the guy by the hair. As he left, he said that no one should be allowed to see the madam without his permission. He dragged the culprit by the hair along the ground. Shouts were heard from behind the door. Someone shouted, "No need for Kakan." The man came out covered in blood, after which he ordered the guys to throw the body into the desert to be eaten by vultures, to call Bumart's family to him, to which they responded positively. Kakantir, approaching Ian, called him. Then he looked at him and asked if the explosion during the ambush set up by Bumart was his doing. The guy looked at his hand and replied, yes. The leader opened his mouth and said that he knew that in the Empire people who perform miracles are called magicians, to which the protagonist replied that he did not want to lie. The green-eyed man looked up and said that he would definitely tell him everything. In due time, he would tell him who he really was. Looking the man straight in the eyes, he continued to say that now it would be difficult for him to understand. He lived in a different environment and in a different time. The brunette remained silent in response. Then he said that he was changing his plan of action, to which the guy asked how exactly. The chieftain replied that he wanted to take him to the Brack estate and support him until he got back on his feet. But since Durga decided that he could deceive the unearthly warriors, and under the guise of a peace pact tried to kill the first advisor of Winchin, they were obliged to come and cut off his head. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he understood, but the tax police would not give him such an opportunity because he would be executed for treason. However, if he gained power over the Brack estate, he would help him achieve his goal. Their dialogue continued. The blonde said that in any case they should help him, to which he replied no, rather he was asking them for help. The brunette extended his fist and said, okay, that's what they will do. The guy looked at his hand and thought, Demosha. Then he smiled and said, yes. They bumped fists, thinking, Demosha. The protagonist opened the door to the room, called Barik, and said that he was told that he had woken up, then asked how he was. The red-haired man answered, no, he was dying here, after which he began to vomit, and the protagonist, looking at this, said that he noticed, it seems he should thank the gods that he was at least conscious. The wounded man frowned, looked at the doctor and said that he was so sick, they definitely do not substitute alcohol in their potions, to which the girl went crazy, crumpled the sheet of paper and shouted, what kind of stupid accusations, shameless, he would be better off being alive at all, and conscious, and can even talk nonsense after such an injury. After this, the red-haired man began to cough, when the blonde thought, strange. Swordsmen mages, for example, have not only excellent skill in handling weapons, but also a regeneration rate, but is there such a fast healing? The boy then put his hand on his friend and asked if he remembered his parents, to which he replied of course. The blonde looked away and thought that it didn't look like he had any other races in his family, so what was the matter? The protagonist was wringing out a rag when the red-haired man asked when they would be returning to the county, to which he replied soon, maybe tomorrow, to which the boy was happy and said that for once he heard good news. The protagonist then put a wet rag on the boy's head, turned to Barik and said that he should warn him in advance that he would not be able to go with him. The protagonist jumped out of bed and shouted what, why, after which he winced in pain, to which he replied, precisely because he was in such a state. The red-haired man looked at Ian and said that this was not a reason, he would be able to walk tomorrow, to which the blonde replied that he was sorry. Barik was furious when the guy continued to say that they would have to fight the Count's infantry, tax police and the Imperial army, and he definitely couldn't do it in his condition, he should rest and recover, and they would sort things out in the county themselves. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted that he wanted to deal with him. Did he use him for his own purposes and now abandon him? Traitor, asshole, can't even squeeze out a compress properly, weakling, to which the protagonist laughed in response. Then the red-haired man grabbed the guy's hand and said that he promised to teach him how to use mana. Promised? How can a teacher abandon his student in need? To which he replied, well, is that how a student talks to his teacher? He's just a weakling who can't even squeeze out a compress properly, let him have a conscience. Then he looked at him and continued, besides, he forgot, he himself knows how to use mana. Barik fell silent and his eyes bulged. Then he pointed at himself and asked if he was, to which the boy replied, yes. Kakantir entered the room, pointed to the exit and asked Ian to step outside for a minute. He had received a letter from Brack. The long-haired man extended his hand towards the bird. They then pressed their foreheads together as the brunette said that it was just in time. He then looked at the bird and said that the Durga had ordered soldiers to assess the estate. It looked like a group of tax police were defending themselves inside and were waiting for reinforcements, but there was a problem, the subjects of the county. The blonde looked at the chieftain as he continued to say that the people had gathered around the bank in the center of the city, to which the boy replied that it was because the bank was neutral territory. The Haman Bank is the control center for all financial flows in the empire. Each region has at least one branch. If the bank is damaged in the event of a rebellion or civil conflict, the bank will cease cooperation with all involved, so the tax police and the Durga will not be able to damage the townspeople on the bank's territory. The man looked at the young man and asked, so this is some kind of holy place? To which he replied that you could say so. The green-eyed man looked ahead and said that they needed to hurry. People who did not find protection on the bank's territory would involuntarily start to take the side of Durga. The brunette came closer to the guy and said, so they were going to Barial tomorrow. There was a battle, voices were heard shouting to chop. They needed a bigger log, light arrows, shoot. Two men were sitting in the bushes. When one asked what Mariloft was there, he was the count of the neighboring lands, why he had not yet come to their aid. To which the second replied that he had been informed that he had refused to accept their messenger several times and even closed the city gates. The red-haired man grinned and said, what a cowardly self-seekers, to which the brunette replied that he had a trading city and a very small army. They needed to conquer it as soon as they sorted things out here. The pipe sparkled. The men looked away in surprise. They saw an army of soldiers with spears and flags coming. Durga gritted his teeth and said, what a plague. There were shouts, quickly, block the bridge that leads here, move. It was on Portlow Street, Haman Bank. People were knocking on the door and asking to open the bank, not to try to fence themselves off from them. The woman frowned and shouted that she worked there, then asked to go through, to which the guy replied that she was just a cleaner, so let her go herself, after which someone screamed for help. The Imperial army was killing the townspeople. They were burning people alive. A girl and a child were sitting on the floor by a boarded-up window. The boy called out to his sister, pointed his finger at the window and told her to look. A large bird flew past. The girl looked at it with her mouth open. Then she thought, a bird. People on horses were approaching a burning house. A small child sat on the floor and cried when his mother snatched the bread from the man, screaming that it was her bread, to which he asked, was she completely crazy? Kakantir, looking at what was happening, said that it was even worse than he expected, to which the blonde asked, really? After which the protagonist looked forward and said that this was exactly what he expected. The guy looked back in fear. Looking at the people on horses, he shouted, barbarians! Barbarians were grumbling in the city. Oh gods, why now? And shouted for everyone to run. The people ran and shouted, these are bloodthirsty barbarians. They decided to attack right now when things were bad for them. The girl said no, otherwise they will hear. The blonde looked at the people, turned to Kakantir and said that he was starting to get irritated by them screaming that they were barbarians, to which he replied, don't get distracted. The boy lay on the road, then raised his head and looked at the leader, after which the man looked at him and told the others that there was a child on the road, ordered them to drive carefully so as not to hit him. The boy looked at the man with his mouth open. Then Ian extended his hand to him and told him to get up. The ground was cold. The baby's father ran and shouted, Henry, he wasn't hurt. Then he ran up to his son, looked at the protagonist and asked in surprise if he was Mr. Ian, to which he asked if they knew each other, after which the man introduced himself as the groom Jason, who used to work at the Count's estate. The blonde smiled and said that he remembered. He hadn't seen him for a long time, when the baby ran up to his dad and said that he wanted to ask them what was going on. Someone looked at them questioningly. The brunette approached the groom and asked if he knew him, to which he replied that it was Mr. Ian. The man opened his mouth wide and asked again, Ian, this is the son the Count sold to the clan of unearthly warriors. What did he say? Jason looked away in surprise and said that he thought he said that an unearthly clan of warriors had come to their aid. The men approached the gates of the mansion. Barik was coughing. Then Sue looked at him and asked Ian why he had brought this sickly man here, to which he replied that what else could he do? If he had left him, he would have caused even more trouble. The man raised his thin in the air and asked who it was. The guy, holding his sword in front of him, asked how they had ended up here. The man began to take the sword out of its sheath. The blonde took off his hood and introduced himself as Lan, the son of the Earl of Durga, with him the great warriors of the desert, a clan of unearthly warriors. Then he looked at the silhouette in the window and said that they had come in peace and offered to talk. The girl and Ian looked intently into each other's eyes, and the blonde asked to report their arrival to their leader. Ian and Kakantir sat silently on the couch. The blonde turned around when he heard the question of whether he really was Ian. A girl entered the room and said that the adoption papers were not ready yet and for now she would call him Ian. And then she introduced herself as the captain of the Erika Tax Police. She sat down on the sofa opposite and the man asked if Malin was her Nalchik, to which the girl replied that in a sense, yes. The protagonist frowned and asked what was going on here. The girl sprawled out on the sofa and said that they had a problem, but everything would be resolved soon and they had already confirmed the fact of embezzlement. They just had to sweat before they dealt with the Count's knights. The bloody sword was leaning against the sofa. The girl raised her head and asked what they were doing here. She had heard that she had personal scores to settle with Count Durga and asked if they had come to watch the execution. Her interlocutors looked at her silently. The protagonist smiled and said that for him the Brack estate was his favorite home and he was worried when he found out what was going on here. Then he looked at the man and continued that the unearthly warrior clan agreed with him and that was why they decided to accompany him. Erika slammed her foot on the table and said that it was nonsense. Then she said with a smirk that everyone in the city knew that Brack and the unearthly warrior clan were sworn enemies. The protagonist listened to her silently, and the girl asked if he wasn't direct proof of that, an illegitimate son from a commoner sold to the inhabitants of the desert. The blonde closed his eyes, and the girl looked at her in bewilderment. The guy bowed and apologized, saying that he understood that the situation in the Brack family looked unclear to outsiders. Then he smiled and said that Erika was very arrogant and asked if the tax police were currently recruiting only people of low origin. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth in anger. At that moment, Kakantir intervened. He got up from the couch, and he looked at the girl intently, saying that he was the ruler of the great desert. But in his presence it was better to watch your language, and if they had already confirmed the crime of Durga, then they should quickly execute him and go home. He said with contempt that they were here to decide the fate of these possessions and they were interfering with them. The girl slapped the table and was indignant that he had become completely insolent. She looked at the guy, asking where this barbarian offspring was. She was a representative of the empire, and his words were an insult to the imperial power. Kakentir looked down at the girl and said to watch your language, and she should consider that she had survived only because he let her get away with her behavior, but only this time. The girl gave up her fist and asked if she wanted his head to be cut off along with his father. The girl stood and screamed that everyone knew that he was the son of Durga and no one would blame the one who killed him. The girl clenched her teeth and told him not to think about digging in. The blonde looked at her and the girl told him to know his place. The sun was shining through the window. Ian smiled and said that he knew his place, and as she said, he was the son of Durga, but not exactly a member of the Brack family. But he was also the only citizen of the empire who had gained the favor and friendship of the clan of unearthly warriors. The girl looked at him with irritation and the guy continued to say that she was a tax inspector and her job was to investigate the crimes of Durga and carry out the sentence. But to protect this estate after his death and establish order was no longer her business, and then asked why a simple request to hurry up and fulfill her duties was so disgusting to her. The girl moved closer and called the guy an arrogant provincial puppy. Kakentir took a package from his bosom and threw it on the table with the words that this was a peace pact. They made peace with Count Brack. Peaceful coexistence was above all for them. Erica unwrapped the package and smirked and said that it was impudence. The man looked askance and said that according to this pact they were obliged to help the Count of Brack in emergency situations. But now he was a criminal and they were no longer obliged to fulfill the terms of the pact, but instead they could help them. The girl stood in bewilderment when the man said that Ian was a liaison between them and the clan wanted him to be appointed ruler of the county of Brack. Erica smiled nervously and did not understand what she had just heard. The blonde man sat there smiling smugly, and the girl asked if they wanted the bastard to become the ruler of these lands. The protagonist smiled. The girl, studying the papers, said that they had definitely gone crazy. She clenched her teeth in anger and thought that the worst thing was that the boy had no other guilt except for his relationship with the Count. The people of the county were rowdy and out of control, but the direct air of the Count could calm them down. Ian extended his hand forward. Then he smiled, and the girl thought that he already had an alliance with the barbarians, and that meant peace on the borders of the empire. Then the girl squeezed the paper and said that only the emperor could grant a title and that it was beyond her competence. The guy smiled and said that he was aware of this and that no one had real power over these lands until the emperor appointed someone as a count. The girl frowned and thought that no one had real power, but many people had the opportunity. Then she folded the paper, closed her eyes, and said that she already understood where they were going with this. She also said that Durga, his wife and son, had slipped away and she had failed to take them from custody, and now she was obliged to lead the unit of the remaining soldiers and establish imperial power here. Ian got up from the couch and said that he would help her catch the Durga, they would clean up after them, and she had better leave quickly when she had accomplished her task, and the tax police and the imperial army had really angered the population. He stood there and continued to say that they would take over and then everything would settle down. Erica gritted her teeth and told him not to deceive her and if he was planning to go over to the Durga's side, but the protagonist did not let her finish and said that it seemed that she did not know anything about their relationship. Then he looked at her closely and told her not to be afraid, because he would drag the Durga with his own hands and she would see that he would fulfill all his promises. He said that they would see each other soon and walked out the door. The girl gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and thought that she should just wait for the emperor's edict granting her power over the county, and as soon as she received the authority she would send these two to the guillotine. She called out to her deputy and ordered him to bring carrier pigeons. The sun was shining brightly. A group of 4 people were walking through the forest. Count Durga irritably asked how much longer they had to go down, to which Theo turned and replied that all the city gates were closed so they would have to get to the border with the kingdom of Hava. The Count covered the bag of gold with his palm and thought about what kind of shit he had gotten himself into. He would hand it over and return to the county of Brack. The bird flapped its wing and attacked a man from the guard. The other guards realized that this was an ambush and they needed to protect the Count. There were many people standing above them and one of them said that he and the Count had not seen each other for a long time. Kakentir smiled and told him to look how far he had fallen. Theo turned to the guards and said that these were unearthly warriors and ordered them to hold the line. Someone jumped down from above and struck the shield with a sword. The man grabbed his stomach in pain. Barik asked the Count if he remembered him, because he had simply gotten rid of him during the drill. The protagonist, approaching them, asked how he was, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and that he could say nothing and not help him in any way. Ian smiled radiantly and greeted his father. The Count looked at him furiously. At that moment, Barik swung his sword and then broke the shield with one blow. A body fell at Eric's feet and the protagonist said that he had brought it. The girl looked at all this in bewilderment. Durga lay tied up and beaten on the floor in a sack. The blonde approached her and said that they had piled the bodies of the soldiers and Captain Theo in the backyard and asked if they believed him now, to which the girl, raising her head, replied that it seemed he was not so useless. 2 people were carrying the Count, and the guy said that he had brought Durga and they should judge him and carry out the sentence. and then leave. The girl frowned and said that he was getting cocky and she was not finished here yet, and she was ordered to destroy the entire Brack family, and the Countess and her son were not found yet. The sun was shining through the windows, and Ian asked if she thought they were already abroad, to which Erica replied that since they were last seen, not a single woman had crossed the border. The girl, approaching the door, turned around and said that since he had nothing to do, she suggested that he look for them in the settlements and stop somewhere for the time being. She left the room, leaving the guys to silently watch her go. The girl ordered to identify the bodies and said that they should be the first to find them because they needed them alive or dead. The girl made a move and said that if he found them, he would know what to do with them, to which the guy nodded his head affirmatively and said yes. The girl remembered about the escapees and said that until the moment the imperial edict was in her hands, they would hide them so that no one would find them. Dark clouds were seen over the mansion. The guy standing by the window turned to the protagonist that it seemed to him that Erica was waiting for a letter of appointment to the position, to which the blonde replied that it seemed so to him too, and most likely the decision to appoint her as head of intelligence had already been made. Kakantir, sitting on the couch, said that then her clash with the mistress of the territory was only a matter of time, in which case the clan warriors would lose most of their investments. Then he frowned and asked if Ian had a plan. The clock on the wall was ticking and the protagonist said that he was thinking correctly and it was only a matter of time. He looked at his interlocutor and said that on the other hand this meant that if they had enough time, then they would have a chance. The blonde said that the bridge pigeon needed at least 15 days, and this whole situation was to their advantage. Kakantir tilted his head and asked again in surprise, to their advantage, and added that the Countess and the heir had escaped and the people were locked in the estate. The protagonist remembered the words to the girls that her mission was not over yet and she had to catch the Countess and her son. The guy smiled and said that these were her words. The reason they were staying here was because they were sure that the Countess and her son had not gone far, but if they found out about their escape, they would definitely chase after him. He held the figurines of the Countess and Chell and said that if they protected them, they could use them as bait. Kakantir rubbed his chin and said that he understood. Then he leaned back on the couch and said that he would watch how everything would unfold further. The protagonist thanked him. Then he stood up and said that he had a few more things to do and he would go. He looked down and said that Barik was outside and he would go meet him, and told the man to rest with the troops, and thought that those two must be in the mansion, as they say. The darkest place is always under the candles, and the problem is that all the servants who could give a clue are dead, and in such times it is better to take everything into your own hands. Ian was standing near the horse when he heard his name. Barik did not leave, waving his hands and saying that he received an assignment and checked the forest. He came up and exhaled heavily, saying that his mother was fine and she liked living alone and she looked good, the main character. Looking around, asked to be quiet, to which Barik replied that no one heard anything and asked why they were here, because there are slums there. The blonde turned around and said that they would look for Hannah and asked to show the way. The red-haired man asked again in surprise and clarified why him, to which the blonde replied that it was not for him to do this. The sunlight illuminated the houses. Barik asked the man something. Then he talked to the children and the protagonist looked around. Then they both went up the stairs. They walked up the steps. The protagonist, taking off his hood, entered the room where Hannah stood asking why he was crying again. When she was called out and she turned around, she was holding a baby in her arms. She ran up to Barik and Ian. Her eyes were wet. The blonde said that he was okay, to which the girl replied that she should say it. The girl began asking many questions, whether they came because of her, whether it was safe to be there. He was the son of Lord Durga. She thought that his connection with the warrior clan was just rumors. The guy stopped the flow of questions and asked if they wanted rumors about some secret passage in the estate. The girl raised her head up and said that there seemed to be nothing like that, especially about secret passages. The blonde looked at his feet and said, "It's a pity. I wish the butler was alive." The girl looked at him dumbfounded and asked if the butler had died. To which the protagonist replied that he must have accidentally crossed the border when he was running away. His body was picked up and handed over to the territory of the Brack. The girl looked away and when asked about her health, she replied that she felt a little guilty because what she had secretly taken belonged to him. The guys, with a serious face, simultaneously thought that she had stolen it. It was cloudy outside. The guy asked if something had disappeared, then they would have started to suspect her, but she had recently quit. So what was the matter? To which the girl replied that many had quit at that time. The Countess was strict and beat him almost every day. The protagonist asked why she did that. The girl thought about it and said that she had not served her, so she did not know all the details. But maybe it was all because of overexertion, but strange spots appeared on her body. Then she held out the box and said that she thought that she would leave with the crowd and no one would notice, so she took this with her. Barik took the box in his hands, and the girl continued that when she opened it and saw that there were only letters and drawings, she felt terrible because it was like she stole someone's memories, and then asked if they could save it along with his remains. The protagonist looked at Barik's actions and told him not to open it so carelessly, to which the guy asked why not open it, because if it crumbles we won't collect it later, the blonde answered. Sheets of paper fell out of the box and fell at their feet. The protagonist looked at one of the papers and crouched down to it. Barik reached out to put it back, but the guy stopped him. The guy unfolded the map and said that the plan of the estate looked a little strange. All three stared at the map, and the girl asked what was wrong. It looked the same as usual, to which the red-haired man thought and said that it was strange that there was nothing in the garden. The protagonist tore his gaze away from the map and thought about the fact that natural objects were usually removed from plans, because it was too difficult to draw all the details, and they were constantly changing. Then he poked his finger at the map, pointing to a tree. He stared at the map. He remembered what this tree looked like. The countess walked back and forth. The boy, sitting on the bed, said exhaustedly that he was hungry, to which the woman aggressively responded that he should eat meat. The boy asked that they only had dried meat and how long they would live like this. The woman, taking a ring out of her handkerchief, answered that he should wait a little and they would soon get out. The girl sadly thought that they might have to hide all their lives. If they went home, they would be caught there right away, so for now they continued to sit here and wait for the moment to escape. Then they heard footsteps. The woman stood behind the knife, covering her son with her body. A draft blew out the candle. The woman closed her eyes and thought that maybe it was Tagore. The door opened and they called. Ian was standing on the threshold with a lantern in his hands. Sue went down with a torch in her hand and was surprised that they dug a whole underground tunnel. She heard that nobles often make such escape routes because all they know how to do is run away. The woman clenched her teeth and her hands shook with anger. She rushed at the main character with a knife, but Sue intercepted her hands and turned her to face the wall. She continued to break free and scream that this was unimaginable rudeness. The blonde silently watched this. She was pressed against the wall, holding her hands, and the guy thought that he heard that she became more irritable, but everything is much worse. Ian asked Sue to let her go and bring Mr. Kakana. The woman continued to be indignant and wished death on the protagonist, saying that it was his fault and that everything happened because of him, to which the blonde, sweating his head, replied that she should stop reconnaissance. They were still in the dungeon and if they found him, he would have to give her his name. The boy asked fearfully if Ian would help them and what happened to his father, to which the protagonist replied that Cheel did not look well and that his father had been caught long ago. The guy walked through the dungeon telling his mother and Cheel to prepare to leave, that they would leave immediately at dawn. Then he came close to the woman and said that he thought that all she could do was go to her family and asked where they were now, to which the girl replied that they were in Fontrol. The protagonist turned away and began to reason that it was further north from here and would take about 2 weeks if they went around Mariloff, to which the girl objected that they needed to get clothes and food there. Mariloff closed the gates. The woman was shocked by the information that they killed the butler and closed. She began to sadden her nail and said that she did not believe it and that they could not do this to her. Then she rushed to the main character, grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted that they would need to stop near the place, after which they would go to Mariloff, to which the blonde replied that she had gone crazy. The woman began to reason that they just need to wait for an answer from the palace. They simply will not sew them out. She will hammer money and ask for help, but the guy interrupted her, threatening to shut her mouth himself if she did not shut up. Then he turned around and thought about whether she really did not understand what was happening and what kind of nonsense she was talking. The woman stood by the wall rubbing her face with her hands. The branches of the tree fluttered in a light breeze. Kakantir stood under a willow. The guy offered his hand and asked if they were inside. The other guy said yes, and they decided to send it out as soon as the sun came up. Then he turned to the guys and left them behind. He flew right up to them and told them to make sure they picked a remote enough spot and to bury it deep enough that no one would find it. The guys put on their armor and saddled their horses. The man thought about the damn troops from the capital. They'll see how long they'll drag themselves around the area. A guy burst into the room with a report that the madam and her son were found. Erica approached him and asked where. The guy answered, at the northern gate. They passed the pilgrims and ran away, 4 of them, and he thinks that after the gate they split into 2 groups. The girl thought about it. She put her hand on the map saying that Mariloff was closed so they couldn't go there, then asked if the count's wife was from Fentrol. Hearing a positive answer, she ordered to send a telegram there. The girl looked intently, and the guy asked how many people to gather. She analyzed the map, thinking that she needed to approach this issue sensibly. It could be a trap or they had their own secret troops. If they gathered too many troops, these bastards would occupy the estate. Then she tore herself away from the map and ordered to gather about 20 people and try to keep them alive. If it does not work, to bring their bodies, even without a head. She thought that the opportunity is right in front of her. The squad set on horses, and the girl thought that if she can catch the countess and Chell, no one will resist her becoming a mistress, and then she can easily defeat Ian and the savages. The guy takes the sword from the sheath and strikes. Bloody bodies lay everywhere. Erica asked irritably. All of the squad died. The guy was on his knee saying that only he managed to survive. They killed the captain in a matter of seconds, and then the massacre just began. They called themselves the Knights of the Derg. These fighters turned out to be very skilled. The girl lost her forehead and sighed. She leaned on her elbow and asked if he remembered where it was and if he saw the lady with her son there, to which the guy replied that he remembered and was sure that they were there. The girl waved her hand and said that they were trying the second squad and he could go. Then she crumpled the sheet of paper and clenched her teeth. She slammed her fist on the table and was indignant why there was still no answer from the bottom, to which the guy calmly replied that perhaps they had chosen a longer route. After all news comes under the seal of the emperor with an ambassador in a golden carriage. The girl asked if they cared about time at all, and what about Ian and his savages. The guy replied that they had not noticed any activity, they were busy reconstructing the village and the people obeyed Ian. The girl thought about the fact that they were distracted by the chase, and he and those people gained advantages. Then she thought that something was wrong. They had seen the lady and her son all this time, and now they had suddenly appeared to escape on horseback. She bit her finger and thought that this bastard. She jumped up abruptly and ordered the person in charge of the barns to be brought. She was breathing heavily and thinking that despite the fact that the matter was complicated, how could such a mistake be made and all the horses had to be checked? There was a knock at the door and Erica allowed them to enter. Ian looked into the room and asked how things were going with the pursuit. The guy came up to the table and the girl asked why he was asking about it, and the guy said that he was just curious and if those two were alive, then his safety was in question. Then he touched his face and asked about the people who had escaped with them and asked if she was sure that these people were a marriage and if there were any traitors on their side. The girl asked irritably what kind of nonsense he was talking, but her face changed when she heard that if the traitors hid them and decided to put a spoke in their wheels, then the situation is dire. He folded his arms across his chest and looked Erica in the eyes. The tax police were ordered to liquidate the Brack family. To fulfill this order, they needed both the mother and the father and the son, but what if they suddenly disappeared? The tax police will not be able to complete the task until they are found, even if they are found dead. Without a report on the fate of the count's wife and son, the task will not be considered completed. The girl handed over the paper and angrily asked Ian how he found them. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Then she jumped up from the table, put a sword to her throat and said about the knights from the clan of unearthly warriors. How could he dare to unite with the barbarians to wipe out the empire? To which the protagonist calmly replied that her accusations were unfounded. He chuckled and continued that if she wanted, she could personally check the clan's army for the absence of several warriors. He took the blade with his fingers and asked if she wanted to check, and apparently the tax police were lax these days. A guy entered the office and called out to Erica. She looked at the man who entered, and he reported that the head groom said that 2 horses had disappeared from the stables. The blonde summed up that 2 horses had been stolen from his family's stables, and he was sure that this was the result of betrayal and they had better set off in pursuit as quickly as possible. The girl looked at him irritably. Leaving the office, they said that she would kill him with her own hands. The protagonist simply laughed in response, asking why she was doing this because she was scaring him. He was illuminated by the light coming through the crack in the door. Erica walked down the corridor giving orders, gather a squad, leave a minimum supply here, and send the rest in pursuit. The guy wanted to object to her, but she interrupted him saying that the knights who left the estate with them were most likely from the clan of heavenly warriors, and ordered them to be extremely careful. The boy would not confess, but they must catch these knights and expose their conspiracy. She turned over and ordered a person to watch the barbarian leader, and let him immediately report if he sees anything suspicious. The bird flew over the mansion. The bird flew to his hand, and the man said that the tax police took the next step as he expected. The man, standing with his back turned, said that he had to send the falcon with a letter so that they would get rid of Mary and Chell and asked if he could send Zeno. To which Kakantir replied that it made no difference to him, but he needed to be treated to something sweet because lately he was not himself. The man, tying the note to the falcon's leg, suggested that they were already in the mountains, and he did not know how he could do this because they were accustomed to the heat of the desert. Kakantir, biting a peach, asked if he believed in his brothers, to which Polly received a sweaty answer, "Lead, they are warriors." Then he, with the falcon on his shoulder, went to the window and said that it was necessary to execute Durga and restore order after the departure of the imperial army. He released the bird out the window and said that they should not leave their home unprotected for a long time. Nurserin rushed when Nurserin called him. He, biting a peach, said that if Ian was going to the capital, these lands would be left unattended and who would rule here then. The man thought about it and said that he did not know. Barik would most likely go with his master, but even if Ian left him in charge, it was a very unsuitable job for him. After that, they looked at each other lustfully. Then Balami said no and looked intently. Then Kakantir asked that no, he was hinting that he should remain in charge, and how he only interpreted his words. Balami closed his eyes and said that it would be better for them if he stayed, but he was not sure whether Ian would approve of it, and more importantly, he would not stay here because it was cold. Kakantir, holding a peach, replied that this was a very good reason. Balami looked out the window and said that he hoped that the letter of appointment would arrive before the cold weather. It seemed that the messenger would be delayed. The flag was waving over the mansion and the men were curious about what the emperor's courtiers were up to. The capital of Bariel, the palace of the first prince. The light from the lamp illuminated the table. The blonde took off his glasses and allowed entry. The man bowed, apologized for being late and greeted the prince. Mayor Veroshin stood holding his glasses in his hands and asked what brought him here at such a late hour. The man placed a tray with both a letter and a ring in front of the prince and said that it was a secret letter from Count Brack, but there was no seal on it, but a family heirloom was sent with it. The prince looked at it closely, then he smiled, taking the letter in his hands. He pierced the letter to the brunette and said that he should also read it and say what was true and what was a lie, because the lies were so mixed with the truth that it was impossible to tell the difference. The brunette took the letter in his hands and began to read. Sir Malin and the second prince offered him to join the Union of Nobles. This did not seem to be true. The prince opened his drawer and said that such an alliance really does exist and Malin is Gale's man. But the fact that he refused out of respect for His Highness the First Prince. But unfortunately, Sir Malin and his son Ian conspired to write a false denunciation of him about embezzlement of the imperial treasury. This is a lie, because they barely know each other, so he would hardly refuse Gale's offer out of respect for him. Brunnet handed the letter back and said that he thought the same, but in this part the refusal most likely took place. The prince extended his hand and said that he probably did not try to get close to the second prince because he was afraid of his crimes. But he was reported and an investigation was launched, and who was sent from the tax police, Buddy Erica, and she is connected with Malin. The prince looked at the letter, and the boy asked if the rumors about Prince Gale planning a rebellion were not just rumors. Merv answered, who would know. Then he brought the letter to the candle, lit the edge and ordered to bring first all the information about Brack in recent times, especially the reports of Malin. He held the burning sheet in his hands and asked to tell that this morning he will be at the council. Then he thought about Gale and that he would not do anything stupid. The sun was shining in the room. Someone said that it was time to start the meeting. Two men whispered to each other. One asked why the prince decided to participate today. The second answered that he did not know. But he was not comfortable in his presence. He did not even warn his subordinates that he was coming, and the first man suggested calling Prince Gale. The prince silently looked down and smirked. The men were sitting at the table, and the last topic was the case of Count Brack on embezzlement of tax funds. They managed to establish control over his estate and conduct an investigation. But he resisted the tax police, and this led to a direct clash with the tax police and then with the forces of the Imperial Army. As a result, the law enforcement officers of the Empire managed to win, and his family, that is, his wife and son, are now being sought. The man slammed his fist on the table and said that not only did His Excellency commit embezzlement, but he also resisted. He must be immediately punished to the fullest extent. Another man suggested immediately transferring this case to the Emperor's court. At this point, Merv raised his hand and asked to ask one question. He sat with his hand raised and asked, only the Count, Countess and one son are subject to execution, because he read in the dossier that he also has an illegitimate son Ian. He was already considered unworthy of being the Count's heir, so he is subject to sale into slavery and not execution. The blonde was cheaper to the bird, and the prince continued that the Count gave him up as a hostage for the sake of peace with the barbarians, and now he does not go outside the empire. The man asked the prince if he would like to suggest something on this matter. The prince smiled and replied that he was just curious. The prince frowned and thought that if the bastard son and Malin conspired to inform on Durga, does this mean that now even this Ian is on the side of Gale? If so, then this is a problem. The estate was illuminated by the rays of the sunset. When the execution of Brack is carried out, what will they do with the county? Someone suggested sending someone from the imperial court there, because if the county is conquered by one of the neighbors, this will make him too powerful and this cannot be allowed. Then it will be even more difficult to collect tribute from this territory. The prince shook his head and said that he was worried. The tax police have already had clashes with the population, so the people are hostile to attempts to put someone from the capital instead of the count. The quality of the products is stolen, and the county of Brack is next to the clown of unearthly warriors. She remembered their emblem and asked if there was anyone among them who knew their language. The men exchanged glances in silence. A girl entered the office. Wesley looked at the prince and asked if he had any suggestions. The prince grinned. Then he folded his hands in front of him and suggested postponing the appointment of the owner of these lands for a while. Wesley looked at the prince and said that leaving the lands without a manager is hundreds of times worse. The prince said that he could appoint a temporary manager, see how he copes and whether the subjects of the county are happy with him, and only after that it would be possible to appoint him lord. The girl looked at the prince and said that now the captain of the tax police is vested with such powers, she has not yet completed her task in this territory. The prince interrupted her, asking again, captain of the tax police. Merv threw the papers on the table and said that she was a murderer in the eyes of the people, and that she had been assigned to execute 3 people, 2 of whom she had managed to miss. The order to deal with the county of Brack had been given by the emperor. They had to do everything as quickly as possible. It was a matter of honor for the emperor and the entire empire. The others listened to him in silence. The man, folding his arms, said that both opinions had weight and asked what the others thought and if they had any suggestions. Sunlight was streaming through the windows and there was a heated discussion in the hall. The man raised his gavel and said that everyone had spoken and now it was time to make a decision. Wesley and the prince looked into each other's eyes, and the man said that it had been decided about the appointment of the governor of the county of Brack. Meanwhile, in the county of Brack, people in the streets were shouting that the imperial army was leaving. The man looked at the galloping army and assumed that they were probably going to look for the countess and the young master. Apparently the rumors that they had escaped were true. The second man answered him that they were traitors to the state and it was better to keep his mouth shut. People threw stones at the guards and shouted for them to go away and hoped that they would never return. Erica stood on the balcony and watched this. She turned around and thought that the plebs were simply delighted and she hoped that their people would not return empty-handed. Her way was blocked. She asked the man in confusion what was happening, to which he replied that the estate was now at their disposal. The girl listened in bewilderment as the emperor's soldiers left and there were only 5 of them left, and they could settle in the tents in the garden. The girl moored to him, saying that he was impudent and at least he knew who he was talking to which the man calmly replied that she could send all complaints to her leader. The girl replied that she would and asked to be taken to him right away. The girl angrily hit the table and asked if they were pouring out. Kakantir and Ian sat and silently watched as Erica shouted that they were going to hug the estate. So they let them do it. These are their tents, let them live there. Kakantir leaned back on the couch and said that if they wanted to quarter themselves in the estate, then there should be fewer of them than now. He tilted his head to the side and said that if she wanted, then he could provide a room. There was a storeroom at the end of the corridor. Then he looked at her intently and said that if they could not cope with the reduction of their ranks, then he would help. He needed to stain his sword before it rusted. Erica looked at him with fear. She clenched her fist and called out of the savages. Then she thought about the letter about the appointment of the ruler of these lands. If she had it in her hands, she would throw these natives out of here right now. A boy burst into the room and called the captain. He rushed to him with a shout that it had arrived. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. When she heard that this letter was from the capital, she smiled smugly. She began to point her finger at everyone, telling them to prepare their own coffins. She said that the letter had finally been delivered and she would go down now. The boy happily congratulated the captain. She stopped abruptly when Kakantir told the captain not to do this. The boy handed over a tray with a letter, saying, "Here it is." It came by pigeon post. The girl was dumbfounded with surprise. Ian sighed heavily. The boy called out to the captain while everyone stood in deathly silence and asked if he had done something wrong. Leaves were flying through the air. The day was sunny. The girl's hands were shaking as she held the letter. Kakantir looked at her and said that something as important as a document could not be sent by pigeon post. She was shaking when she read that the emperor would appoint temporary managers to restore order in the domains and restore everything that had been damaged. The lords Romandoro, Malin, Mac and Dagor were appointed as managers. Lord Romandoro was instructed to carry out the execution of the Brack family, and the appointment of the lord of the Brack county was postponed until the situation stabilized. Kakantir approached Erica and snatched the sheet of paper from her hands. He began to read what was written on it, and the girl began to scream for him to give it back. The man read it out loud, from the Imperial Council. Then he handed the sheet to Ian and asked her to read it. The protagonist thoughtfully read every word. The main character projected that they postponed the appointment of the ruler of the county. For now temporary governors will be put here. Kakantir was surprised. And then, throwing his legs over his legs, he asked what they would do, to which the guy replied that it was written there that they would manage the restoration work and establish power. They would report on Ian to the capital. Kakantir frowned and looked at the girl, saying that new governors were more important to them than this one. Erica thought that the appointment of a permanent governor was postponed, which meant that she was being deprived of the authority to execute Durga and she would only run after the traitor's family like a dog while others were busy with their own affairs. Now she had absolutely no chance of becoming the ruler of these lands. Then she frowned and did not understand how this could happen. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ian with an offer to talk. He came to her and said that he could help her not to lose the authority to execute Durga. The girl asked again, puzzled. The main character waved the letter in the air and said that the 3 of them just had to pretend that they hadn't received the letter yet. There are still 2 weeks before Romandro arrives. Durga needs to be executed before he arrives and Romandro needs to be prevented from meeting Durga. The protagonist asks to leave the execution itself to the clan because it makes no difference who does it. Erica turns around, heads for the exit and says she'll think about it. Sue is standing at the door. The girl walks past her, thinking that she has no exit. Kakantir looks at Sue and asks what she's doing here. The girl only stumbles in response. She notices she takes out a bloody bird. It was a bird from the palace. Kakantir reproachfully asks if she can hold out for at least a day without another prank, to which the girl apologizes and says that the pigeon kept knocking on the window. She gets angry. The protagonist takes a piece of paper out of the bird's paw. Then he unfolded and read the contents. It was a letter from Malin to Erica. He reported that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Durga had managed to send a letter to the first prince. Because of this, the prince, who had previously shown no interest, suddenly dedicated the council and disrupted all plans for the appointment of the county manager, and also promised to go to the county and learn the process. The protagonist thought about it and said that he had a feeling that everything was going too smoothly, and the man said that this was a squabble for power and was surprised when Durga had managed to send the letter. The protagonist brought the paper to the candle and said that in any case, he had not achieved his goal. The first prince had come and ruined their hornet's nest. He must meet Romandro and make an impression. The first prince had probably already concluded that he and Malin were in cahoots. He could not have a reputation as the second prince's man. Kakantir looked at the protagonist and asked if they would be a nuisance to Malin, especially Ian, to which the guy replied that is why it is necessary to clearly state one's position, because becoming enemies of both sides is certain death. Kakantir frowned and asked if he wanted to side with the first prince. The protagonist silently looked at his interlocutor. Then he looked down at the floor and said that he was not only smart, but also the rightful heir to the throne. The protagonist sat with his hands folded on his knees and reasoned that since the advisors were assigned to the restoration work, their opinion would determine when they would be able to safely return home. Kakantir replied that this was exactly what he wanted to talk about. Their goal would be achieved as soon as Durga's head fell from his shoulders. Before autumn came, he wanted to send some of the brothers home. Then he looked at the guy and said that whether he would become a lord or not depended only on him and his ability to weave intrigues. The protagonist listened to him silently, and the man asked him if he understood this, to which the protagonist answered affirmatively and said that there was no need to worry about it. A few days later, in the morning, a falcon flew in with the news that Mary and Chell were killed. Preparations for Durga's execution began. People were assembling the gallows. Hammer blows were heard. The protagonist walked along the pavement. Durga was tied up and lying on the ground. Ian approached him and said that today was the day of the execution. Then he leaned over and said that there was little time, but he had managed to send a message to the palace, which meant that he was the one who reported on the first prince of Margrave. Then he smiled and thanked him for this, because Erica had not received an order for a permanent appointment. Durga's eyes filled with anger when he heard that they had to leave Brack in a hurry and his execution was postponed. The red-haired man began to twitch when he heard that his wife and son had already been killed and that he was the last one to bear the surname Brack. The protagonist stepped on his head and told him not to be too sad about it. He looked at him with a menacing expression, saying that he had raped a girl who had given birth to a bastard and separated them, tried to deceive the unearthly warriors, evaded taxes, disobeyed the government, ignored the needs of the county residents. And then he asked with disdain if he hadn't been punished for all of this, and a tear started to flow from the man's eyes. At that moment, Mr. Ian was called and he turned to leave. But as he was leaving, he looked back. Durga was hysterical on the floor, and the protagonist turned away and left. The protagonist left the room. He silently glanced at everyone. Then he smirked and looked to the side. A figure of a man was standing in the window. Erica was looking down from the window. Then she abruptly pulled the curtains. Moving away from the window, she thought it was absurd that this damned old man Malin had not contacted her. Then she gritted her teeth and thought that he must have known about the decision of the Imperial Council, so his carrier pigeon should have flown with him, but after the execution he could no longer remain in the county of Brack. The man approached her and said that everything was ready for the execution. The girl looked at him with contempt. The girl took the bundle in her hands and said that she already understood everything, and asked him to simply take her to the place. The wind drove dry leaves. Erica stood on the gallows. Then she turned and ordered the condemned man to be brought to her. Durga began to climb the stairs on trembling legs. The guard pushed him in the back, and he stumbled. The people under the gallows began to reason that without his luxurious clothes, he looked worse than them. The guard beat the prisoner with a whip, and people asked if they had captured his wife and son. Someone answered that, probably. And after the execution, the investigation team will again join the pursuit squad, and then everything will be indicated. They will leave here. Even the unearthly clan of warriors will leave these lands before the winter comes. Durga looked at the crowd of people. Some of them was glad that soon everything will return to normal. The signal sounded. The girl unfolded the paper and said that she was Buddy Erica, the head of the Imperial investigation team, speaking on behalf of the Emperor and reading out all the crimes of Durga Brack. The girl read about the falsification of tax bills. A wave of indignation passed through the people because it turns out they were robbed. People looked furiously at the finished one when they heard that although the coal mine brought 60,000 tons of coal, the reporting documents indicated only half of this volume and a profit of 8,000 gold. People started throwing stones at Durga, not understanding where the amount of tax he demanded from them came from, asking where their money went. One of the stones hit him in the head. Someone said that he had to sell his house in order to pay the taxes, and someone's lobe grew hunchbacked because she had to work in the field all the time. Erica opened her mouth and said, "Therefore, everyone bearing the surname Brack in the Boreal Empire is sentenced to death." Durga's eyes were untied. He looked at everyone and heard that the emperor ordered the destruction of the Brack family. Durga stood in front of the enraged people. The people shouted that the one who robbed them should rot in the ground. The red-haired man had a noose thrown around his neck, and he heard that they wished for him that the earth would be glass wool. Ian watched intently. The wooden block from under Durga's feet was knocked out. He hung on the rope and started coughing. The girl said that if anyone was unhappy with this man, they could throw a stone at him. These stones would become a symbolic foundation for the new value system of the Boreal Empire, and would also be used to build a wall that would strengthen the emperor's power. Some people started throwing stones and shouting for him to die. Tears came to Durga's eyes. He shouted his name. At that moment, Kakantir appeared with 2 guards. Then he swung his spear and prepared to throw. He threw the spear and it flew towards the gallows and pierced Durga's body. It pierced him through. After that, several more spears pierced his body. Blood flowed down his leg. Kakantir watched all this. When the announcement was made that Durga Brack was dead, the crowd rejoiced. Kakantir stood silently. Then he asked Ian if he was okay. There were rocks and broken eggs near the body. The man pointed out that the protagonist hadn't thrown anything at him, and wouldn't it have been better to strangle him with his bare hands instead of a rope? The protagonist looked at the body and said that he didn't know, but it felt strange watching him die and remembered things he couldn't tell him. The man asked, for example, what? The protagonist looked at him closely and thought that he should ask Ian for forgiveness, not him, but the present. The guy was standing on the sand mountains, even though he had changed the course of history. But originally, Ian would have been sold to a country where he would have become just a grain of sand in the desert, simply because the blood of the count flowed through him. Kakantir looked at the guy and asked if it hadn't gotten easier when it was all over, to which Ian replied that it had, but in reality, he looked at the sky and smiled. A falcon flew in the sky, and the guy said that everything was just beginning. The pink-haired girl walked up to the boy asking if there was any news from reinforcements from the central region, to which he replied there was, but he continued to say that they had lost track of Mary and Chell, when the girl became upset and asked where it happened. The young man replied, at the nearest valley. On the approach to the forest they could not find anything. They also said that they received a message from the Imperial Council. If the pursuit of Mary and Chell drags on, the soldiers will approach the center. The girl opened her mouth and eyes wide and asked what? Then she covered her face with her hand and sighed heavily when the assistant said that they said that all the soldiers sent to the provinces were being transferred back. He did not know if they heard about the council's decision. Erica brought her hand to her face and thought, even the reinforcements from the center could not do this, so would one investigation team be able to find them? The brunette turned to the girl and asked if she had accidentally received a letter from Malin, to which she asked what. Then the guy said that, sir, the captain of the reinforcements received instructions based on the council's decision, and she asked what to do next, but never received an answer. The girl thought that a letter should have come from Malin. A magic stone is attached to the carrier pigeon, so it could not get lost. Then, the lady turned around and apologized to Ian. He looked at her and asked the captain if something urgent had happened, to which she replied that she was forced to rip open the bellies of all the falcons here. The guys were puzzled as to what was going on. The brunette approached her and said angrily that for such jokes, he would rip her belly open. She would not have time to squeak, and then asked if she wanted to hang next to Durga, to which she frowned and shouted back that she was serious. It looks like his falcon ate the carrier pigeon. Suddenly the blonde said, "Ah, a carrier pigeon." After which the girl looked at him and asked if he knew where he was, to which he replied that in fact he had an accident. The falcon did not eat him. He buried the bird and took off the magic stone. Then he opened the nightstand in which it lay. The lady became furious and began to shout how he dared to decorate the palace carrier pigeon. This is a crime, to which he replied that it was not a palace one, but a pigeon sent personally from Sir Malin. The heroine thought about what was written there. He was not a fool, so he would not reveal his plans in it, but it could be used as evidence of treason. Then she angrily asked Ian to give it to her. The blonde stood up and set a condition that in exchange she would finish her business within 3 days and leave here. The green-eyed man grinned, handed over the letter and said that it looked like Sir had sent this letter in a hurry. He would be even more grateful if she left right now. Erica clenched her fist and thought, so he sets conditions, good. Snatching the letter from the guy's hands, she said that they would take the body tomorrow and leave, to which he replied that this was a wise decision. Then she added that Ian would also have to leave here before the advisor arrived. The pink-haired girl looked at him angrily and continued that it would be stupid to think that he was safe since he was not part of Brack. Then she looked ahead and said that the advisor was appointed as the governor of the territory by the council. He, who was born in a brothel, could not cope with the advisor even with a barbarian ally. The guys looked after her. Then the protagonist looked seriously and said not to call him a barbarian, otherwise he would get into trouble. If the advisor asked where she was, he would answer that she was dead. Then he added that it seemed that she did not understand the situation. After which the lady walked straight up to the guy and angrily hissed that she would return, so he better be prepared for this. Putting his hand on his chest and lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he thought this would not happen. Then he burned her with his gaze. He concentrated magic in his hand and said that Captain Erica should not be mistaken. She would not be able to return here, so she had better find the bodies of Mary and Chell and return to the capital. If she stumbled, she would die. The girl looked at the blonde in surprise and asked if he had abilities, after which the guy closed his eyes and replied that she could go, but not go too far. At the exit from the office, the lady was met by her subordinate, who asked if she was okay, which Ian said. To which she silently thought that he had magical abilities, so that's why he was so self-confident. She does not want to be made a slave when the troops from the center arrive. Then the girl told the brunette to pack his things. He asked in surprise what, to which she replied that after they leave this territory and hand over Durga's body to the central troops, they will go in search of Mary and Chell. After which the guy thought that they will have to face difficulties in any case, so at least they should prove their sincere loyalty to the center. The people on horses rode out of the gate. Ian looked at them from the window, after which he squinted and thought, well, we figured it out, now it's time to go to the meeting. Walking through the forest, the protagonist asked Barik if this is definitely the road. He answered, probably yes. The blonde followed the red-haired man and asked, maybe, that is, he is not sure, to which he answered that yes, this is the right road. Here is his mark, a black stone. He said that he had to hide them, so surely no one else will be able to find them, right? After which he screamed, here it is. In front of them stood a house. The guy looked around when the red-eyed asked if she might have left. The blonde went inside. The bed was empty. Then he looked to the side and thought that the Silask flower was not here. Suddenly a basket of berries fell. A gorgeous blonde appeared behind the guy and asked in fear, Ian. He looked at her, smiled, and in response asked how she was doing. The woman rushed into the guy's arms screaming. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked how he was. Did he eat well? Why was he so thin? Watching this, Barik asked if such a physique was not considered good. The protagonist replied that it would take too long to explain. After which he suggested that they sit down and talk calmly. They sat down on a bench when one of them said that the Count's family were traitors. Looking at the beautiful lady, the blonde said that he therefore had to say something. She listened to him attentively. After which he took her hand and said that the Durga flag had been lowered, but there was still a lot to do. People from the center were heading here. Looking straight into the heroine's eyes, he continued that later he was going to go to the center with them. He did not know if he could continue to be with his mother. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes, after which she asked hopefully, but he would still be able to see her if he wanted. Yes. The green-eyed man lowered his eyes and replied that he did not know. The blonde hugged her son tightly and said, well, so be it, that was enough for her. Smiling, she added that she didn't really want to go to the village. It was much better here than living in the basements of poor areas. She liked waking up in the morning in a cool valley. Looking at her son, she said that he lived like a hero. She was already happy from the thought alone. The guy looked at his mother and put his hand on her hand. Then he said that soon all this would end, and then she would be free and could stay with him, to which she replied, okay. The blonde closed her eyes and thought. A war had broken out in the area, the Count had died, but despite all these hardships, Ian was safe and sound, thank heavens. After which the blonde said that he still had a question. Then he asked if she remembered where she got those red flowers that she had given him in the park. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked again. The mother looked at her son and replied that she had received them as payment for completing an assignment for a trading guild. The boy asked again. A guild. Then she said that she couldn't remember what it was called. But it was quite a large organization. They were short of workers, so they even gave her the job. The leader paid her generously and even gave her flowers. The protagonist looked at his mother and asked if she remembered any more details, to which the girl raised her head and replied that she had heard that there was a very important person in the guild. What was his name? Whatever it was, she was glad to help them. The young man thought for a moment and said, I see. Then he squinted and thought that although this was not accurate, the owner of the Silask and the precious stone was somehow connected to this secret. Since the guild was large, it meant that someone in the village probably remembered its name. Then the protagonist stood up when his mother asked if he was already leaving, to which he replied that he needed to do something and said goodbye. The green-eyed woman looked at him and asked him to stop. Then she asked if he needed gula seeds when the guys stared at the bag with their mouths open. The lady smiled sweetly and said that he told us that we needed to collect them. She had 2 more bags, to which the son replied that his mother had a talent for gardening. When the protagonist reached into the bag, the woman added that she had a lot of free time here, which is why she whiled away her days like this. But what did he need them for? To which the guy replied that in fact, gula seeds are not poisonous and can be eaten. The people were scared when the guy opened his mouth and ate the seed. Barik grabbed him by the cheeks and angrily said that he waited for a moment when he was not looking and put something strange in his mouth, and ordered him to spit it out immediately, then asked if he swallowed it, to which the blonde thought, delicious. The protagonist smiled, put his hand on the red-haired man's shoulder and said that he would have to try, to which he asked why. He meant that he would have to drag him when he lost consciousness. The protagonist answered, no. Then the young man said that he needed to move all these bags of gula seeds to the mansion and hide them. The man sat clutching the books in his hands and thought that they would go crazy, after which he shed a tear and continued to think that Marv was too much. Then he cried and thought about how much time had passed since the temple was restored after the earthquake, and again he was sent to this county of Brack. He missed his wife so much. The brunette looked away when he was called and asked how he thought the situation in the former territory of Brack would develop, to which he thought. The man said that according to Erica's report, the situation there was quite serious. He didn't know if they had managed to get it under control, but if they weren't stoned, it would be good. The blue-eyed man frowned. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that the yellow one should have taken matters into her own hands. But this simple plan had failed miserably, all because of the damn bastard. He hoped that this would be the end of the surprises. The tall brunette stood with a spear in his hands. Seeing him, the man opened his mouth wide. Then he pulled his legs up and screamed in fear. This is an unearthly warrior clan. He had never seen anything like this before, and the old man thought that he didn't warn him because he thought it was better for him not to know. Someone raised his hand to the carriage. Ian knocked on the window, looked at the guy and asked, he is an expert Romandro from the Imperial Palace. After which he looked at the others, greeted Sir Malin, Sir Mackham, Sir Dagor and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. One of them said Ian Brack, after which the young man raised his head and said to be careful. He no longer uses the surname Brack. Then he said that because of the distance he did not want to solve the issue by correspondence. Now he will explain in detail. The people were standing in the mansion when the blonde introduced Romandro Kakantir, the leader of the unearthly clan of warriors, and his younger brother Nursaran, after which they shook hands and the brunette said that they had come a long way, to which the expert replied that he was glad to meet him. Sitting at a large table, the protagonist told people that Brack and the unearthly clan are allies who have made a peace treaty when he was in the Great Desert. He heard the news that a great battle broke out in the territory. The unearthly clan, in order to prove their loyalty, learned about all the crimes committed by the Brack clan. He then said that although the battle could not be avoided during the execution, the investigation team was busy with their duties, so the clan came to their aid. The brunette, holding a paper in his hands, asked if he was saying something that was not in Captain Erica's report, where she was, to which the blonde replied that she went to look for Durga's escaped wife and son. The man closed his eyes and pressed the piece of paper to his chest. Then he threw the bundle on the table towards Ian and said that this was an order for his further actions. After which the blue-eyed man asked the guy if he didn't have Durga blood in him. According to their laws he was considered a slave, but he lived in luxury. What did he do to Erica? Either she went crazy or he forced her to leave by force. The protagonist threw the letter on the table and said that he crossed the border. Looking away, he continued to say that although his heart was in Barial, according to the documents he was a resident of the Great Desert. If the man decided to punish him, he would return to the desert again. The gray-haired man got angry and asked if he would return, but who would allow him to. Someone answered me and the gray-haired man looked at him rudely. Kakantir frowned and said that the county was now quite calm. They were also going to leave, leaving only a few of their people here. The brunette looked at the men, spread his arms out to the sides, and said that they better not rush into such decisions. The blonde chuckled and said that since the expert said so, he was really looking forward to them when he learned that the palace would send an expert on reconstruction, to which the brunette replied that on the spot he realized that the situation was much better than he expected, but since the first prince paid special attention and ordered him to carry out reconstruction. The old man jumped up and said, "Look, Romandro here. He can't take this so lightly. The very fact that an unearthly clan was brought to the territory of the empire can be regarded as treason, and he is going to leave this territory to the barbarians," to which he, opening his mouth, asked that people's lives depend on this. How can they help? Then the old man turned to the blonde and said that in the territory of Barial, the laws of Barial will apply. Even if Ian decides to return to the Great Desert right now, he will make him answer for everything according to the law. When the expert called out to Sir Malin, the man with the mustache raised his head and thought, what a mess, both to restore the territory and to look after the second prince. He needs this boy. The protagonist looked away suspiciously and said that if he goes back to the desert, it will cause some problems. Sir frowned and thought that he was even more unusual than the last time they met. In order to get Erica back, they need to get rid of Ian first. Then he asked out loud, his name is Kakantir. The help of the unearthly clan has reached the palace. The man then looked at the brunette and said that they should both leave here and not fall for the words of this bastard. Besides, the expert said that the reconstruction has progressed a lot, so there is no point in staying here. Papers flew around the room when the blonde stood up and seriously told everyone that if he goes back to the desert, there will be problems. The people looked at the guy in surprise when one of them asked, "So he has magic?" The man jumped up, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Since when?" To which the blonde replied that he did not know, the powers manifested naturally quite a while ago. The brunette grabbed his head and shouted enthusiastically, "God, it was simply unbelievable." He could not even imagine that he would meet a person with such abilities outside the walls of the Ministry of Magic. Then he thought that for some reason he seemed unusual to him for his age, and now he found himself in the center of all the events that happened in Breck. The hero stood up, opened his mouth wide and asked the protagonist if he could shake his hand, then said, "He understands. It's just that not everyone is lucky enough to meet a person with such abilities before he became a mage," to which the guy replied that it was a great honor for him. The man grabbed the protagonist's hands, smiled when the gray-haired man looked at them, and said that it was a great honor for him. He was sure that everything would end successfully. He continued to say that he needed to finish all the work quickly and that he was going home. His wife was waiting for him there, and the old man frowned and thought, so he hadn't imagined it that day. The old man continued his thought by saying that the guy had simply changed the subject, but he should have understood everything, now his origins didn't matter. Then he asked himself if Ian really wanted to become the next Count of Breck. After which the blonde looked at Mr. Romandro and asked if he was a candidate for the post of Lord of this territory, to which he answered with a question. Then he said that he was sent to restore the territory and collect taxes for last year. It seemed difficult, but it seemed like there would be no problems after all. After which he grabbed the guy's hands again, smiled and said that now that he had met a person with such abilities, he was sure that everything would go well, to which the blonde laughed in response. The protagonist thought that the first prince had postponed the appointment of the territory's management, and the second prince had sent Malin here. Then he asked the man a question. It was the order of the first prince, to which he replied that as he had learned, His Highness Mayor was very interested in this territory. After that, the protagonist smiled and said that it was a great honor for him. He would do everything possible to help the gentleman. He grinned in response and said that he would be very happy about it. Looking at their conversation, the old man frowned. The guy suggested discussing it in detail after dinner. He had come such a long way, he needed to rest first, to which the man replied that they would do so. Leaving the office, Romandro said how tired he was after 2 weeks in the carriage. Suddenly someone called Ian. He turned around. The gray-haired man frowned and said that he needed to talk to him. The blonde looked at Kakantir, who was the last to leave. The door closed. The guy and the old man were left alone. The old man squeezed his knee and asked why he was doing all this, why he was making everything so complicated. The green-eyed man looked at him and replied that it was complicated. He had given him a written denunciation, and in return he had given him freedom, right? When the man gritted his teeth, the boy continued to say that they had no agreement about what would happen after that. They were looking at the lake when Lord Malin replied that he had not said then that he knew nothing about people having magical abilities. He then looked angrily at the blonde and said that it seemed he wanted to take over Brack's territory. If he had been honest with him, all of this could have been avoided. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if he had to. Standing in front of the old man, he continued to say that his past actions were the best option in that situation. Now whatever he said would not matter to him. The blue-eyed man got angry and asked what he wanted. Then the guy kicked his foot and said that he wanted to ask. Looking the man straight in the eyes, the young man asked what he wanted. After which the old man frowned and answered that the manager of the Brack territory should give them power if he refused the position of the manager. They would try to come to a compromise, to which the guy asked how he could say something like that, because only the emperor has the right to appoint lords of the territories. The old man began to answer when a voice was heard behind the door, which said that Mr. Ian from Mariloff received a letter, to which he replied, "Okay, coming." The blonde stood up, looked at his interlocutor and said that it was time for him to go. He was probably tired from the road, so he needed to rest. He would make sure that the guests from the imperial palace did not need anything. The man looked after him angrily. Then he frowned and clenched his teeth. The brunette was sitting at the table in the office. He was writing a letter. When a voice was heard that someone had brought him dinner, he answered, "Okay, he can come in." The man brought a tray with food. Romandro looked at the waiter and asked if everyone in the mansion ate this. The brunette put the tray on the table and answered that he had brought him the same thing that the gentleman who came with him ate, or he would like some specific dish. The guy answered, no, he was just wondering. Looking at the food, he thought that there were no fresh vegetables and fruits, only smoked and canned products. It seemed that food supplies had not yet returned to normal. After all, many died during the Civil War and the fields were spoiled. He started eating and thought, well, okay, the main thing is that he eats at the table and sleeps under a blanket, not in the open air. He ate everything when he heard Ian's voice asking to excuse him. He entered the room, looked at the gentleman and asked if he liked the food. Then the brunette told him to go through and asked what Mr. Malin was doing, to which he replied that he, like him, was having dinner in his room. After which the guy handed the man a book and said that he came to give him this. It contained information about the already restored territory and everything connected with it, and asked him to study it. The brunette opened the book and asked what the food situation was, to which the young man replied that due to the fact that an investigation team from the center was stationed here, their supplies were depleted. First of all, they used the mansion's storerooms for food, but soon, I will not hide, these supplies will run out. Handing over a stack of papers, he continued to say that therefore it would be better to take only a quarter of the harvest as a tax this winter. The blonde told the gentleman as he read the papers that the residents claimed that they had collected half as much this year as last year, and they also needed funds to restore their property. If the capital exempted them from taxes this year, they would be able to give half of the harvest next year. The man raised his head and asked the boy if he had calculated it all himself, to which he replied, yes. The gentleman, looking at the young man, thought that he had heard that he was a bastard from a lower class, but these dons had been carried out so carefully that he could immediately begin work, however. Then he looked seriously, slapped his hand on the papers and said that as he had already heard, he was obliged to bring everything back to normal here and could not adjust the work like that. The protagonist thought for a moment and said that he would use Plan B then. He handed over another stack of papers and continued to say that he had actually just received a letter from Mariloff. He had asked Count Mariloff to sell them food, and he had promised to send a list of the food and prices. The man looked at the papers in surprise and thought that this boy had figured it all out so quickly. The blonde looked down and said that their corn and wheat reserves were no better than theirs, so they expected the grain prices to be higher than usual. Then the man thought that at this rate he would be able to return home before the first snow. Their dialogue continued with Ian saying that it meant that they needed to come to an agreement with them, but right now they didn't have much money, so they would only be able to buy a week's supply of food, to which the brunette replied not to worry, thanks to the allocated subsidies they would buy for a couple of months. The protagonist lowered his head and said that in that case, he would write to Mariloff about it. The protagonist left the room. He looked at the people and said that there was a problem. Barik approached the guy and asked what it was, to which he replied that he would not be able to adjust his goals. Kakantir looked at the blonde and asked, but he expected this, to which he replied that he hoped it would not happen. But now all that remained was to use Plan B. The dialogue continued with the red-haired man asking. After all, they were given subsidies. Ian replied, about 3,000 gold coins, to which the former responded, wow, great. Then the blonde looked at the long-haired man and said that, apparently, they will contact Mariloff earlier than they thought. They need to prepare well, to which he replied, I see. The people walked down the corridor. When the brunette started talking about this expert Romandro, he seemed friendly to them, and then asked the guy, did he think so too? The green-eyed man looked ahead and replied, yes, Prince Merv sent him here. He does not act at all like Prince Gale or Malin. The protagonist continued to say that one might think that he was on the side of the prince, since Durga was pushing him in every possible way to cooperate with Malin, but seeing the hostile attitude, he realized that it was all just a show. If they manage to finally lure Romandro to their side, everything will go as they planned, right? But to be honest, it surprised him a lot. Kakantir thought about it and said that he did not think that the Empire treated people with magical abilities so well. The blonde was angry. The long-haired man turned and said that it meant that it was quite possible to lead this family. It was necessary to drive a warrior between the two of them, then ordered Nurserin to order that Malin and his companions be monitored. He obeyed. The protagonist looked at Barik and asked him if he had done what he asked. He clarified. He was talking about throwing magic stones for surveillance. It was done, to which the protagonist answered well and said that it was time for them to go. 3 men were in the office when Mac asked the gentleman what they should do. He couldn't think of a single solution. The old man ordered him to calm down when he started shouting. He knows him. He can't control himself like him. It doesn't matter if it's Erica or someone else, but the new manager of the territory should be the one who cooperates with them. He saw how Ian communicated with them. The green-haired man continued to say angrily that he is a magician, enjoys the support of an unearthly clan of warriors, has established relations with Romandro, and he is also very smart. He probably realized that both they and Romandro are trying to limit each other's freedom of action. Then the guy looked at the gentleman and asked if maybe they should nominate someone else for this position instead of Captain Erica. Suddenly Dagor interrupted him. Nonsense, doesn't he know what kind of character she has? She is driven by lust for power, not loyalty to Prince Gale. If they do not give her the position of the territory manager, no one can predict how the situation will turn out. The old man looked out the window. Then he turned, took a step and said that the one who is hindering them is not going to stop. Taking out a bottle of wine, he continued that they cannot return. That is, if there is no other way. Pouring wine into a glass, he said that the only thing left to do is get rid of the one who is hindering them. Then he looked at the bright red liquid and said that besides, if this mage is hostile, it is worth getting rid of him before he develops his skills. The green-eyed man frowned and said that he was right. If they cannot control his development as a mage, it can hinder Prince Gale. The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes and thought that if Ian was not here, then the unearthly clan would have no reason to stay, and Romandro would not be able to rely on anyone to fully use his powers. Swirling the wine in the glass, the old man added that they could not allow some bastard to interfere with the prince in the implementation of his plans. The man turned to the window and said that there was always a way out. It was necessary to calmly assess the situation for these few days when there was a bug under his table. It glowed red when the subordinates answered the master positively. In the ear of the man stuck an earphone. Blue-eyed listened carefully to what they were saying. To the east of the territory of Brack is an unearthly clan of warriors and a great desert. To the west beyond the desert of Monet is the neighboring territory of Marilof. Marilof borders the kingdom of Havan and trade flourishes there. At one time Brack worked very closely with Marilof, and both countesses were very close friends. A guard in uniform said to stop and asked where he was going. The man on the cart raised a finger and replied that it was the emperor coming from the former territory of Brack. The guy commanded to open the gate. Ian and Romandro were sitting in the cart when the brunette asked the guy, "So," he says, "relations between the territories have long been severed?" To which he replied, "Yes, after the unrest began in the territory of Brack, all contact ceased. Probably Marilof did not want unnecessary problems." Then he looked away and thought, although they tried to keep up to date with the situation, sending them messages. Probably, if the imperial advisor had not come here, Marilof could have taken advantage of the opportunity to seize the territory of Brack. Entering the room, Count Carlo Marilof, the manager of the territory, stood in front of them. He introduced himself and said, "Welcome." The brunette greeted him and also introduced himself. The brown-eyed man looked away as the expert introduced Ian, after which the blonde bowed and greeted the count. The man raised an eyebrow as he approached the boy and said that he did not look like Durga at all, to which he thanked him for the compliment, after which the count told him to sit down and asked if he was talking about food. Romandro opened his mouth and said that it was true, there was a crop failure in Brack and it was unknown when the situation would change. They wanted to ask Marilof for help. The man folded his arms and said that it seemed that they had no other problems, to which the young man replied that everything was going faster than he expected, and if they could solve all the problems in 2 months, the county territory would be almost completely restored by winter. The count reached for the papers and said that, to be honest, their letter made him worried. As neighbors, they could not simply ignore their suffering. However, one cannot help others by giving away the last shirt. Here is a list of goods and prices that they offer. The brunette took the papers in his hands and frowned. Then he turned to the man and asked if they could discuss this in private. The count laughed, looked at the blonde and asked, "With this young man, the people from the center really have no prejudices." Then he stood up, turned to the people and said that in that case, while they were talking, he would order that dinner be prepared for them. When they returned, they would not be able to eat properly. It would be better to satisfy their hunger here. The brunette was furious and said, "This aristocrat," when the green-eyed man asked to look at the list. The man handed him a stack of papers. The guy began to read. Then he said that there was no essential type of wheat, corn or root vegetables here, and other goods were 5 times more expensive than in the entire empire as a whole. The expert grabbed his head, opened his mouth wide and answered, "Exactly, this is simply incredible. No matter what losses they suffered because of the civil war, this is too much." The guy put his hand on the list and turned to the gentleman. Then he smiled slyly and said that if he trusted him, he could tell him how to spend the subsidies more rationally. The man said in surprise that he did not understand when the blonde put his hand on his shoulder and told him to listen. The brunette listened attentively to what the guy was saying in his ear and asked to hire workers from here, but for what purpose? Then he was simply shocked. After which he made an incomprehensible sound. The count frowned, looked back and asked if they had decided to simply leave. The man folded his hands behind his back and replied that they had and that they would pretend that there had been no negotiations. The count decided that their stomachs were probably full after all. There were plates of delicious food on the table. The man said that the cold weather would soon come and the unearthly warrior clan that could not stand it would also leave, and then the starving people would have no other choice. Bowing his head, the subordinate asked if the count was going to see them off, to which he said that they could stop talking about it. He lowered his gaze and carefully watched what was happening from the window. The count was watching the boy from behind, schematically imagining the location of the 2 estates. The count thought that Marilof was far from the imperial palace, so it was not so susceptible to the influence of the emperor, but if someone appointed by the palace became the lord of the Brack territory, everything could change. Then he imagined 2 flags with coats of arms, one of which was knocked down, and decided that the influence of the imperial palace would increase, and the restrictions would sooner or later become stronger. An image of stretched chains appeared in his imagination. The count decided that he must somehow seize that territory. The man of malice gritted his teeth, thinking about this. He turned his head to the side and said that this is probably what the count was thinking about. Romandro touched his chin and said that there was also an unearthly warrior clan on their territory, so the damage would be significant. The young man noted that the Count would probably decide that it was better to deal with this damage. Looking back, the guy also said that judging by the fact that the butler was late, the Count would not see them off, so they could get ready for the road. The man agreed with him. Suddenly, a woman approached them from the side. The hero looked at her in surprise, recognizing the Countess. The woman raised her hand and smiled softly. She looked him in the eyes and confirmed his guess, then asked if she understood correctly that he was Ian. The boy bowed, kissed her hand, and said that he was very glad to meet her. Looking up, you thought that he heard that he and Countess Brack were very close, so he assumed that the girls were the same age, but this lady turned out to be younger than he thought. The woman covered her face with a fan and looked at him ominously. The young man noted that she looked like a real aristocrat. Smiling softly, she turned her gaze to the side and asked the man standing next to her if he was an expert sent from the imperial palace, after which she introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet him. The man touched her chest and confirmed her guess, after which he said his name. The Countess asked why they were leaving, because they had just arrived. Romandro looked her in the eyes and calmly replied that they were offered dinner, but unfortunately they had a lot of things to do, so they would stay next time. But the woman said that she was very sorry to hear that. Looking away, she remembered something. The girl closed her eyes, waved her fan, and said that she was curious about something. The boy replied that she could calmly ask him. Leaning closer to him, she quietly addressed him. A cold atmosphere hung between them. The woman asked if he by any chance knew who was currently living in Marie's chambers. The young man raised his eyebrows and repeated her question in surprise. Leaning even closer, the woman said with a sly smile that she had lent her one thing, but never received it back, after which she asked if everything was okay with her chambers. Suddenly he remembered how the girl had flirted with him and said that before leaving, she should return to her room, and then they would go to the Count. He frowned slightly and looked into her eyes. Moving a little further, he calmly replied that everything was fine, no one went there, so she could come and go in whenever she wanted. The woman happily thanked him. The butler approached them and asked the lady why she went out. The Countess answered that their guests were already leaving, after which she asked where the Count was. The butler slightly bowed his head and replied that he had a lot to do and he could not go out, so he asked her to understand his situation and say that as their neighbors they could always turn to them for help if needed. The guys turned to the carriage. The man asked to convey his gratitude to the Count and said that it was time for them to leave. The Countess and the butler watched the carriage leave. The woman smiled softly after her. The young man looked at her from the carriage window. The man scratched his head and asked himself irritably if their whole family was like that, because even his wife was very strange. The young man replied that he himself did not know that she was so young, because he thought that she was the same age as Lady Brack. The interlocutor approached him with a wide smile and said that this was not the most important thing, after which he asked to tell about the pressing issue. Is it true that there is such an agricultural crop that gives a harvest all year round? He beamed with joy, clasped his hands, and said that this was an incredible discovery, but he did not understand how the guy got this information, and whether he could do it in the Great Desert, because this would mean that the crop is resistant to adverse conditions, and he was also interested in what it was called. The blonde smiled softly and closed his eyes, after which he said that the man himself knew this. Romandro was shocked, realizing that the boy was talking about Gila. He hugged his knees, lay down on a chair and cried, saying that it was complete nonsense, so they shouldn't have refused the Count's offer. The blonde noted that his words were true, because the seeds of this plant were completely edible. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the city. The blonde added that many different dishes could be prepared from them and they were very satisfying and nutritious. And one day they would even be called God's grace. The man plaintively asked him to say something more like the truth. Their wheels rolled noisily along the stone road. The young man said that in fact he himself had been eating them lately, and that Mr. Romandro would also like these seeds, and considering that the plant's vegetation period lasts about a month, winter would not be a problem for them. The coachman turned to the boy and said that they had arrived at the city square. The young man asked him to wait for them a little, because someone should arrive soon. Barik opened the carriage doors with a smile and said that the task was completed. He collapsed on the couch next to the blonde. The boy said that he just got drunk and didn't do what he was told. Barik replied that it wasn't so, and it just happened that the owner of the pub asked him to drink, so he overdid it a little, and he really did complete the task. Looking into the gentleman's eyes, the guy noted that this was the most popular pub in this place, so dozens of people listened to him, and he even hung an ad there. Romandro didn't quite understand what he was saying. The hero looked into the man's eyes and said that he had already told him that he was going to hire workers here, and he also put an ad in the Mariloff Center. The man imagined 3 full bags and a gold coin with horror, after hearing the gentleman's words that for every 3 bags of Gila he would pay 1 gold coin. He turned pale from the strain and asked the blonde if he was serious, but Rick agreed and said that it was probably too generous. The blonde told them that in that case people would be more willing to collect the plant in the forest, and the price was reasonable since the promise of such money for bags would only motivate them. Frowning slightly, the guy thought about the most important thing at the moment, time. He imagined the Gula sprouts and thought that if he did not give a time limit, people would start growing Gul, and it was still too early for that. He looked at the guy sitting next to him and asked him about the state of the Count's agriculture this year, to which the guy replied that, according to rumors, it has become worse than last year. He imagined a river and a merchant, after which he said that their harvest was not very good anyway, but it became even more difficult with the pollution of the river due to the battles in Brack, and someone said that foreign merchants also raised their prices for food. Vladimir touched his chin and thought about what it meant. If the inhabitants of these lands collected as much Gula as possible for them, then Marilov would ask them for a deal. The man sweated nervously, watching him, and wondered if he was serious about giving a gold coin for a Gula and what he was thinking about, or if he could give him a little for nuts, even though he had magical abilities. The blue moon rose high in the sky, the dim light of the lamp illuminated the room. Romandro looked at the dish in front of him with great appetite. The cook awkwardly asked him how long it had been since he had eaten. There were various Gula dishes on the plates in front of him. The cook added that they had prepared these dishes on the orders of the master. He turned pale and burst into tears, after which he said that he wanted to warn the man that he was simply following the orders of the master. If something happened to him, he could punish him, but not touch his daughters. Romandro thought that he could not yet assure the cook that everything was okay, but it looked quite appetizing. He turned his gaze to the blonde and asked if a doctor was on duty outside the door. The boy replied that this was not the case, because at this hour he was lying at home. The man freaked out and said that he asked him to wait. The blonde laughed and replied that he was joking, after which he asked to try the dish because he had nothing to worry about. Romandro, looking sad, took some on his spoon. He tried the dish very carefully. A slight tremor ran through his body and he dropped the utensil from his hand. The man grabbed his cheeks and imagined the various products, not understanding why it was so delicious. His eyes filled with joy, and everyone present was very surprised to hear the gentleman's offer to join their meal. One of the cooks asked him if this was said in their address. The cooks looked at each other. Hearing the confirmation of this guest, the blonde asked if they would like to try. Hannah raised her hand, stepped forward and asked if she could try the ones cooked with honey. The boy handed her a plate and she thanked him with a smile, after which she said that she was very interested. Taking one grain, she brought it to her mouth. Blushing a little, the girl chewed the grain with interest and said that it was very tasty. The cook watched her in surprise. The boy asked her if she was telling the truth, to which the maid answered in the affirmative and said that the taste was very rich. The cooks came closer and asked if it was really edible and if they could try it. The gentleman answered affirmatively and said that they could help themselves. The boys also took a small piece and tried them. The hero watched their reaction with a smile. The cook said that it couldn't be Gula because it was really very tasty, and it turned out that they could eat it all this time. Ian looked away while the boys were drawn to tasting more and more. Looking at the joyful subordinates, he thought that his connection with the inhabitants of the territory was an important component for the beginning of the spread of this plant. He imagined a long Gula route and decided that one of them would tell 2, and 2 to 4 because everything starts small. Romandro quickly collected the food from the plate with his hand and said that it was really amazing, after which he asked how the gentleman made such a discovery. The boy answered that he was just lucky. His voice echoed throughout the room. The boy said that they needed to build a greenhouse immediately, because this plant grows in any soil, but does not tolerate cold well, and it was this winter that they would be able to feed on its harvest. He folded his hands on the table and thought that while they were preparing for the winter by planting Gula, they could also collect all its fruits in the territory of Brack and Marilov. The man interrupted his thoughts and asked if he could write about this in a report for the Imperial Palace if everything was fine with them in a few days. The boy answered in the affirmative and said that he was obliged to report there and describe the circumstances under which everything happened. The man, with a satisfied smile, licked his spoon and said that he would tell everything as it was and would not forget anything. After which he asked if he could have more. Vladimir apologized and said that they did not have such a large supply of this plant yet. Then he looked back at his subordinates eating food and addressed them. The boys smiled when he told them that they had to strictly control their Gula consumption until the food stores were replenished. The branches of the plants reached for the sky, and a quiet voice of subordinates who agreed with his order was heard from the palace. Neat pink flowers stood in a vase. Marv stood under the moonlight with a smile. Standing by his father's chambers, he asked if he had been called. The man looked back and answered in the affirmative. Looking at his son, he said that he had not seen him for a long time, because the guy had been very busy lately. Marv said that he was always busy. He fell silent for a second and looked into the old man's eyes. Leaning slightly, he asked if something had happened. The guy placed his hand next to his father's palm. The man addressed him by name. The guy fell silent for a second when he heard the question of whether he had heard anything about Gale. Then he looked his father in the eye and said that he had heard nothing, after which he asked why he was asking. The image of his ex-wife popped into the man's mind and he said that he had recently dreamed of the boy's mother. He narrowed his eyes slightly and noted that she rarely came to him in his dreams, but then she appeared and asked him to call Gale. He looked the boy in the eye, stopped and said that it was just a dream and that he had already detained the boy long enough. The blonde smiled grimly and looked him in the eye. After a while, he went out into the corridor. Calling a servant to him, he turned to her and asked if they were looking after the emperor's chambers well. The woman replied that there had been no problems so far, to which the boy asked why his father had nightmares. For a second, she fell into a stupor. A moment later, a sharp bang was heard along the corridor. The woman fell to the ground and turned pale with fear. The guy raised his hand and said with an arrogant look that if he heard something like that from his father again, he would execute everyone assigned to him. Looking at the floor, the woman said in a plaintive voice that she would remember this. The butler caught up with the blonde. When he asked if their business for today was finished, the man answered in the affirmative. The guy massaged the bridge of his nose. The man said that they had received a report from Romandro and that the prince should read it, because the content could surprise him. The blonde replied that he was too tired, after which he asked to tell it briefly. The butler came closer and whispered the content of the report in his ear. The guy looked around in surprise and exhaled heavily. He imagined the hero standing on a magic circle, and over which the eagle flew. The young man thought that in fact Ian had magical powers, and that he took control of the family's territory and, together with an extraterrestrial clan of warriors, was restoring it, and Captain Erica was exiled. The blonde tied his hair in a ponytail and said that this was outrageous. Looking back at the butler, he called him into the office to discuss everything. Cold received intelligent light illuminated the castle. The next morning, on the Count's lands, people were discussing the fact that Brack was exchanging Gilla for money. One of them raised his hand. They continued to discuss why they needed this weed. One of the merchants looked away and noted that this would not last long, about a month. Empty bottles and barrels lay next to them. The man noted that the nearby forest had already been cleared out, so they would have to go far to get this weed, so he needed to find out how much they were buying it for. On the Brack territory, workers were making noise with the settings, discussing the fact that they give 1 gold coin for 3 bags. The guy raised his hammer higher and wondered why they were giving so much for it. Did they really have nowhere to put their money? Approaching each other, they began to discuss the fact that they did not even imagine that people would pay for weeds, but it was a good job for them. After some time, 6 bags of weed were thrown in front of the blonde. He put his hands on his belt and turned to his subordinate, asking him how many bags they brought that day. The guy answered that they brought 49 bags in total. Ian noted that this number was accumulated much faster than he thought. Hannah listened attentively to the man, who said that the speed of growth depends on the abundance of watering, and also they need to try another soil. The girl decided that, perhaps, they can collect silt from the nearest river. She quickly turned around and yelled at Romandro to stop eating the seeds, because they wouldn't have enough for planting. The blonde looked around, hearing the noise. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Barik, who said that he could guess what the boy was thinking about. Putting his hands behind his head, he approached the master and said that he was probably thinking about that old man, because he was quieter than a dead rat. The young man looked away and confirmed his guess. Remembering what was happening in the palace, the young man thought that the old man did not leave the territory, but judging by the way his subordinates scurry, he is not sitting idle. Then he magic stone glued to the table and decided that soon it would be necessary to take it from there. Turning around, the guy went to the side and told Barik to pass on through Romandro that they can have lunch together. The boy asked what would happen if they refused. The blondes looked back and asked him to say that it was not in their interests to miss this dinner. Again imagining the place where he had glued the stone, he said that he would take it at that time. After a while, the men gathered at the table and the old man asked what had happened and why such an urgent meeting had been announced. The boy smiled, looked at Dagor and said that he felt like he hadn't seen them for a long time, but he wanted to know if everything was okay with them and also to tell them something. The man replied that they were both apparently very busy, so they could get straight to the point. The blonde folded his arms and said that it was nothing grandiose. Presenting the fruits of the weed, he said that they had simply found a new crop that would help them survive this winter. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at him and asked if he was talking about the Gilda. The boy noted that the sir already knew about it. Malin frowned deeply and said that he couldn't help but know. He presented a bag of weed fruits and said that he had heard rumors that the mansion was paying gold for useless weeds, and that this was happening not only in this family's territory, but also in Marilov's territory. Looking at the boy sternly, he asked if he knew about other rumors, since the reason he was buying up weeds was to try to launder the money he got from selling the territory to an alien warrior clan. The blonde shook his head, touched his chin and decided that this was a very stupid rumor. Looking at the aggressive man, he also said that if that were the case, he would not have put so much effort into restoring the territories, and he would not have allowed them to be in this place and waste their food supplies. Slightly narrowing his eyes, The boy sternly said that he did not know who started such a rumor. However, if they met the one who did, they should tell him that he would be severely punished for insulting them and their allies. The men trembled in fear before him. The old man placed his hand on the table, gathered his attention, and asked the boy if he knew what kind of plant it was, that he was well informed about everything. The boy imagined the fruits, one of which was dripping with juice, and said that it was poisonous, yielded a large harvest. It was a weed that should be destroyed. Then he imagined the seeds of this plant and noted that its seeds were delicious and rich in nutrients, and the fruits deserved to be called God's grace. Extending his hand to the old man, he asked if Leon had told him about this before. The boy smiled and said that what nature gives does not divide into poor and rich. If it can satisfy hunger, they should be grateful. Smiling slyly, the boy noted that the man said that the second prince said the same thing. The old man frowned tensely. Removing his hand from the table, he agreed and said that he wanted to imagine that it was true. Looking into the boy's eyes, he also added that people would hardly accept it, because if he couldn't convince them that it was poisonous, no one would even look at it, much less accept food from him. Ian smiled and said that he had an idea for this. After a while, the young man enthusiastically told those present about his plan. The man was seething with anger because of his stories. He slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed that this would never happen, because the boy decided to make fun of the imperial family. But if there was a problem with his plan, the reputation of the imperial family would be tarnished. Ian looked at him and answered with the utmost calmness that there would be no problems, because the seeds are edible, and besides, the man himself said that the manager of the territory should solve the problem of hunger, so he did not even think that the man would protest because of such nonsense. The man was indignant and said that it was about the ruler's family. The boy answered him menacingly, confirming his words. He frowned irritably and said in a confident tone that when it comes to death, it is just a trifle, after which he asked if they were going to discuss the importance of the reputation of the imperial family in front of people who are dying of hunger. The old man was silent for a second. The boy added that the sir misunderstood him, because he was not asking them for permission now. The men were shocked to hear the words that if they think to interfere with him, then they will immediately leave the territory, because he will order the warriors to accompany them without consent. Mac called it rude. The blonde glanced at them and asked them not to take it as rudeness, because they should look at the situation rationally. The men fell silent and listened to his words about how they did nothing while he was thinking about how to help people. The boy asked them if they participated in creating the plan or did something separately. Romandro, with an awkward smile, interrupted their squabble and asked them to calm down. The hero looked away while the man said that when he tried this weed, the taste was pleasant. There are quite a few recipes with it. Rick opened the door a little and showed the hero an affirmative gesture. The boy stood up from his place and said that he had already told them everything he wanted, and since this was a very important matter, he would not allow them to interfere with it. Quickly turning around, he walked away and wished them a pleasant appetite, after which he called his ally with him. Mac was indignant at his action. The boy went out to his friend. Rick said that he had spoken very well and it was cool. The young man asked if he had taken that thing. The boy showed him the magic stone and looked at it with a smile. Having given it to the blonde, he also said that he had brought this magic stone, which they had thrown into his room. The blonde praised him and suggested going and checking the stone. After a while, the hero threw the stone into a glass of water. While they were doing their own thing, the voices of men were heard around the room, who were discussing the fact that the boy's character was not formed from loyalty to the prince, but from a thirst for power, so he was blocking their path. The blonde looked up, hearing the words that they could not retreat and go back. If there was no other way, they would have to get rid of those who were blocking their path. Rick quickly stood up from his seat, hearing these words. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise, hearing from one of the men the words that there was always a way out. The blonde took the stone out of the water. The boy asked him if they were talking about killing him. The hero replied that it was an acceptable solution for them, since it was easier for them to get rid of him than to lose all of his family's territory. The sun's rays gleamed on the surface of the magic stone. Rick asked in surprise what they would do and if they would strike first. The gentleman replied that they would wait, since they had to find their weak spot. Slightly frowning, the blonde thought that they were probably waiting for the right opportunity because he worked, was rarely alone, and slept as he pleased. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face, and he decided that in that case they would send an assassin to him tonight. Suddenly he remembered how in his past life he was surrounded by traitors, and he thought that memories of old times were coming to him. The boy stood up and turned to his friend, asking him to pull himself together. The interlocutor said that he always keeps himself under control. The magic stone remained on a small piece of paper. The hero said that now they need to be even more vigilant, and they can also set up surveillance on the old man's group. The people were working hard under the scorching sun. The leader said that the remaining wood should be sent to the village, and since the suspension bridge was broken, they needed to build a regular bridge. When suddenly someone called him over. The man threw one weed seed into his mouth and said that he would be there soon. and that he had no time for lunch. The workers watched him closely, discussing what he had just taken out of his pocket. One of them said that they would not be answered even if they asked. Suddenly, a young guy approached them from the side and said that these were gula seeds. The builder objected and said that this could not be because he had no need to eat them. The boy leaned over to his friend and quietly said that he had heard something from his buddy. Ian, sitting at his desk, said with a smile that he used rumors to his advantage, for example, to spread information. He presented sheets of paper with various plants next to them and said that the Imperial Palace had conducted research on alternative crops and they had found that gula seeds were incredibly healthy and tasty, and most importantly, they could be adapted for agriculture. He then presented people collecting bags and said that the word would be that this was why the man who had arrived from the palace had started collecting this weed. Romandro looked at him with concern and asked if it would work. The boy smiled broadly and said that rumors from these parts only reached the palace through his letters and the old man's letters. He then touched his chin and remarked that it would also be possible to share the results of their research. A young worker told his colleagues a rumor that the seeds improve skin condition and blood circulation, but they cannot eat it in the capital since it does not grow there, and that is why the expert pays gold for bags of the weed. The hero and his comrade watched the men from the side. The worker said he thought it was strange that they paid for it in gold, then suggested they try it themselves. Barik said that in the tavern they say that the emperor eats gula to live forever. The hero looked away and said that this is quite enough. 2 guards guarded the entrance to the warehouse with the weed. The young man said that it was time for them to prepare for the next step. Someone's foot carefully stepped between the gula fruits. 2 thieves made their way inside. One of them said that he saw everything with his own eyes, to which the ally agreed and said that people grow so much weed in this greenhouse. They collected palms full of fruits and said with a smile that, apparently, this is really a valuable crop for the Imperial Palace, so they should collect more before they are caught, because if they fill a bag and sell it to the center, they can make money. Suddenly, one of the guards ran up to them from the side and called out loudly. Pointing a spear at the guys, he said that he had just caught one such thief, and others had already arrived here. The guys asked him to pay attention, to which he ordered them to follow. The guards led the thieves out of the greenhouse, and the master said that they had done a good job. Rays of moonlight fell on his cloak. The subordinates immediately recognized their master. The guard looked at him in surprise and asked if he had decided to take a walk at such a late hour and without security. The blonde replied that Barik was enough for him. He again looked down at the thieves and addressed them. The men turned pale with fear, looking at the master. They bowed their heads and said loudly that they had made a mistake, because there was not much work now, and it was very difficult for them to feed themselves. The master asked them to wait a little. As he walked away, he ordered the guards to put them behind bars and praised them for their good work. The guard agreed and asked the master to be careful. Barik yawned widely and asked his comrade if the original idea was to relax the guard and allow those who wanted to steal. But now the greenhouse was very carefully guarded. The master replied that they could do it in the territory of other families or in the capital. He looked down and noted that, however, there was no ruler in this place. If barbarians were allowed to commit crimes, there could be security problems in the territory. The gate opened slightly and he concluded that this is precisely why they should be more effective. The wind slightly fluttered his clothes and he turned to his comrade. The boys approached one of the houses. The hero knocked on the door. A sleepy man opened the door and asked a question about who came to them in the middle of the night. The master threw off his hood when suddenly the man recognized him. He suddenly closed his mouth, trying not to wake the children in the house. The man frowned nervously and asked what had happened and if he had done anything wrong. The hero handed him a bag of weed and asked him to take it. The man beamed with joy. The hero said that it did not heal as rumored, but it was true that it was delicious and nutritious. Reaching out for the other bags, the young man said that although the seeds were currently under the strict control of the mansion, an expert from the capital had ordered them to spread them throughout the entire territory as quickly as possible. Smiling softly, he placed the bag in the man's hand and said that he was raising 5 siblings on his own, so he decided that he would be the first to receive the seeds. Tears welled up in the man's eyes and he raised his eyebrows pitifully. He wiped his tears with his hand. The blonde said that he could not stay for so long because he had to visit a few more houses, after which he asked the man if he knew that only the seeds could be eaten. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Touching the man's hands, the gentleman said that one seed grows more than 10 fruits, so they can eat a couple and plant the rest. However, if their neighbors want them too, they should share. The man agreed and sincerely thanked him. Standing in the doorway, he bowed deeply to the departing gentleman. The blonde looked back and waved his hand. Walking down the street, Barik said that he really did not know him well, to which the young man replied that he, in turn, knew his comrade well. Looking at the calm face of the guy, he assumed that he already wanted to sleep, to which he answered in the most affirmative. Ian stepped forward and said that while the Empire had a monopoly on growing the weed, their supplies were dwindling and they worried about the coming winter every night. He looked back at his ally, touched his cape and said that if they spread the seeds like this, then people will begin to perceive him positively. The boy raised his tired eyes to the gentleman and said that this was the action of a very thoughtful person. Cold moonbeams illuminated the city streets. The blonde said that this was not so, because people would see him as a kind and good person, so he needed to hurry and visit other children. The mother of many children covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, meeting the hero. The guy handed her the same bag and asked her to behave more quietly. The guys went to the next house and gave the bag to the young guy. The hero handed the next bag into wrinkled hands. An elderly couple met him with sincere smiles, but Rick suddenly noticed something. He frowned, looking behind him. A man in a black cloak was watching them from around the corner. He leaned out slightly and looked at the guys, after which he quickly walked away. The man quickly walked down the street as far as possible. Suddenly the doors of the room swung open. Mac looked back at the man and asked him to tell what he saw. The man took off his hood and looked around the room. He took off his cloak and said that the gentleman of the last night had gone out to distribute seeds to the people. Degore and Mac looked at the old man. One of the men said that the boy was indeed strange. The old man imagined the boy as if he was surrounded by various documents, and thought that the discovery of this weed was undoubtedly attributed to Romandro, and thus one could be sure of the trust of the people of the imperial palace. He smiled slightly, raised the glass to his mouth and thought about something. An image of chains and a young man with someone grabbing his neck appeared in his head. The old man decided that if they went out at dawn, it could be a great opportunity to get rid of him. After some time, the warm rays of the sun fell on the table inside his office. The men gathered at the table and Romandro asked about how the plant deliveries would be carried out. The young man said that he thought they would be able to gradually improve them, because according to rumors, it was quickly distributed among the people thanks to those to whom it was distributed earlier. But in the corner of the table there was an open bag of seeds and the man asked if the young man would do charity work today. The hero replied that he was going to do it for another 3 days. The man looked up at him in surprise and said that the boy was busy day and night, and according to rumors, those who wielded magic had a special talent and all that, and, apparently, he was more resilient than ordinary people. Nurserin raised his hand and interrupted the gentleman's words about how they should probably end the meeting, since they had discussed the deliveries. Lowering his hand, the man said that he had been contacted from the Great Desert. He imagined folded wrinkled hands and scarlet flowers, after which he said that the health of the advisor was noticeably deteriorating. The guy darkened for a second, hearing his words. The man broke the silence and said that since the situation was urgent, it was decided to stop cultivating and use all the remaining roots. Romandro raised his hand, interrupted their conversation and asked to enlighten him, then asked about who this advisor was and what Silask was. It was evening outside. The young gentleman began to explain to the man what interested him. After a while, the expert touched his chin and said that he understood that the first advisor of the unearthly warrior clan was now in critical condition, and they decided to use the precious flowers instead of continuing their cultivation. Nurserin looked at him and said that they made this decision because of the current situation in Brack, and then asked if he knew about their funeral customs. The young man looked at him silently. Squeezing his palm, he said that he knew it. In his mind, there was an image of a pot containing memorial candles and some white flowers. The youth thought that when the clan chief or first advisor died, the entire clan would have to go into isolation for 1 year. In other words, they would no longer be able to stay in this place, and given the advisor's age and condition, the time left was incredibly short. The blonde turned to the expert and asked if he had received a response from the palace. The man replied in the negative. He frowned slightly when he heard the words that he would request an answer from the first prince. He folded his hands and said that he only needed one answer, nothing special. After all, the first principal simply asked for a report on the situation in the manor. Looking into the eyes of the blonde, he said that he was ordered to thoroughly check the information that he really possessed magic. That's all. Romandro touched his face and closed one eye. Hernasha asked if he understood correctly that His Highness the First Prince wanted the new Margrave to be unrelated to the old man's group and not related to the second principal. The man replied that the higher-ups had their own reasons for that. The youth calmly replied that they must have already guessed, but he shared this opinion. After all, he was also at odds with that old man. Touching his chest, the guy he wants the man to recommend him as a Margrave. The man looked at him in surprise upon hearing these words. The boy imagined 2 dark hands squeezing him and said that if he does not become a Margrave, he will have to return to the Great Desert, and the new one will not leave him alone because of his relatives, and the palace will use his abilities and make a slave out of him, but becoming a new Margrave is the only way to ensure the safety of himself and the estate. Romandro silently looked at him. The boy also added that the man, most likely, also wants a new count to be elected as soon as possible in order to return as soon as possible. However, it is impossible to find a person who would suit the desire of the people better than him. Looking at the nuts in the bag, the man thought that this is true, because the boy was in the very center of the reconstruction, and besides, this man got hold of a gula, but taking the position of lord of such a small land is not enough. He touched the sheets of paper and asked to talk honestly. The young man fell silent and imagined the image of Malin when the man said that the prince does not understand his connection with that old man. An image of him talking to an old man by the pond came to his mind. The man said that the boy had reported his father through the lord, giving him an excellent opportunity to make his man an earl. The boy also narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words about him being a mage. Romandro imagined the image of the Ministry of Magic and the second prince, saying that the first prince expected the boy to join the Ministry of Magic and take his side in the fight against the conspirators. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the boy said that if that was the only reason, then he could explain everything. The man asked how he was going to do it. The scarlet sky was visible outside the window. The young man said that he would personally tell all the details when he met the first prince, because no matter how thorough his story was, there were things that could not be reported in writing. The blonde touched his chest with an absolutely serious look and said that he could easily prove that he and the old man were on opposite sides of the barricades. Frowning sternly, he also added that things would be like this until death. Romandro turned pale in surprise, and the men sitting next to him smiled contentedly. The warm rays of the sun fell on the table. The man agreed and said that he would convey his words to the prince. He collected the documents, stood up from the table and asked to finish for today. The young man thanked him. Looking into the man's eyes, he asked if he could ask for something, because he wanted to know if there were people in the center who dealt with Silask. Romandro with a calm expression answered that he would check, but he was not sure he could find a flower he was hearing about for the first time. The boy thanked him. Looking to the side, the blonde thought that given the fact that neither he, who was the emperor, nor the imperial advisor knew about this, would it really be difficult to find him in the empire. Already standing at the door, the man looked back and advised the guy to have a good rest. The young man thanked him for the work he had done. Approaching his friend, he asked to leave early today. The boy agreed and asked if he was tired. The door closed and a thin column of light fell on the table. The young man confirmed his guess and said that his eyes were already closing on their own. Night fell over the city. On one of the streets a joyful voice of a girl was heard who met the gentleman. The blonde looked at her with a smile, holding a bag in his hand, and asked why they were not sleeping yet, because there were not so many preparations today. The girl was surprised and asked if it was true. The man approached her from behind and greatly surprised her, asking not to cause problems for the gentleman because he was helping them. Hiding from these people from the palace, the young man said that everything was fine, because tomorrow he would bring even more. People gathered in front of him near the house. One of them asked to give him gula first of all. If the gentleman still came, the boy agreed and asked not to make noise. Small crumbs of earth fell from the bag. The blonde called Birik to leave. Looking at his comrade, he did not understand what he was doing. Birik suddenly looked into the eyes of the gentleman and said that 3 people were watching them. The blonde nodded to him silently. The men walked down the street. One of them said that they needed to hurry. The witch was getting thicker. In the middle of the street they saw the boys walking forward. The boys, without looking back, walked away from them. The boys looked back, hearing how the men turned to the blonde and asked if he was Ian. The boy with an unperturbed look asked what would happen if so. Suddenly the man with explosive force tore from his place. The air with a sharp sound was cut by the blade. Birik blocked their attacks in an instant. Looking down at the blade, he did not understand what happened. The young man waved his hand and pushed one of the opponents away. Suddenly he looked up, hearing a warning of danger. One of the attackers rose into the air above him, preparing to attack. The boy slipped out from under his sword at the last moment. Birik jumped from his place, swinging his blade. The man in the black cape dodged his attack with a simple tilt. The blonde raised his hand and thought that the way they held their swords and kept their distance showed how well trained these people were, because they knew how to fight. But apparently they already knew about his allies' abilities, and there was a high probability that they were hired by the old man or someone from his group. The guy called out to his fighting friend and asked to leave the opponents alive. The boy replied that he wanted to at least cut him a little. The gentleman was surprised and agreed with his ambitions. Immersed in his own thoughts, the guy thought that something was wrong, because if they knew about Birik's abilities, then they probably knew that he owned magic, but for some reason no one attacked him. Suddenly, more people came out of the gateway. The young man looked back at them and said that this was expected. Looking at the crowd of bandits, he said that they probably had a lot of work to do that night. One of the guys raised his club and said that they needed to get straight to the point, then asked the boys if he was Ian. The boy smiled slightly. He immediately created a magical charge on his palm and confidently said that it was true. Standing in front of them, the young man decided that the opponents were simply gathering people, then asked why they were doing this and whether they valued their own lives. The young man stepped forward and wished the hero death based on how much money they would pay for his head. The bandits rushed into battle. The heroes dodged his blow with a bat and swung his right hand. The magical charge continued in his palm. The young man hit the guy's face with his hand. The glow of magic burst out from under his palm. The enemy frowned in surprise. Suddenly, a small explosion occurred. The bandit recoiled in shock, his face was healed. He fell to the ground in front of the master. On the other hand, the opponent jumped up from his place and insulted the blonde. The young man dodged his attack with a simple bend. Knocking the weapon out of his hand, the guy immediately attacked in response. The opponent spat out his own blood and fell to the ground. Ian adjusted his sleeve and asked if they were residents of Brack. Because they looked like ordinary people, one of them said that he did not need to know. The guy irritably waved his hand and said that he controlled the force worse than he thought, but they can try to attack him if they dare. One of the bandits trembled with fear after seeing this and said that no one warned them about this. His ally tried to calm him down and said that the opponent was just a child. They again rushed into the attack, shouting that they needed to attack at once. Suddenly, Barik rushed past him, attacking the opponents. His eyes filled with rage and he loudly asked who dared to do such a thing. Having cut one person, he finished the sentence by saying that they were bothering a person in the middle of the night. The boy grabbed his blade with both hands. With a sweeping circular strike, he threw one opponent aside and asked why they were forcing him to do exercises at such a time. Barik wiped his face with his hand. The master asked him if they would survive. The boy said that if he was talking about those with whom he had recently fought, then yes. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the blonde praised him for his work. He used his magic on the ally's body and again asked him to leave one alive. The fighter smiled admiringly and wondered if such a mind-blowing effect was due to his fatigue. The blonde asked why he was talking like that and if he was listening to him at all. The guy jumped up from his place, raised his sword above his head and said that he really was listening to him, after which he shouted that the enemy had come to an end. He attacked one of the bandits with a chopping blow. The opponents decided that he had gone crazy. With quick blows he attacked one bandit after another. The young man jumped up from his place again, catching up with the fleeing ones. The frightened guys said that the red-haired guy had completely gone crazy. He exhaled easily and wondered what they were talking about. Looking at the mad smile and bloody face of his friend, the guy thought that Barik's face was finally shining with such a happy smile. The fighter laughed, wiped his forehead and said that it was very good and a pleasant feeling. The enemy lying on the floor thought that the boy was some kind of crazy. The gentleman went to one of the wounded and said that, fortunately, one of them remained alive. The hero put his hand on his shoulder. Turning the wounded man over, he said that he thought he had seen him somewhere before. Looking back at his ally, the blonde asked him to take a closer look. Maybe he knew this face too. The boy replied that he was not sure, but the man was quite ugly. The bandit touched his face. A ring flashed on his hand. Barik noticed this and said that he hid his face when this was said. Suddenly, the blonde looked back and noticed something. The bandit's face immediately melted and he wheezed loudly. Barik covered himself with his hand in horror and said that his face seemed to have turned to mush, so now he did not recognize him at all. As the hero watched, he thought that the skin had completely melted, and that it looked like the poison that assassins used to avoid being identified. Suddenly, the guy lying on the ground trembled, hearing the words that someone needed to be brought and that this boy should be taken to the mansion. The guys left that street. The gentleman noticed that the guards had not made a noise for a long time. In the middle of the night, Mac could be seen moving from side to side through the window. He frowned nervously, holding his hand to his chin, and wondered if those guys had gotten rid of the boy and what would happen if everything went wrong. Digor said that they were former members of the Imperial Guard, so there was nothing to worry about, and the comrade was worrying too much. The man suddenly flared up with rage and said that Digor, in turn, was too optimistic because they needed a plan in case they failed. The old man suddenly turned to him and asked him to be quiet because the servants could hear them. He frowned and said that Petrius had excellent abilities. Having imagined the appearance of a man dressed in armor, the old man noted that although he was old, he was the vice captain of His Majesty's Guard, and moreover, he was a religious man and would not make mistakes. Someone's footsteps were heard in the corridor. The man also added that Petrius, accompanied by 10 people, attacked these 2 boys in a narrow alley, so there should be no problems. Barik approached the open door at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, the men quickly looked around, hearing the sounds of the door. They fell into shock and sweated because of nerves. Mac looked at the closed door and asked about who came to them, and called out to Petrius. The door of the room opened slightly. Barik looked inside with a wide smile and asked if that was the name of the person they were waiting for. The men turned pale with fear and fell silent. The guy came inside with a blade in his hand, ordering them to follow him. Digor was indignant at what he was allowing himself to do. The guy put a blade to his neck and ordered him to shut up, otherwise he would behead him, after which he said that Ian said that he could cut up anyone if he wanted. The man frowned nervously and called him an insolent man, after which he said that they came from the palace. He instantly turned pale, hearing in response the words that the boy knew. Confidently holding the blade in his hand, the boy said that they were on the border, and where they came from was of absolutely no concern to anyone, and that was exactly what his master had said. In the morning, people came out into the street and saw blood splashed on the sidewalk. One of them said that, according to rumors, everything happened when the master was returning to the palace in the middle of the night. The woman was horrified and asked how this was possible. One of the guys answered that they were trying to figure it out right now because the gentleman brought the gula to the people and he was suddenly attacked. Barik wiped the prisoner's forehead while Ian asked if his name was Petrius. The man stood silently with his head down. The young man asked if that was his name, because at least that was what the others called him. Suddenly the prisoner raised his head and screamed loudly, frightening the boy. He said that it was very loud and he was washing his wounds, so he could have been patient. The blonde touched his chin and thought about something. Looking at the wounds on the man's body, he thought that when they searched him, it turned out that even the tattoos by which he could be identified were erased. He crossed his arms and turned to the man, asking him from you if he knew how terrible he looked now. Era said that, according to the doctor, at this rate he would not last even 3 days. The man bowed his head again. The boy added that he was going to die soon anyway, so he had the opportunity to simply confirm his name and be made a member of the council. The man looked up at him and tears welled up in his eyes. The boy looked at him calmly. Turning around, the boy said that he did not want to torture a man at death. Approaching the door to the dungeon, he looked back and added that the warriors of the Great Desert cannot forget about retribution, and that he hoped that the man did not have any people dear to him left. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the blonde added that anyone who bears his last name will only die. Barik looked back at the leaving gentleman and agreed not to take his eyes off the prisoner. The man opened his mouth again. The guy was moving further and further away from that cell when suddenly a shrill scream was heard along the corridor. Romandro quickly ran down the stairs. The blonde looked up in surprise, hearing the man calling him. Frightened, Romandro ran up to the guy, examined him and asked the guy if he was okay or not, because he was told that the guys were attacked. After which he began to ask if the gentleman or Barik was injured, because, as he heard, more than 15 people died. The blonde looked at him calmly. The man exhaled heavily. The boy said that, as he saw, he and his friend were safe and sound. The man said that this was a great relief, because he was so scared when he heard the news, but the guy, as the owner of magical abilities, is quite strong. The dim light of the torch spread along the corridor. The young man said that they captured 2 attackers, and they think that this attack has an organizer, but one of them is unconscious, and the other is stubbornly silent, so there are no leads yet. Suddenly he remembered something and put his hand in his jacket. The guy took out the attacker's ring with a small needle and asked the man there if he knew what kind of poison was on this ring, because it worked very quickly. As soon as the guy pricked himself in the face, it seemed to melt. Romandro narrowed his eyes, looking at the gold ring, and said that if this ring began to flow his face, then perhaps it is tebarfin. Ian looked down. The man also added that it is mainly used by mercenaries and slave traders to hide their identities. The man returned the guy's find and asked about what happened to the Malin group, said that they continue to insist that they did not know anything. He shook off the napkin. The man asked if the guy was going to kill them, to which the young man answered negatively and said that otherwise the palace would send a detachment to investigate again. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the guy noted that, as it seemed to him, he had no right to decide who to kill. Smiling confidently, the blonde said that he had already finished speaking, that he would prove it, so he wanted to convey to his highness that he would follow his will. The door of one of the cells opened with a slight creak. A plate of food immediately flew towards the door. It hit the cage and the food splashed all over the sides. One of the men insulted the blonde. The envoys of the second prince looked at the guy with irritation. The young man asked them if they managed to sleep. Mac and Degore flushed with anger and said that they had come to this place on orders from the imperial palace, and he was insulting the emperor by treating them, and that an unearthly clan of warriors should also do the right thing. The mustachioed man flushed with anger and loudly added that, as the boy had said, he was now a citizen of the Great Desert, and then asked if he didn't know what would happen if their man treated the people from the palace like that. The hero looked at him sternly and asked if that was why they were still alive. The men stepped back in surprise when he said that if they weren't people from the palace, they would be in the same situation as Petrius. Mac asked what he meant. The young man took out a test with water and a magic stone. He threw the magic stone into the water and the voice of Malin was heard in the dungeon, discussing that if the boy blocked the way, refusing to give way, and there was no bypass, then there was nothing left but to remove the obstacle. The old man immediately turned pale with fear, hearing the name Petrius in that recording, pronounced by him personally. The mustachioed man pointed his finger at him and menacingly said that this recording could not be used as a face, because he eavesdropped on them, and for evidence he had to officially start the trial. The young man grinned at his words. Shaking the test tube, he said with an arrogant smile that these were borderlands, and not the capital where they came from. Picking up a plate from the floor, the young man also added that now he was a member of an unearthly clan of warriors, and the warriors of the Great Desert do not treat the place lightly. Walking along opposite, he looked back and said that he could only draw one conclusion from this recording, so he was not going to close his eyes to it. His gaze became colder and colder. The boy added that they should treat the food with respect because he believed that they understood that they were in no position to be picky. The men angrily clenched their teeth, looking at him. After a while, the guy went somewhere along the corridor. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. An alarmed Hannah ran to him. The young man asked her what happened, to which the girl said that there was a whole crowd outside. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl said that everyone wanted to see him. He could not understand what was going on. Running after her, he could not let go of the thought of what all this was for and whether people wanted to steal the gilla. The girl looked back at him, checking if he was running after her. The boy wondered if Malin had set them on him. A bright light was bursting through the doorway into the room, blinding him. The boy wondered if there had been problems during the restoration, or if there had been some kind of conflict with an unearthly clan of warriors. The hero closed his eyes from the bright light and thought that if discontent had flared up among the residents, which he had not even guessed about, then everything was very bad. The worried residents came to him with gifts. The guy froze in surprise. People asked him who had said this nonsense, because they had been told that he had been seriously wounded. The young man blushed embarrassedly, not understanding what was happening. The people said that although their gifts were modest, they were from the heart, and these flowers that they brought were very calming. One of the boys looked at the gentleman with concern and said that he was very worried when he heard that he was attacked. Because there was so much blood in that alley, the girl asked if the boy was okay, and then said that he was wrong to go out on the street so late. The gentleman's gaze was filled with warmth and joy. One of the townspeople took his hand and he suddenly remembered his past feelings. His own image from his past life popped into his head. The young man thought that only thanks to this warmth he was able to endure the enormous pressure of the throne during those 3 terrible years. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Looking at the townspeople, he said that he was glad that they all came and then asked them to gather people in the square. The boy smiled widely and said that Gentleman Romandro finally allowed them to distribute and grow gilla. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the city. The people stood in several rows in front of a small table, and they were told that those who came to receive the gull should listen carefully, because the number of seeds and seedlings they would receive depended on the size of the garden and the number of family members. The blond man raised his hand to his mouth and announced that they were currently giving them away for free, but next year, during the harvest, they would give a 10th as a tax, so he hoped that they would share with each other the methods of growing and preparing this plant. Looking at the crowd of people, he also added that buying and selling gold to residents of other territories must only take place through the mansion, and in case of violation, they would be required to pay a fine of 50 gold, and if they reported the violator, they would receive a reward. One of the townspeople raised his hand, asking what would happen to trade between their own. The young man replied that this was allowed, but they could not sell even one seed or seedling to residents of other territories without permission from the mansion. Raising his hand again, the guy said that if they hadn't received anything today, there was no need to worry because there would be a second delivery. Barik came up behind him and distracted him, saying that they needed to return to the mansion for a while. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that one of the attackers had finally woken up. The hero walked quickly down the prison corridor. One of the workers looked back at him, happy to see him. The blonde said that the second one had woken up, after which he asked what was happening with Petrius. The man was still chained up and kept his head down. The worker said that there was little hope, because at best he would live through today, but he was unable to say a word. The blonde looked at the healer and asked if the other one was in the same condition. Suddenly, the guy who had attacked the gentleman that evening knelt down and begged for mercy. Ian almost went deaf from this scream. The doctor said that this prisoner is not quite okay, because everything is extremely absurd since he is the kidnapper and the gentleman the victim of the kidnapping. Vladina glanced at him and asked about his name, to which the prisoner answered honestly and said that his name is Colin. He is 20 years old, he has 2 older brothers and 3 younger ones. The gentleman grabbed his head, and his friend flushed with anger. The blonde said that he was not interested, and Barik was indignant and said that the prisoner could also name his personality type and zodiac sign. The frightened man immediately did so. Colin remembered how he and other residents were offered a bag of gold. Hearing the question about where he came from, he immediately said that he came from Mariloff, and that the guards of the gambling house where he works said that there is an opportunity to earn good money, so he went for them to the right person. The blonde frowned darkly and decided that this was expected because the customer was looking for performers among the poor because they would not refuse. The frightened man quickly turned his head, hearing the question of who this man was, after which he replied that he did not know. Barik immediately released his bloodlust and raised his fist above his head. The man grabbed his head and said that it was true because he was paid by the guards and he did not even meet the customer in person. The young man tapped his finger on his shoulder, thinking about Mariloff. He immediately turned around and asked his comrade not to kill this man and to take him into custody. The prisoner asked for mercy and said that he would do everything they asked, to which the gentleman replied that his life would be spared. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky above the palace. The young man wondered if anyone besides this man, and said that he would send a message to Mariloff, so the horse must be prepared. Romandro looked up from his work when he heard a chair and asked his guest to come in. The boy came in. The man asked if something had happened and if his prisoner had died. The boy replied that he was still breathing. However, one of the criminals admitted that he had come from Mariloff and that most of them had come from there. The boy placed his hand on the man's desk and added that he wanted to send a letter there, after which he asked if Romandro could help him with this. The man looked away and thought about his request. The boy smiled slightly. The man asked if he understood correctly that it was all because he needed a reason to write a letter. He, without hiding his smile, confirmed his guess. Romandro smiled broadly, chuckled and said that he agreed. He picked up one of the documents and added that the boy had come just in time, because he was just about to send His Highness the First Principal a letter of recommendation. Ian took the documents in his hands. The man asked him what he thought about it. The boy smiled happily and said that he hoped that His Majesty the Emperor and the First Prince would like it. He handed the paper back to the man and asked if he should include something when sending it. The man didn't understand what he was talking about at first, then confirmed his idea, to which the boy said that they would do so then, but he needed to write something to Mariloff. Looking to the side, the boy decided that he should write that the next lord of the territory had been attacked by criminals from a neighboring territory. The man wrote down his words, while the boy said that since one of the attackers confessed, this crime must be properly investigated. So they asked for Mariloff's active cooperation in the investigation, including determining the identity of the deceased, who will be handed over to them. The man wrote the last sign and said that everything turned out well in principle. He exhaled with a smile and added that since this was just an excuse, he hoped that the recipient would not respond. The young man noted that winter would come someday, because they themselves would soon need Gila. Romandro smiled widely and agreed with him, after which he said that they could sell it for even more than they tried to sell the necessities, and he could only imagine what their faces would be like. The blonde took one of the sheets from the table, came closer and thanked the gentleman for his help, because everything was going well so far. The man jerked in surprise when he heard the boy say that he hoped that His Highness could also help. The man anxiously looked away and thought about the boy's words, not knowing what to expect. A pair of deer were walking in the meadow next to the human camp. Someone pulled the bowstring and loaded an arrow. The projectile hit the ground and scared one of the deer. The first prince stood aside, watching the fleeing animal. He smiled softly. The men standing nearby smilingly discussed the fact that it all happened because of the wind. They looked at each other and one of them said that first place now belongs to Mr. Terencio. The interlocutor agreed and said that he would probably win this hunt too. The blonde pulled the bowstring. One of the men said that he thought he had not seen His Highness the Second Prince today. The young man smiled and asked him if he regretted it. The man answered that he really did regret it a little, because in childhood they were both so cheerful and nimble, and sometimes they scared off prey with this. But it was quite funny. Suddenly, Elena jumped up from her seats when an arrow fell nearby. The young man lowered his hand a little. The man looked at him in shock. The guy said that everything happened exactly the same as now. He looked back with a sly smile and said that he was also very sorry and that he wondered what this Gale was doing, since the ministers were not satisfied with his hunting skills. The man shook his head in fear and said that it was not like that at all. The guy walked away and said that they could continue, but he wanted to rest a little. The men agreed with him. Merv put it in his bow by the sofa. The guy sat down in his place. The assistant came up to him and asked if he was okay. The young man answered that he was not, since he was very tired, after which he asked about the reason for his arrival. The blonde looked up, hearing the words that he had received a message with the border, and that, as it seemed to him, it would be a good gift for him. The prince took the document from him with interest. The man folded his hands behind his back. The young man said that it was quite funny because they thought they could prevent the voice in winter with Gila, because it turned out that Gila was tasty and rich in nutrients. Also, it ripened in just a month and was very fruitful despite the condition of the soil and the abundance of water. The prince touched his face and thought about how impossible it was because no one would eat a useless weed. He threw the leaf aside and asked heavily if the man had finished. Because it was not a very good gift, the assistant suddenly remembered something else. The young man looked back and saw a small ring that was taken out of the letter. The man said that in that letter of recommendation Ian was named the next lord of the territory, and also Sir Mullen's ring was enclosed in it. The assistant placed the ring on the table and added that the report said that the old man tried to kill Ian, since his man led the attack, but failed, and according to the letter, he is now in custody. The youth took the ring and smiled awkwardly. The man added that they wanted to hand over the people to his disposal. Imagining the boy kneeling, the principal thought about how he had already assumed this would happen since he was informed that the blonde had brought an unearthly clan of warriors to the territory. But the boy turned out to be quite useful. But did he think that he would be made a lord just because he had no connection with the second prince? Getting up from his seat, the prince asked the assistant to write a reply letter. As he left the room, the boy smiled and said that even if the owner of magical abilities became a lord, he must come to the capital, so he wondered what the boy was going to do now. The youth narrowed his eyes slightly and decided that everything was working out very well, because the boy would be useful to him in the Ministry of Magic. The entrance cloak swayed slightly. The young man returned to the ministers and asked if they had caught anything. The man replied that there were quite a lot of deer in this place, so the young man should also shoot. The guy closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. One of the arrows flew very close to his head. The projectile hit the deer right in the neck. The ministers were shocked and looked around. The blond man stood silently, as if rooted to the spot. A wound appeared on his cheek. He slightly narrowed his eyes and said that his brother was still not careful. Gale sat on his horse with a contented smile. He smiled contentedly and apologized to his brother, after which he asked if he understood correctly that he had not treated the guests very fairly. The young man jumped off his horse and added that he had business, so he was late. The minister replied that they were waiting for him very much, and they hoped that he was doing well. The first principal pursed his lips in irritation. The ministers began to sweat. One of them said that they would go get a drink of water since it was very hot there. The men quickly walked away. The first prince looked back at his brother who had arrived. He smiled sarcastically and said that despite his busy schedule, the young man had come anyway, after which he asked if he should thank him. The brunette replied that his brother had a much busier schedule since he had all the state affairs and so on, but he still showed up at these boring hunting competitions. Gale looked away and asked his brother why he was so interested in the border regions. The blonde looked back at him in irritation. Imagining the images of Romandro and Malin, the young man thought that the denunciations from the old man had stopped at some point, but letters from his assistant were still coming. He grinned confidently and added that he understood everything the moment he suddenly came to the meeting and interrupted it, but he did not understand whether his brother understood everything too. The young man pulled the bowstring and said that it was surprising that he became interested in this while he was busy. The brunette looked at him nervously. The first principal added that he did not know what he had planned, but it was better for him to give up that territory. Gale swayed slightly and smiled nervously. The blonde said that he had received a letter with recommendations for the appointment of the next lord of the territory. Having released the arrow, he added that the new lord would be a magician, and he was already rebuilding everything there, and besides, he had made an alliance with an unearthly clan of warriors. His arrow hit very close to his brother's arrow in the body of a deer. The blonde grinned, looked back at his brother and said that he had no objections, so he asked to speed up the inheritance process. After a while, the ministers and princes gathered at a long table. People whispered about the fact that both princes came to the ministers' meeting again, and it was probably because of those words. The brothers looked at each other with a smile as soon as they heard the words about the Brack territory. The minister took a document in his hand and said that a letter had come from the restoration expert recommending a person for the position of lord of the territory. People stood up to discuss something among themselves when they heard the words that this was the adopted son of the executed Durga, Ian. The second principal sat down on the back of the chair while people discussed how this was the son of a criminal, and if they put a family member in charge again, it would mean that there was no point in punishing the entire family because now he should be a slave. Each of them imagined the image of the young man. The first principal looked into the eyes of his brother. One of the ministers added that it was the young man who brought charges against his father, which means he himself broke ties with this family, and besides, he was never officially a member of this family. The man put his hand on the table and said that they needed to listen to the text of the report. The principal looked at each other again, hearing the words that the boy had done everything that, in the expert's opinion, a lord should have done. Mayor folded his hands with a joyful smile and said that the boy was a native of the territory that had managed to establish an alliance with the Great Desert, a magician, and was loved and respected by the locals, so he supported his candidacy for the role of lord. The minister looked at him in surprise, hearing from the prince the words that usually lords on the borders bear the title of count, but in this special case it would be best to make him a viscount. The men looked back at the prince and discussed the fact that, since his candidacy was supported by Prince Merv and expert Romandro, they had no reason to object. The second prince's assistant turned to the gentleman and whispered something to him. The brunette smiled contentedly after hearing what he had heard. The voices of men were heard again in the room. One of the ministers asked what would happen next if he became a lord. The interlocutor answered that if the boy possessed magic, then he should work in the palace, but would he be able to leave for a long time if he was busy restoring the lands? The prince replied that it was not yet time to discuss this, because now it was important to decide whether he had the right to lead the territory, because as long as the territory paid taxes, there was nothing to worry about. The second principal suddenly snapped his fingers, hearing the words about taxes. The young man smiled slyly and said that everything was said perfectly. Turning to the woman sitting next to him, he said that the boy was adopted, who was originally a slave, and since the kid possessed magic, it would be better to return him to shackles and make him work in the palace. The woman smiled at him in response and said that everything was correct because even novice magicians receive more than 100 coins in gold, so this is too much of an expense. The first prince frowned in irritation and asked if they wanted to make a mage, the closest person to a god, a slave, since as the minister of magic she should know that it was wrong. The woman looked back at him and said that she was simply talking about the economic side of the issue and was not suggesting that the boy be turned into a slave. The man slammed his hand on the table and said that no matter what, his opinion did not change. The second prince looked around at those present and said that the taxes that had been stolen by the previous count, the subsidies allocated for the restoration of the territory, and the taxes that the boy could provide as a lord, if all this was calculated, would amount to about 10,000 gold a year, and it seemed to him that everyone would be satisfied if he paid that much. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that if he could not fulfill this condition, then it would be fair for the offspring of a criminal to return to slavery again. Margrave looked angrily at his brother and thought that he had already calculated everything. The young man imagined the stacks of gold coins and thought that the Brack territory would be able to pay such a sum unless they kept nothing from the residents' taxes. Then he imagined the scales on which the territory in gold stood, and thought that otherwise Wasley would lay claim to the territory, which would be put up for sale. And even if the boy paid the taxes, the territory would drown in debt, but he did not understand whether they had decided to pull off such a plan. One of the ministers thought about it and said that he thought it was a good idea, because such a sum would justify him in the eyes of others, and besides, then there would be no protests from other aristocrats. The first principal looked at them with satisfaction and listened to the words that many ministers agreed, because even if the boy had magical abilities, few would like the fact that the blood of a criminal flowed through him. Suddenly the young man looked to the side and agreed. The ministers subordinate to him sighed with relief. The young man added that first of all he should be appointed lord of the territory. The woman approached the second prince again and whispered something. The brunette thought that this was unexpected, because he thought that his brother would defend the magician more desperately. They looked at the first prince and were silent for a second. Margrave calmly closed his eyes. His brother thought about what he was thinking about. The blonde opened his eyes and decided that it did not matter whether the boy got into debt or not, because the main thing was that none of the second prince's supporters became the lord of the territory. Smirking slightly, he decided that the boy was capable of this. After a while, a luxurious carriage drove under the sun's rays. Hannah looked back in surprise, noticing people running to the boy. Romandro quickly ran to the master and said in shock that a carriage had arrived from the palace. The boy asked if this was true, and if it was because he had put the old man and his people under guard. The expert smiled happily and said that it was a golden carriage, because people had arrived with an order from the emperor. The blonde looked at him in surprise and fell silent for a second. The man added that they had brought a letter appointing him to the position of lord. People watched the white carriage stop, asking if they had sent another investigation team, noting that it was wearing something else and that it looked too rich. Then the door opened. An elderly woman came out with scrolls in her hands, named Chilonia. She was an administrative official of the emperor's palace. She lowered her eyes and said her name. All those present knelt down when she began to tell them that she had arrived with an order from the emperor, and then demanded that everyone show respect and observe all the rules of conduct. The woman opened the scroll and said that this letter with recommendations from the Crown Prince Margrave and expert Romando had been approved by the council. Kneeling and head down, the boy listened to her words that in recognition of his contribution to the restoration of the territory and the protection of the borders, he was granted the title of the new Viscount of the Vrat's territory. The servants with their mouths open began to look around, and the people outside the gate froze in shock. The old woman, continuing to hold the scroll, added, looking at the blonde sitting in front of her, she read out that due to the fact that he was the illegitimate son of a criminal, he was obliged to fulfill the conditions, and within a year after receiving the title, he was obliged to pay 10,000 gold as compensation for unpaid taxes to Durg of Rats in order to secure his right to rule the territory. The protagonist looked up when the woman noted that this was to bury the right to own Vrats, and his glory would pass on to future generations of the family. Ian narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that it turned out that he became a lord only for a while, and fulfilling the condition determined his position, the new ruler of the territory or the bastard of a criminal. Chilonia rolled up the scroll and called him. When he lowered his head again, she noted that he had the right to refuse. A smile appeared on his lips. The boy raised his head and declared that he would not refuse, and it was a great honor for him, so he accepted the will of the emperor. Continuing to stand by the carriage, the old woman said that she had something else. When the blonde stood up, she asked him if Sir Maline was okay, to which he answered in the affirmative. The woman pulled her hand into her breast pocket, saying that in that case, she was now reading not the order of the Emperor, but the order of the second Duke of Gale. Surprise appeared in the blonde's eyes. Looking at the old woman, he listened to her words that the subjects of Malin, Mac and Dagor must remain safe and sound. The protagonist's mouth fell open. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked what they were trying to do, noting that His Majesty the Emperor was like the sun. The woman and the man looked puzzled when Ian began to say that there was only one sun in the sky, and according to palace etiquette, only imperial decrees were delivered in the golden carriage, and she could not help but know this. The woman looked down in fear, thinking that even some of the aristocrats did not know about this, so she did not understand how a bastard from the border of the empire knew this. Looking at her, the boy said that she was showing disrespect to His Majesty, adding that he would make sure that Malin and his entourage were safe, but not to count on him anymore. He looked closely at the guest, realizing that even the Ministry of Magic sided with Gale, and then wondered if only Gale and Chelonia supported him. The old woman clenched her hand into a fist. Then she stopped holding her hands on her chest and said that she wanted to make sure of the prisoner's safety so that she could inform the palace. Heading towards the glittering palace, the blonde said that he would take her inside. Once in the dungeon, the woman opened her mouth, then rushed to the bars, shocked, asking what she was doing there. Malin grabbed the bars, loudly asking to let them out. His gaze darted. He saw the scroll in Chelonia's hands. The man looked at the protagonist and asked if she had really come with a decree appointing him lord. Ian smiled and confirmed his words, saying that he was now a viscount and henceforth let him address him appropriately. The old woman turned to him and said that she would like to speak with Sir Malin now. The guy took a step forward. The guest and the finished one looked at him with puzzled eyes while he told them that they were suspected of conspiring and organizing his murder, and as a lord he was obliged to watch them for his own safety and for the well-being of the territory. The blonde held out his hand. Placing her between Malin and Chelonia, he said that everyone was safe and sound, and he did not give his permission to negotiate. The protagonist smiled sweetly and asked if she should go upstairs. When evening came, large tables were set up in the courtyard, and everyone began to exclaim that Mr. Ian had become the new lord of the territory. They drank and danced. While the alcohol splashed from the mugs, people told the unearthly warrior clan not to just sit and drink. Everyone crowded around the guy, congratulating him and noting that he had become a real aristocrat. The blonde looked away when he was congratulated. He shook Kakentir's hand and thanked him, noting that it was all thanks to his clan's help. Looking at the merrymakers, the man said that they were going to return in a couple of days, and the protagonist asked why so suddenly. Turning his gaze to Nursaran, Kakentir began to say that it was already getting cold, and the warriors missed the desert, but Nursaran and several chambers would remain in the territory of rats. He smiled and began to say that supporting the guy was the best decision, and now they were treated as allies, and not as barbarians attacking the border regions, and he became stronger. The gloomy man behind them poured himself some wine. He lowered his head, asking why they only gave the title of Viscount to the lord of the border territories, after which he himself agreed and noted that Baron is not enough, and Count is a lot. The brown-haired man began to pour wine from the bottle into his mouth, indignantly saying that 10,000 gold was nonsense, and there could not be so much in the tax report of the Vrat's territory. The guy looked down, thinking that it was obvious, and they had specifically named an amount that would be difficult to pay, and Gale had tried. Looking at everyone having fun, the man said that they would never collect that much money, and then asked what to say about the locals who still hadn't recovered from the Civil War and how they couldn't understand what these people had gone through. He looked at the blonde man in confusion and began to mumble that he had been given the title of Viscount, so he. The protagonist, holding the scroll, smiled and said that it hadn't happened officially yet, so it was fashionable to address him as before. He looked down at the paper when they told him that he had already reread the imperial order several times, and why they asked if there was something wrong with it, to which Ian replied that everything was fine. Without raising his eyes, he said that he was just confused by something. Looking at the scroll in his hands, the guy mentally noted that the empire was currently ruled by Clave Erosion, but he couldn't remember anything special about him, and it was just one of the emperors whose reign fell on an era of unrest. However, this seal was different from the one he knew. The blonde furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, thinking that he had definitely been putting the seal every day for 3 years, so he couldn't just mix it up, and if he suddenly changed the seal, he would definitely know about it. Imagining the seal with the dragon statuette, he mentally asked why the seal of the Emperor, Kadov, had not changed since its inception, had suddenly changed. The protagonist put his hand near the seal, thinking that there could only be one conclusion, and in the middle of what was happening, the seal of the Emperor had changed. Imagining a huge hourglass, he mentally noted that even without knowing all the details, he couldn't help but know about such an event when he himself was sitting on the throne. Ian imagined the back of a long-haired man. He perked up when he was suddenly called. The guy looked at the man and asked if he had called him, which he noted that he had somehow become gloomy and asked if something was bothering him. While the fun was still going on the side, the blonde replied that everything was fine and asked if nothing had happened, and the brown-haired man said that he was just asking. Blushing, he smiled broadly and asked if they should notify people since he had already received a letter of appointment. The blonde smiled and gave a positive answer. The man was sitting in his office and motoring over the papers, asking if this bastard had really received a title. He threw them on the table, muttering that someone who was born in a brothel decided to act like a nobleman, after which the butler noted that now they would have to write a congratulation, adding that in addition, they needed to answer all the letters, which were about the last attack. The brunette grimaced in displeasure. The old man bowed to him when he said that it was a waste of time and that he should just write something. The man frowned. Looking at his servant, he asked if rats had written anything about food, to which he replied that they had not received any letters on the subject. The brunette shook the ash from his cigar, mentally noting that this was very strange, and that they too were in a difficult situation due to the fact that the harvest was worse than usual, and then wondered what Ian would do with the dismantled rat's territory. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he would probably start feeding on carrion and weeds. The man waved his hand and dismissed the butler. After a while, he left the room. The old man turned around when he was called. The blonde girl brought a closed fan to her face and asked if there was news from Brat's territory. The butler approached her and said that they had been informed that Ian had received the title of Viscount. His face showed confusion and shock when the girl asked him to tell her what the Earl had said. She covered her face with her fan, muttering that they were their neighbors after all, so they should send them an answer. Still standing in the hallway, the blonde said that she would write and send the letter herself, and if the Earl suddenly scolded, the old man could tell him that it was her order. She folded it up. The girl turned to the door, saying that in her opinion some kind of gift should be sent to Vrats, after which she asked to leave the treasury open, and she in turn asked the Earl for permission. The man with a puzzled face opened his mouth and said that she did not have to do that. The blonde opened the door and turned around, denying his words and saying that this is exactly what she should do. While the sky was blue outside, the guy sat down at the table, and the brown-haired man asked him if he slept well today. The blonde looked at the servants and asked for cold water. He smiled, mentally noting that he felt like he was able to overcome a large mountain with the help of one title. He looked at the man when he began to talk about the support he received from the palace, after which the man asked if the remaining subsidies were usually not returned. He froze with the boat in his hands when the man began to say that this was so, and it was literally a custom, and also that he could use them at his own discretion, and also wanted to make an estimate of all expenses and asked what he thought about it. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked if this was true, noting that he would easily be very grateful if he did so. The brown-haired man put his hands on the table and replied that he thought it would be the right thing to do, and if he couldn't open Gila for everyone like that, the 3,000 gold would have been wasted, and he believed that he could also spend the rest of the money wisely. Ian closed his eyes and thanked him, noting that he would keep that in mind. The man coughed into his fist and thanked him for letting him return to the capital in the middle of winter, to which the guy asked if he was talking about his wife. A smile appeared on the brown-haired man's lips. He began to smile widely, saying that he had received news that they were expecting a child. Suddenly, the blonde turned around when he was called and reported that a response had arrived from Mariloff and asked if he should bring it after the meal. The protagonist, looking at the man who entered, answered negatively and told him to let the messenger in. After a while, a guy appeared in the room and said that he had come to convey congratulations from Mariloff on receiving the title. He perked up when the protagonist said it was strange that it came first, noting that they had sent a complaint first and asked if anything had been said about it, but the messenger mumbled. Handing over the letter, he congratulated the protagonist again on receiving the title. Ian watched him as he said that the lady had also asked him to pass on a gift. The guy's eyes widened. The messenger opened the box with the item, saying that it was made in another country. He smiled when the brown-haired man asked what it was used for and replied that he didn't really know. Bowing his head over the box, the blonde didn't wait for the name and the marshal said that it was a dripper. He took the box, and the brown-haired man asked him if he really knew that too. The brunette smiled nervously when the protagonist clarified whether it was true that it was a gift from the countess and gave a positive answer. He continued to smile nervously, saying that she said that this device would definitely help him, and although it was expensive, he should not feel indebted, after which he wondered if she had sent some kind of trinket on purpose. The protagonist thoughtfully touched his chin. Browsing, he grinned. The messenger, smiling nervously, wondered, "Friend, is this really so, and is this some kind of nonsense?" The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that the countess had specific tastes if she was sending such a trinket as a gift. His gaze darkened. He mentally noted that Mariloff would soon begin to put pressure on them because of Gula, but he certainly did not expect such a provocation. Looking at Ian's back, the man asked himself how he would react to this. The guy raised his head and asked to wait a little so that he could write an answer to the Countess. He rose from his chair, and the brown-haired man asked him what he was going to write, but he replied that he liked the gift, and that, as she said, it would be very useful to her. The blonde smiled softly, adding that he would also write that he would like to meet her someday. Imagining a long sheet of paper, he mentally noted that the dripper was one of the recording devices that automatically made a hole with each press of the pen. He imagined a box with the device, thinking that, however, the dripper had become the basis for all the machines of the future, and automated mechanisms were the future of the technological revolution, and these were the most advanced inventions, and before he died, their development had become one of the national projects. The protagonist's face darkened as he mentally noted that he did not understand whether this was an insult. He imagined a girl in a scarlet dress, mentally asking if she also understood the value of the dripper. After a while, he stood in front of Kakantir, asking if he had everything ready for departure, to which he replied that he had, and that Nurserin was finishing the preparations, after which he asked if he wanted to tell him something before leaving. He frowned when Ian said that he rather wanted to ask for something to be done regarding Mariloff, and then began to say that in winter Mariloff relied on food brought by ship from Howen. Presenting a cart, he said that he thought if they took care of it, it would make everything easier. Then the guy began to present cards and figures, saying that it was possible to do it, but in winter they could gain an advantage over them, to which the man said that they did not need battles, and if they found out that he had mixed up, then most likely it would be used against them. Kakantir looked at his comrade and asked if there was another idea. The protagonist smiled and gave a positive answer. After a while, many people gathered in the courtyard and began to talk. The man clutched the bows of the maid, and almost crying, said that he would definitely come again, and she asked him to be careful. Ian looked at them, saying that their eye was loved more than he expected, and the interlocutor began to tell him that even in such a short time, true love can flare up, after which he asked if the unearthly crane is not a nomadic people. The guy narrowed his eyes tiredly, thinking that this is not so bad, and marriage best strengthens the solo of two nations and provides cultural exchange. He grinned. In the past, being in a bright room, someone turned to him. The man put his hand on the table, saying that his choice can change someone's life, so let him try to hear the voices that are behind these words. The brown-haired smiled and said that he should not just discuss what is on the agenda, but try to understand what the people who live here feel. The blonde frowned irritably. He took a step forward, mentally noting that this was too strongly supported by politics, and marriage is not a political tool, but a set of individuals. Barik came up to him and said that everything was ready, and the main character said that they could go. Kakantir looked at his men and told Nurserin that he was handing over his duties to him, and he accepted the order. After a while, the cart opened and a loud order was given to open the gates, because they were returning to the Great Desert. The people began to smile and wave to the warriors, thanking them and wishing them good luck. The man looked to the side when he was called out. There stood a man in his son's arms, holding flowers. The boy handed him a bouquet and began to thank him. Kakantir grinned. He accepted the bouquet. After a while, his men and Ian found themselves at a small building. The man looked at the boy, saying that as soon as they returned, he would immediately begin working on the task swinging Mariloff, which he had asked for. He smiled and said that he hoped that his trip to the capital would go well, and that God did not give trials that could not be overcome, and perhaps this was just the right opportunity. The boy smiled and said that he thought so too, and suggested that they both try. He held out the box and the bag, saying that this was gula and a reward. The man picked up the bag and said that they would only take this. He raised a bouquet of flowers in his other hand, noting that his hands were full. The horses galloped ahead. The two boys looked at the departing warriors, wishing them a good journey. The blonde smiled, saying that it was time for them to return because they had much work left to do, after which the red-haired one asked where they would start in that case. Looking at the blue sky, the protagonist said that everything had already been decided, and that first they needed to start growing gula and then rain in the Marifal. With a smile on his face, he looked at the desert, noting that he thought the Countess had already received his answer. As the warriors moved across the sand, someone told Kakantir that he was clearly in a good mood today. The boy laughed when the man asked without turning around if it was that obvious, and then replied that it was a little strange because he himself was in a good mood. The man turned his head when his human said that he would never have thought that there would be someone in the Boreal Empire who would earn his respect. He looked ahead and replied that it was because he was different from the other idiots in this empire. Remembering their handshake together, he thought that he did not know if the legends were true that mages were messengers of the gods, but his adulthood had given them a lot. Imagining red flowers and a man in a mask, he noted that these were Silesks, information about a traitor, an ally on the border. Then he remembered the map of the Great Desert. The man remembered that they had returned to the Great Desert after the peace ceremony. The man raised his stick. Kakantir looked at him and asked what was wrong. The dark-haired woman rode closer and told him that the wind had changed direction and it seemed the storm had passed faster than he had expected. The woman looked up when the man asked her which direction and said that the guide branch had been damaged and its energy had run out, but judging by the wind's energy, it would come from the north. Kakantir touched his chin with his fist, saying that at this rate it would be soon, so they would have to turn around. He turned and shouted that it would go around the sandstorm. The riders began to turn their horses when they were given the order to turn east. The boy's mouth fell open and he asked again. Looking at everyone with surprised eyes, he asked why not south. The two men looked at him with displeasure, asking what he was talking about and didn't he know that they had to go north, noting that nothing could be taken from aristocrats. After all, he was now a nobleman of Barial. The blonde perked up when they started laughing, saying that this was probably the first time he had set foot on the sand of the Great Desert. His eyes grew sad when he began to listen to them say that the guides had been given knowledge of the desert for generations to protect them. Kakantir watched intently as his man indignantly asked who he was to interrupt them. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if he had a map in his hands. The protagonist held a yellowed paper, saying that it was written by an explorer of the Great Desert and the Barial Empire, and judging by it, a sandstorm would come from the east. He looked at the chief, saying that if they went east, they risked ending up almost at the epicenter, and they could not go along the previous route, so it was best to go south. Ian handed the map to Kakantir when he asked for it. He looked at Nursaran and asked to translate. The brunette looked down, saying that the map was very detailed, and it indicated both the amount of precipitation and temperature as well as humidity for the last 100 years. The man frowned. Looking at the map, he began to think about the fact that they learned this information while traveling on foot, and here in fact an oasis was marked, which they discovered only recently, after which he wondered if all this was due to the difference in technology and science. Kakantir frowned darkly and asked where he got this map from. Ian looked at him and replied that his mentor gave it to him, and the chief wondered if even an ordinary teacher would have such information. Remembering the man with the maps, the boy began to say that for personal reasons he was forced to become a teacher, but in fact he had been studying the Great Desert for a long time. The man drew his eyebrows together and pursed his lips, thinking that the empire was so technologically advanced that it could create a map, but this boy was also smart to be able to understand it. He looked at the blonde, thinking that it looked like he hadn't done it and he needed to be watched. Remembering the large stone houses, Kakantir mentally noted that on this day, the protagonist had given them the map and other information, and they had managed to reach the settlement without getting caught in a sandstorm, and they were told that those who had gone east had encountered it, which meant that this boy's information and conclusions had helped them. Putting his green eyes into his eyes, the chieftain noted his broad outlook, composure, and courage. Now the man smiled, thinking that such talents could not be wasted lying here in Vrats. Looking at the blue sky, he made a mental note that he was really looking forward to finding out what Ian had accomplished in the capital. The guy was sitting at his desk, asking the woman across from him if she was saying that they had simply locked up Marlene, and all she had said was yes. Noting that they hadn't even been tortured, they had simply been taken into custody without any special procedures. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest. He looked away, asking if he was familiar with the court etiquette as well. The old woman pinned the girl with her back, saying that as soon as he said those words, even his expression changed, and even the Romando expert seemed not to know it. Wesley looked away and said that there was no doubt that she and Merv were in touch. She waved her hand when asked not to jump to conclusions and said that she could not find any other explanation. And being a bastard, he could probably only learn the basics, and we can talk about the subtleties of etiquette. The brunette frowned and said that this explained why Merv had initially decided to make him the lord of the territory, and although a couple of people fawned over the blonde, he chose Ian. Introducing the two guys, she said that even if Ian had magical abilities, his knowledge was still alarming. Gale looked away. The woman bowed her head when he thanked her for her work and said that she could go. The guy and the girl were left alone in the office. The brunette took a few steps, angry at the prince. She loomed over him and asked if she should kill the main character. She smiled widely when the guy asked if she had any ideas and replied that during the naming ceremony of the lords, he would have to become part of the Ministry of Magic, and so there would be many ways to do it. The brunette looked at her intently. He pushed back his chair and stood up, after which Wesley asked where he was and heard that he was going to his brother. Gale stopped. He looked at the girl and asked why in her opinion he did not kill Marlene. She smiled widely and said that the old man was an envoy of the Imperial Palace, and if anything happened, Ian would meet with the investigators again, which would entail difficulties, and Captain Erica had come to him not so long ago. The guy grinned, saying that perhaps that was true. He kissed the brunette on the cheek, and she asked why else, to which he replied that he only asked because he himself did not know. Gale smiled and noted that, as he thought, she was not suitable for the role of Minister of Magic. The girl turned her gaze to him, wondering if he meant that he was suitable to be by his side and not as a minister. Left alone in the office, she wondered if he really meant it. The brunette disappeared through the doorway. The city buildings were visible outside the window. The guy sat in the carriage, mentally noting that Wesley was ideal as a lover, but for a colleague who was supposed to help him run the state, she acted too hastily and aggressively. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that the investigation team could be one of the reasons why Ian spared Molly, but it was definitely not because of Margrave. Imagining the sword and the bloody flag, Gale mentally noted that if Molly had died while the Unearthly Warriors clan was involved, the situation would have worsened to the point that not an investigation team, but an army would have come to the territory. The guy imagined his brother, thinking that this is why the decision was left to Margrave, and Ian clearly understood the difference in position between him and Margrave, and this was a strategic choice. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that Molly's life depended not on the bastard's decision, but on Margrave. Looking at the tall building through the window, the brunette thought that there weren't many of his people in the administration, and they weren't as experienced as Molly, so it would be a bastard to lose such a valuable employee. He tapped his fingers on his shoulder. The coachman turned in surprise when Gale asked him to stop and turn the carriage around. He smirked, saying that he should visit not his brother, but his father. The old man was lying on the bed. The Margrave mansion. The butler knocked on the door and asked the gentleman if he was up yet, and he gave him permission to enter. Entering the room with the tray, he asked him if he was cold last night, and the count replied that it had been really cool. The man approached the gentleman and said that he would fix his fireplace and also brought the letters that had come to him since yesterday. The brunette grabbed the letters. The butler perked up when he asked what kind of reply to the congratulations this was, and had they really sent something to Vrats. He thoughtfully touched his chin when the old man told him that the lady had ordered the congratulations to be sent because she was trying very hard to help him. The count looked away. On the tray lay a letter for Leon from Ian. He picked up the letter and said that he saw that he had sent the reply specifically for the girl, and the butler said that perhaps he had done so because the congratulations had not been sent in his name. The man unfolded the letter, saying that from the reply it seemed she had sent him a gift of some sort and that he had liked it, to which the old man replied that he had personally chosen the thing that no one had used and that it was the strange device that had caught fire. The brunette touched his chin thoughtfully and asked if the two had ever met, and the butler said that they had only seen each other for a moment during the farewell and had barely spoken. The girl snatched the letter from his hands and asked what he was doing. She leaned her hand on the back of the sofa and asked why he was reading a letter that had been sent to her. The man grimaced in displeasure when she asked if he had really liked it, adding that he did not know whether she should be happy about it or not. The butler bowed when the gentleman asked him to prepare dinner for them, and the blonde noted that she wanted venison steak. The old man bowed his head when she pointed out that he had forgotten last time, and he apologized. Leon froze and put her hand on the count's shoulder. She hugged him around the neck and noted, saying that in Vrats everyone grows and eats gula, and they say that it tastes much better than they think. And the sick man began to tell her that he probably became a beast himself after living with those barbarians from the desert, and since he started feeding people gula, it turns out that everything is very bad. The girl smiled and said that now the situation there is worse than theirs, and noted that Ian said that he would like to meet and thank them, after which she suggested that she go to Vrats. Hiding behind the man's back, she listened to his words about how she should not talk nonsense, because now is not the time when everyone complains that they have nothing to eat, and soon a large trading organization will arrive from the kingdom of Howan, and until then they need to be patient. The blonde narrowed her eyes. Imagining the withering fields, she mentally noted that because of them, the agriculture had fallen into disrepair. Then she remembered the tall buildings, thinking that at the same time, the breeding and industries had become prosperous. The girl smirked, mentally noting that there were problems both outside and within. She straightened her back and asked when the merchants would arrive, and the count replied that they had said that they would leave from the Howan kingdom in a month. The man looked up when the blonde said that the dead in years would take a month, then changed his mind and said a month and a week. She opened the door, saying that she hoped they would come here as soon as possible. Leon walked out and closed her eyes. Then she opened them. The girl turned to the boy who was washing the windows. Clark put down the rag. He bowed when the lady turned and ordered him to clean the windows clean, because in a month they would have guests from the Huan kingdom. The brown-haired man looked down, thinking about her words. He was left alone in the large hallway. There were stacks of papers on the table. Parquet was holding a letter in his hand and said that he didn't even know about Lady Leon's origin. The others were sitting on the sofa in front of him, asking if he meant her maiden name, to which he replied that he didn't know if she was from a noble family or not, but the lady had been married for 3 years. Introducing her in a wedding dress, the blonde man said that the wedding was very modest by aristocratic standards, and even the residents of the territory found out about the event later. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that there must be a big age difference between them. The protagonist touched his face with his hand, mentally noting that he didn't think Leon was from Mariloff, but if she knew what a dripper was, then she wasn't a commoner either. He looked at the two guys when Barik asked if he had found out anything about the caravan from the kingdom of Howan, And the brown-haired man said that it was the elect trading organization that set out every 5 years. Introducing the people with the carts, he said that although Elec only had 100 people, including the leader, a large number of people relied on them because of the caravan routes, and after Elec, smaller firms would follow in a few weeks. Nurserin looked down, and Romando touched his chin, saying that it turned out that they should get to them first. The warrior raised his head and said that if they could earn their trust, it would be easier, because they could only rely on them in case of an emergency or some unforeseen situation. Ian looked at the others, saying that in that case, everyone froze, hearing a loud sound. Nurserin frowned and said that it was very rude. Sue burst into the office, indignantly asking why it had to be her. She began to roll on the floor, asking why she had to sneak into the caravan from the kingdom of Howen, because it was so cold there and she didn't even know the way through the mountains. Birik grinned sarcastically and said that the words about her not knowing how to cross the mountains were nonsense, to which the girl loudly ordered him to shut his mouth. The guy put his hand on the table and called her. Heading towards her, he said that Kakantir completely trusted her and considered her worthy of warriors. The blonde put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he understood that this was not an easy job, but with her responsibility and endurance, she would definitely cope. He smiled charmingly and asked if she was the fastest of all the clan warriors, and then noted that this was a task for one person, and if suddenly they had to retreat quickly. The embarrassed girl smiled, listening to his words from the fact that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not find a more suitable person for this than her. She covered her face with her hand and turned away, saying that then in this case nothing can be done, to which the protagonist said that he thought she had heard about it anyway, but he would tell her everything in detail, and that she should. After a while, people with carts stopped at the edge of the forest, loudly saying that today they would make a stop here, so the rest should settle down and have dinner to have a good rest. Two guys with upset faces approached the cauldron, muttering that their whole bodies were aching, to which they were loudly told to stand in line and not to cut in front of someone. The old woman wiped her face and turned to the girl with a smile, saying that she worked hard and was grateful for it. Sue fixed her hair with a smile, responding to the gratitude. Suddenly, the woman turned around and began to communicate with those asking for food. The green-haired girl clutched a small bag in her hand, remembering Ian's words. As she emptied the contents into the cauldron, she made a mental note to join the caravan and add some gila powder and yellow scorpion venom to the food, trying to keep them in the gorge as long as possible. Meanwhile, in Marilof, the houses were in ruins. A child clung to his mother and told her he was hungry, to which she asked for patience. Rats ran through the streets. Men stood off to the side, one saying he had never seen anything like it, while another remarked that this year was harder on him, all because of rats and the polluting of the river by cows. He waved his hand when his comrade asked if rats should compensate them for this, but he replied that someone from Marilof had tried to kill their new lord, so the relationship between them had become strained. Not noticing the rat nearby, the man said that for the first time they had such a bad harvest, and last year's supplies were almost gone, and if they asked the count for help, he, unfortunately, only raised taxes. The man drew blood and said that they supposedly said in rats that gula was delicious. The other two began to laugh, exclaiming that this was just nonsense. Presenting the seeds on a plate, the comrade began to say that it was true, and one expert from their imperial palace said that he often ate it, and the news reached them late. But in the center of the empire and in the royal family, everyone had been eating gula for a long time. Looking at him, the men continued to laugh, asking if he really believed it and saying that he had already begun to go crazy from hunger. One of them frowned and asked when this caravan would arrive, to which he was told that it should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, at dawn, the dormouse of birds flew by. Two women were tending to the sick in the tent. Looking at the people on the couch, the woman asked how this was possible, noting that usually only a couple of people from the caravan get poisoned, but this was the first time so many people had gotten sick at once. Sue watched the men, where one asked when the healer would arrive, to which he was told that Marilof promised to send healers as soon as possible, so they should arrive soon. The girl sent looked at them. She turned to the old woman and asked if they were closer to Marilof or closer to the kingdom of Howen. Presenting a map, the woman began to say that they had left recently, which meant that Howen was closer, and the road to Marilof was not easy, and the path to the kingdom goes along the plain, so a healer from Howen would arrive faster. The two of them were distracted by a sick man who asked for water. The green-haired girl smiled sweetly and said that she would do everything now. As she headed towards the exit of the tent, the old woman muttered that she could be trusted and that she was very glad to have her. Meanwhile, the girl smiled widely, glad to be out of there. She closed her eyes, mentally noting that if she could return, she would never go beyond the desert again. She went to the barrel of water and began pouring the powder into it, thinking that no matter what, when the doctor arrived, she would try to convince them to return to Howen. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she was called. The man grabbed her wrist. The man, holding her, ordered her to show what was in her hand. The girl jerked and screamed, asking what he was doing, and called him a pervert, after which he asked her to explain what was in her hand. Looking at her hand, he noted the scratches on the back of her hand and wrist, noting that only someone who used their fists often looked like that. The green-haired girl gritted her teeth when the man leaned towards her and asked what she was doing there, telling her to get what she put in her pocket in a friendly manner. Sue drew her eyebrows together and smirked, asking if he really had nothing better to do than spy on her. The brunette recoiled, puzzled. A moment later, the girl hit him in the chest. He fell to the ground. A few moments later, people ran there, loudly Serenskaya what happened here. The green-haired girl bared her teeth, mentally noting that it would be difficult for her to deal with them alone. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard from the bushes. Everyone perked up when someone asked them what this place was. The girl with the sword froze with surprise on her face. Sue pointed at her and her companions, shouting that they were robbers. The warrior perked up when the people started running away, shouting that they needed to grab their weapons. She tried to calm them down, saying that they were not thieves, she was the captain of the Spanish. A torch fell to the side. The green-haired girl sat in a tree, looking at the battle below. She put her palm to her forehead, mentally noting that because of the darkness no one could tell who was friend and who was foe. And now half would die and half would escape, which meant that she would be able to deal with the caravan before the healer arrived. While the sounds of the fight spread around, she mentally told Kakantir that she would soon return to him. After a while, a cart with 3 people was driving through the city. The man clenched a piece of paper. He frowned and darkened, asking how 3 people in an empty cart came here. He slammed his fist on the table when the butler told him that they were most likely attacked by bandits. Recalling the destroyed camp, he said that he went there with a guide and saw for himself that most of them were either wounded or without a creature. The count leaned over the table while the man told him that the leader of the caravan was the worst hit, and he heard that he returned to the kingdom of Howan, and of the survivors, only 3 wanted to come here. The brunette threw all the papers off his table. The butler stood obediently while his master shouted, indignantly asking why. Because of these idiots, he was forced to eat only porridge. The count froze. Keeping his hands on the table, he asked what the prices were in Cheiron, and he was told that 1 bag of flour cost 6 silver coins. Hanging his head, the man said that nothing could be done about it and ordered that people be sent there and find out who exactly needed supplies, and then form a trading group. The old man opened his mouth and apologized in advance. His master looked up when he asked why they didn't ask rats for help. The brunette frowned and asked again. Imagining the snowy mountains, the butler began to tell him that Cheiron was colder than them, so it would snow earlier there, which would cause the cargo to be transported in morning. He then presented the seeds, offering to try to get some gula, which was now eaten in brats. The man slammed his hand on the table, loudly saying that this was complete nonsense. The butler bowed his head and apologized when he told him that they would not pay money for weeds that even pigs did not eat. He waved his hand and told him to immediately find out the price from Cheiron. The old man sadly lowered his eyes. After a while, having written a letter, he thought that there was nothing more he could do. The sun was shining on the guy's mansion. He held an envelope in his hands, saying that he had received a letter from Mariloff, but it was not from the count, but from the butler. When Barik approached him and asked again, the blonde noted that there was no seal on the letter. He defended the greeting. Holding the papers in his hands, the protagonist read that the butler was writing to him in the hope that he would agree to start trading gula, and that this was his personal request, and it had nothing to do with the count, but if he agreed, they would both try to make a mutually beneficial deal with him. Sitting at his desk, Ian said that the very fact that the butler wrote the letter indicated that the count was trying to get food somewhere else, and the brown-haired man would cancel, that probably from Cheiron, but snow falls early there, and the road there would take 10 days. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin. He got up from his chair and called the red-haired man to go with him to the dungeon. Blonde looked at his munching comrade and asked to lend him 1 cookie. After a while, they found themselves in the dungeon. 2 guys entered the cell. Colin looked at them, trembling with fear. Heading towards him, the protagonist said that he must be having a hard time here. He handed him a cookie and said that he would let him out if he ate it. The guy's eyes turned white. He immediately began to eat the cookie. Ian put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to listen carefully to him and not to tell anyone about this. The brown-haired man looked at him puzzled while he said that he would send him to Marifal, where upon his return he would join a group of traders who would go to Cheiron. His eyes widened in shock as the boy told him that he had to break the deal no matter what, whether it was burning the wagon, tying up all the party members, or breaking something, but the party was not to return for 2 weeks. Colin's mouth widened and he asked how he could do that. Energy enveloped the 2 of them as the blonde said that if he didn't do it, he would die. He glared at him, saying that if anything went wrong, he would immediately release that energy, and the poison that was in the cookie would begin to work. The prisoner immediately covered his mouth with his hands. He fell to his knees and started coughing, while the protagonist told him that his blood would turn to acid, and his body would melt and then seep into the ground. He placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that however, if everything ended well, Ian smiled sweetly, adding that then he would remove the spell and free him. His eyes narrowed. Looking at the crying Colin in front of him, the boy asked if he could do it. People gathered in the street, listening to the man say that those who were going with the trading party to Sharon should come here, write their name on this list. The boy put his fingerprint next to his name. He was shaking with fear, while the butler told him that he was not really suitable for them, because he had a criminal record, but they were taking him on for his enthusiasm, and then asked him to pull himself together and try. Colin clenched his teeth and thought through his tears that if he had not come here, he would have died for sure. Two boys were watching them, asking each other if he could do it. One of them put his hand on his belt and noted that he was accepted, otherwise he would be feeding worms. A man was watching them, while they said that the atmosphere had changed since their last visit, and it was probably because of the rumors that the caravan would not be able to come. The man watching them was Clark. He left there. Then he found himself in the corridor of the palace. The guy knocked on the door and called the lady. The girl was in her room, listening to his words about a suspicious person joining the group of merchants. She grinned and said that she was very glad, after which she wished the chair a good journey. Leon turned her predatory gaze, saying that she believed that he had done his job well. The guy lowered his eyes. While the sun's rays played in the corridor, he asked his lady not to worry about it. The mountains were covered with snow. There were trading carts near a small cave. Colin took a step. Together with the torch, he approached the cart. The fair-haired man closed his eyes, mentally asking everyone for forgiveness and noting that, however, if he did not do this, he would die. He lowered his trembling hand with the torch. The guy perked up when his name was loudly called. He spun around and screamed when asked what he was doing, noting that nothing. The man snatched the torch from his hand. Clark approached him and asked if he was going to burn the carts and take the gold for himself. Colin's eyes widened. Suddenly, the torch began to fall. One of the carts caught fire. The guy opened his mouth in shock, mentally asking what was going on here and who this man was, and how did he know his name. Suddenly, he was hit from behind with a sword. The blonde looked back. The noise was eaten by other people, loudly asking what was going on here. Clark looked at them and said that Colin had set fire to the cart with the gold, and it had resisted so much that he had to deal with it. The guy's eyes rolled back lifelessly, while the others screamed loudly. His hand fell to the ground. The guy watched all this from the side. He opened his mouth in shock, wondering what the hell this was and why he was talking like he was reading a script. The brown-haired man turned around, thinking that he needed to immediately lend this to the master Ian and Romando. The man ran down the corridor. He threw open the door and loudly told the master that trouble had happened. The butler darkened and reported that they had contacted the trading group. The count froze in shock when he heard that all their carts were burning. The man slammed his hands on the table, and the old man began to tell him that Colin, who had begged him to take him into the group, had set fire to the carts and tried to kill people. Imagining broken carts and bloody bodies, he said that it seemed to him that he wanted to steal the gold coins that were taken on the road. They tried to detain him, but he resisted and ended up dead, and the carts were burned, and since there were casualties, they decided to go to Sharon first. The brunette perked up when he heard that they didn't know how long it would take to get there. He gripped the edge of the table with his hand, mentally noting that this winter was going to be the hardest of all theirs, and even the mansion's supplies would soon be running low. The Count introduced the protagonist, thinking that if they weren't the signal to get food from Sharon and Howen, then. He grabbed the servant by the head. Then an olive slammed his face into the table. The butler lowered his head, not looking at the blood splashes, listening to his master indignantly ask how this had all happened. The man pointed his finger at him and ordered the entire family of this Colin to be killed. When the old man went out the door, the maid addressed him, and he told her not to go in there yet. A girl approached them from the side. Leon smiled and asked to open the door, and the maid tried to stop her. The blonde narrowed her eyes and said that everything was fine. The brown-haired girl saved her head. The countess opened the door. She pulled the hairpin out of her hair and turned to her husband. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked him to leave these boys and give her more than a few minutes. When the man got to his feet, Chuala asked him not to be so angry. In the meantime, the butler was carrying away the beaten guy, and she asked why they did not ask Vrats for help. Leon smiled and said that if he was afraid of hurting his pride, she could talk to their lord, and since they had a much smaller age difference, perhaps it would be better for her to go there. The man put his hand on her cheek and asked again, and she asked him to leave it to her. The brunette squeezed her hair hard. He looked gloomily at his wife and asked if she was really trying to escape in this way. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if she was. While the round moon was shining outside the window, the count said that she did not dare to do this. Snow covered the protagonist's estate. He bowed his head and said that the way here was probably not from a cold. Leon stood in front of him, whom he greeted. She opened her fan in front of her face and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which Ian said that he was very glad to meet her and was surprised that she agreed to come in person. When he turned to the castle, the girl said that when she heard the news about his title, she was unable to somehow congratulate him, and it worried her and the count very much, to which the guy told her that there was no need to worry and he understood that they were very busy. The blonde looked at the guest with a smile and noted that earlier she had sent him a valuable thing as a gift and asked if she was sorry to part with it. The girl smiled back and said that she knew it would put him in an awkward position. Still holding the fan to her face, she said that she had insisted on another gift, but the count had insisted that this was what would help him, and since her husband had said so, there was nothing she could do about it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that she had probably given him the dripper to get him to leave them alone, and although he did not know where she was from, she had the manners of an aristocrat. As they stepped inside the building, the blonde began to talk about the reason for her visit today. She folded the fan and said that she wanted to see Lady Mary's food. Ian's eyes widened in surprise, and he realized that she was not here to buy gula. Leon pressed the closed fan to her face and said that she had told him last time that Mary had borrowed something from her, but she had never received it back. As they moved around the palace, the guy said that she could do as she saw fit, and that he had not touched her chambers, so if the thing of the era was still there, then it was there. He pointed to the side and said that he would show her, to which the girl replied that if he told her where her room was, then he could save his time and she would find it herself. The blonde smiled, saying that he would show her himself after all. The fair-haired girl narrowed her eyes. When the doors of the deceased's room opened, the protagonist asked the guest what thing she was looking for. The countess went ahead, refusing help in the search and saying that this thing cannot be touched. She entered the room and asked the viscount to leave for a while. After all, these were Danish chambers. Ian turned around and accepted the request. He approached the brunette and whispered to him to watch her. The white cloth fell to the floor. Leon was removing the sheets from the things, and the parquet was wondering if she needed help. The girl opened the box with jewelry and asked if he had not heard what she said to the viscount, and then asked him to leave. She looked at him through the broken mirror and said that she would find this thing herself. After a while, everything was scattered on the floor. The man came into the office, saying that he heard that the countess had come to visit them and asked where she was, to which the blonde answered that she was now in the chambers of the previous countess, where she was looking for something of her own. He spread his arms wide when Romando asked what it was and wondered if she hadn't come to buy gula, and the protagonist replied that he didn't understand because it was already past noon and she was still looking for something. The man looked at his watch and said that he was sure that the conversation about gula would start, but a little later, and the protagonist noted that he thought so too, because the count hardly came all the way here just to find one thing. The brown-haired woman approached him and said that he saw that he had already decided on the price and asked how much they were going to charge them. Ian touched his chin, answering that you were thinking of raising the price a little and telling how much the bag would cost. A woman's foot stepped into the office. The girl smiled radiantly, apologizing for the fact that it took longer than she had planned. The protagonist stood up and asked if she had found what she was looking for, but she heard a negative answer. He approached the guest and said that he was sorry to hear that, and then asked her to sit down and wait a little while tea was served, after which Romando greeted her. When the countess spoke to him, Ian approached the servant and whispered to bring tea. He looked askance at Leon and gave the order after that to go with Barik and tell him to clean the chambers of the previous countess. After a while, bring tea. The girl picked up a cup and saucer and said that in fact she did not come here for the lost thing. She sat on the sofa in front of the men, saying that she heard that the viscount had to pay off his debts to the palace, and he asked how she found out about it. The blonde began to drink tea, saying that nothing would pass her by. The guy opened his mouth when she said that the amount was quite impressive, but she could help him with it. The countess smiled sweetly, saying that instead of lending him some, she would like to buy some gula from him and asked what he thought about it. The blonde smiled back and touched his chin, saying that he didn't particularly like the idea. He folded his hands on his lap and thanked her for the offer, adding that, however, she had already figured out how to collect the required amount and thus they would pay off the debt themselves. Leon looked at him with displeasure and asked again about the debt. The protagonist continued to smile, saying that, besides, gula costs more than 5,000 and this winter promises to be hard. The countess looked at the dishes on the table, noting that gula used to be worthless, to which Ian agreed and noted that it used to be like that. Without removing the smile from his face, he asked if his arguments were true that she does not take savings when the lives of her people are at stake. The girl used her eyes. Continuing to sit opposite her, the blonde said that he was not at all against them if they wanted to buy gula from them, and she asked at what price he was going to sell it. Romando spat out his tea in shock, and the protagonist happily declared that he wanted 50 gold per bag. The brown-haired man remembered the happy viscount earlier, mentally noting that he said that he would not raise the price too much, and that he wanted at least 10 gold per bag. Open-mouthed and gloomy, he looked at Ian, wondering if after that Paul was really asking for 50 gold. At the same time, in Madame Mary's chambers, a surprised maid was standing in the passage. While Barik was adjusting the white fabric, she asked him what he was doing here, to which he replied that he was following the blonde's orders, and that he asked him to inspect the chambers after Madame Mariloff was looking for one thing here. He turned around and twirled his temple when asked what the thing was, to which he replied that he didn't know, adding that the Countess was a bit strange. The brunette touched her chin while the guy said that the protagonist thought she should definitely give it here, but he couldn't find anything. She pointed up and asked if he had looked under the ceiling. A few moments later, they moved the table. The red-haired man held Hannah and muttered about his head. When the maid removed a piece of the panel above the chandelier, he asked if there really was something there and noted that she knew how to open doors, was good with her hands and knew how to find things quickly, to which she replied that where she came from, everyone knew how to do that. Suddenly, she perked up. Barik's eyes widened when she told him that there was something there. The girl pulled out and returned the powder compact. The guy put it down on the floor and asked why she hid it there, and the brunette replied that she had no idea, and the compact looked completely ordinary. The red-haired man opened it. Suddenly, his face darkened. He began to fall to the floor, talking about the infection. Watching this, fear appeared on the maid's face. Under her loud screams, Barik fell to the floor. At the same time, in the living room, the guest was discussing 50 gold. Imagining the scales in her head, she said that this was a considerable amount, especially considering the yield of Gula. Sitting opposite her, the protagonist said that in 2 months they could help everyone in Mariloff survive. The blonde looked at the cup in her hands, while he told her that he was sure that she understood without him how important it was to maintain the population of the territory, so this was a very fair price. The decanter touched her temple with her finger, agreeing with him. Ian looked down, realizing that she was only thinking about the things she had borrowed, and was not interested in buying Gula. He looked at the man, saying that they, like the Count, set the price based on the interests of the inhabitants of their territory, and then asked at what price they wanted to sell them grain, to which Romando replied that there was no wheat or corn on the list of goods, and they were asking twice as much as usual, and even a box of ordinary potatoes cost half a gold coin. The blonde touched her chin. She touched her temple again and said that the decision was up to the Count, so she did not think her opinion mattered, but she understood that he wanted to make money by asking for 50 gold coins per bag. The guy looked at the door, thanking her for understanding. Suddenly, Hannah opened the door and loudly called the master. She began waving her hands, saying that Master Barik had found that very thing in the room. The Countess's eyes widened as she also added that it was a compact filled with white powder. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock when he heard that the red-haired man had passed out as soon as he took a breath. The Countess jumped up. Ian ran after her down the hallway. He grabbed her hand, asking her to calm down, and she demanded that he let go. Leon pushed his hand away. Romando and the maid ran up to the fallen gentleman and asked if he was okay. The guy's eyes widened. A girl was lying on the stairs in front of him. There were huge bruises on her legs. It was like that in the previous Countess's room. Barik was unconscious on the bed. The blonde turned to Leon, who was sitting on a chair with her hands tied, and said that he thought they had a lot to discuss. He crossed his arms over his chest, asking if she could tell him everything from beginning to end. The girl spread her palms to the sides, saying that it was just the most ordinary powder, so she did not understand what all these ropes were for. The maid opened the powder behind her back, my god, and said that it was not ordinary. Looking at the white crumbly contents, she began to say that most powders were skin-colored and had a coarser grind. Besides, she did not remember anyone losing consciousness because of it. The brunette smiled smugly when the blonde asked who she was, and the protagonist noted that she was a very smart member of the family. The Countess frowned. Ian looked at her with a dark look. The maid lowered her head when he asked to bring a damp towel. Hannah hugged Romando and asked him to go with her. Leon and the Viscount remained a deal. The guy touched the back of the chair, offering to talk frankly, and noted that no matter how much he thought about all this, he could not notice some oddities. He sat down opposite the guest and said that firstly, he thought she knew what a dripper was. The girl bought a lip when he added that she definitely knew about its importance. The blonde's eyes widened when she answered that maybe it was true. Mountains flashed in the Countess's memory when he asked her if she was from the Raza Mountains by any chance. Introducing the moles, the protagonist clarified that perhaps she was part of the Dara people, after which Leon exclaimed, asking if she really looked like these moles in human form. She clenched her hands into fists when the guy noted that since she knew what they looked like, his guess was definitely correct. He crossed his arms over his chest while the girl told him that she was born near the Raza Mountains and was friends with the Dara people because her mother was a Drela. A bead of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and he asked if that meant she was half Dryad. Imagining a girl with pointed ears near a tree, he mentally noted that Drela are fairies who guard the tree with which they share their entire lives, and they are capricious and cruel, so in order not to part with their loved ones, they swallow them alive. The blonde unclenched her hands and began to say that because she could not understand her mother, she cut down the tree herself and did it, and she had no time to bury her father's remains. Sitting opposite her, the protagonist asked if it was true that she ended up here later, to which she replied that she was caught and sold, and that as soon as she left the forest, she met slave traders. The Countess raised her hands, saying that she knew how valuable the dripper was, and although she did not know how to use it, the people of Dare valued it very much. She looked at Ian and asked how he knew this, to which he vaguely replied that he had heard about it from someone somewhere sometime. Looking at the night outside the window, the guy asked if her husband knew that she was a dryad, after which she said that he did not know because she looked more like her father than her mother. The blonde touched his chin. He lowered his hands and asked if it turned out that she wanted to help him. They looked at each other and squinted, and Leon said that he had a very strange reaction, wondering if she should be grateful for this, and the protagonist answered that it depended on her intentions. The girl lifted the hem of her dress, showing dark bruises. She said that her husband was out of his mind. The blonde lowered her eyes, noting that she was of low origin and could not divorce, but she was also not able to live like this for several decades, and it would be unfair to live like this after she burned her mother's tree. She looked away. Turning her gaze to the unconscious Barik, she said that this is why she needed this powder compact. Ian's eyes widened in surprise. He took her wrists and asked if it was poison, and the Countess answered him that it was not poison, but a new hallucinogenic sleeping pill brought from the kingdom of Howen. Imagining the thorny branches, she began to tell that when using it, breathing can stop for a while, but for the first time she saw something happen after one breath. With his mouth slightly open in surprise, the guy imagined the brunette when he heard from the guest that neither she nor Mary had problems with them, and he asked if she had really used this powder too. He let go of Leon's hands and said that she was probably going to use it on Durga at first, but apparently decided to try it on herself first, and then asked why. The girl looked up at him. The blonde's eyes grew sad when she told him that it was all because of him, because he was her husband's bastard. He began to imagine the woman again, thinking that now it became clear why she looked like that in the basement, and then wondered if it was because of withdrawal. Raising her head, the blonde said that she hated the name Mariloff, and then asked the granddaughter what was the difference between her and her mother. She frowned, saying that freedom was all she wanted now. The Countess raised her tied hands, saying that she had a proposal for him. She stood up and extended them to the Viscount, saying that the enemy of her enemy was not a friend, so she saw no reason to avoid cooperating with him. The guy looked at his interlocutor, listening to her words that if he helped her, or rather, turned a blind eye to some things, then she would help him pay off his debt to the palace and would try to help in any situation. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and began to say that he knew that Count Mariloff had younger brothers and a sister, and if he suddenly died, then not she, but one of them would receive the title, to which Leon replied that it did not matter because she had the right to decide where she should be. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if the right would remain if she helped his territory. The girl looked back and muttered that she did not know. Ian touched his chin, mentally noting that it was high time for her to return home, and perhaps he should just accept her offer and let her go, or else. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The guy and the girl perked up. The blonde looked out from behind the door, hearing a loud male scream, who indignantly demanded to give him permission to talk to his mistress. In the corridor, he saw a group of people, where one of them was shouting, asking what they were talking about, that he could not even pass her a message, and that he could not even talk to his mistress. Clark opened his mouth, hearing the voice. The protagonist came out into the corridor with the blonde and said that his mistress was busy with the swarm, so he needed a little support. The brown-haired man saw the tied hands of the graphic. He rushed forward, asking what it meant and saying that soon he would be feeding the worms. Ian grabbed his hand. Putting his hand on his chest, he released the energy. Clark began to be thrown aside. Leon opened her mouth in fear and called his name. Meanwhile, Barik was sweetly snoring on the bed. A few moments later, the girl was sitting next to the guy's body. Romano turned to the brunette when he told him that it was him. He pointed his finger and told the gentleman that it was he who killed Colin on the way to Sharon and set fire to the carts, and Ian asked if he was sure. The blonde turned sharply to him and screamed that she had already said that she hated everything in Mariloff, and the protagonist asked her if it meant that it was her servant who destroyed the caravan. He crossed his arms over his chest when he was told that instead of gratitude he attacked, to which he replied that Clark attacked him first, and besides, he was simply unconscious. While the sky was black outside, Ian asked how she knew that they sent Colin, to which the guest replied that against the news of the attack on him, several people had disappeared in the gambling house, and of course, the return of one of the missing to the courtyard was suspicious. Looking at her next to the servant, the guy asked about the count, to which the blonde said that this old man did nothing, and he could not have known that Colin was there. The blonde sadly drew his eyebrows together, thinking that he could not understand the count at all, and that he ignored what the inhabitants of his territory did. The guy began to lift Clark when he ordered him to do so. The Countess sadly watched as he was taken away. Looking at her back, the protagonist asked if there was something between them. Leon, without turning around, told him that it was not what he thought. Ian frowned at her and replied that he understood. The girl looked at him when he asked her to tell him everything in detail. The guy began to untie her hands, saying that she wanted freedom and he wanted to pay off the debt, but while the Count had heirs, there was no guarantee that after his death she would get the money. The blonde smiled, saying that if he found out about her plans, then she would be the one in trouble because it would allow her to kill the Count. The blonde looked at him when he told her that they needed to figure out how to transfer the gold from Mariloff here without putting her in harm's way. She smiled and agreed with him. Presenting the coins and Gyula, the Countess noted that she knew what he wanted. After a while, people gathered on the street. The maids with downcast faces looked at the Count. He, putting his hands behind his back, looked ahead. The sound of horses' hooves was heard. The brunette turned to his wife. With a wide smile on her face, the blonde held a bag and apologized for being late. The man approached her and said he had no idea what was going on, to which his wife replied that she had a lot to tell him. The maids cringed as the Count opened his mouth and shouted loudly, ordering her to tell him now. The Countess showed him the sack and told him that she had traded Clark for Gyula. With a satisfied smile on her face, she said that she had been late because they had argued for so long, and the Viscount did not want to lower the price. She looked away and asked if he would like to try the Gyula, whereupon her husband suggested that they serve it as a side dish, and they would calmly discuss everything over the wedge. After a while, there were dishes on the table. The man held a seed between his fingers, asking if the Gyula was worth 15 gold, since she had traded the comedian for his. When he reached for the dish, his wife replied that he had asked for 50 for the sacks, and would not agree to the least, but had agreed to such an exchange in view of the humanitarian aid. The brunette started shoving Gyula into his mouth, saying it was nonsense, but as a side dish it looked causal. When he tried it, his cheeks flushed. The blonde smiled when he said it was pretty good. She took out a bottle, which apparently was true that they loved to eat it in the capital, and that she had been told that the seed sprouted a month after planting, and she was already on fashion to wait for it. The Countess smiled faintly when Muslin asked what she had been talking about with the Viscount all this time. She laughed, answering that she had tried to improve their affairs with his help. Standing in front of the guy in a cramped room, Leon said that she understood everything and asked if it was true that he wanted her to persuade her husband to buy Gyula. The blonde closed his eyes, saying that he was asking to do more, and firstly, he wanted to get as much profit from it as possible. He closed his eyes, saying that to be honest, Mariloff has no other choice now, the roads in Sharon are closed, and the county has a long wait. The Countess looked away, saying that the plan was not bad and asked in exchange for keeping an eye on Clark, and she would take care of the Count, after which she asked for the compact to be returned to her. Leon began pouring red wine. She placed the bottle on the table, saying that after they made a deal, she checked Mary's quarters, but did not find her there, and apparently she lost the compact during the Civil War. The man looked at his wife and asked what she was going to do with the thing of a dead traitor, and the girl replied that it was originally hers. The brunette frowned in displeasure when the butler apologized and said that he would take the dishes. The blonde poured the powder into the glass, while the Count asked him not to disturb her until they went to bed, and that Gyula should be served for breakfast. She smiled when her husband called her. The Countess's face darkened when she heard that there would be no second time, and if she returned home after sunset again, she would break her legs. She turned his head aside, thinking that she would not see him a second time because she would soon be feeding the worms. They banged their glasses together, and she replied that he did not have to worry about it. The finished one pounded on the door, demanding that it be opened and asking what he had done to his mistress. The protagonist stood on the other side of the door, asking if his name was true, Clark. The brown-haired man perked up and opened his mouth, wondering if the Viscount was standing on the other side of the door. His hand, clenched into a fist, trembled as he began to beg for mercy and not to harm his mistress. The guy fell to his knees, telling her that it was already hard to protect her in the Mariloff mansion, and thanks to the mistress, many people were able to escape the anger of the Count. Ian looked down, asking about whether she helped the uncles. The brown-haired man threw his head back sharply when he told him that she had just sent him back to the mansion. Sitting on his knees, he listened to the Viscount's words about how he was a pledge to guarantee the protection of their interests before Mariloff, so he just needed to wait, and if he made noise, he would only disturb his mistress. Clark lowered his sad gaze. The blonde was standing on the other side of the door. He was looking down sealedly. Earlier, he had stood by the carriage with Leon, saying that his people would take her to the mansion and asking her to be careful. When she stepped onto the stairs, her bruises on her ankle were revealed. The protagonist looked at the girl and tried to say something about it, but she replied that everything was fine for now. She turned to him, noting that she had been waiting for this chance for several years, so she could hold out for a few more days. The carriage moved. Ian watched her go. Now he was in the mansion. Then he walked away from the door. While the sleeping Barik was being examined by a doctor, the Viscount asked how he was. The man looked at the red-haired man and began to say that it looked like he had just fallen asleep, and he might not wake up because of fatigue, after which he clarified whether it was true that it was because of the sleeping hallucinogen, to which the guy began to tell that if you take it for more than a month, you can die because the respiratory system stops working. The doctor took the stethoscope out of his ears, saying that such a dose would kill someone, but Barik inhaled a small amount, so there was nothing to worry about. However, since it was a hallucinogenic drug, it was worth watching him carefully until he woke up. Romando's face darkened when they were told that the red-haired man could talk in his sleep, and in especially severe cases, even start walking. He immediately ran out the door and suggested to the Viscount to tie him up, asking how they could stop him if he started sleepwalking, to which he replied that he did not know. At that moment, Barik recognized the eyes. He looked at the blonde when he asked if he was awake, and he himself asked in response why he was lying here. The guy closed his eyes as soon as they began to tell him that he inhaled powder from Madame Leon's compact and lost consciousness. The protagonist perked up when his comrade told him that nothing hurt, but it was strange, and he clarified it with him. Barik looked up, listening to Ian's words that this was a hallucinogenic powder so he could have visions, and if it would be difficult for him to distinguish what was real and what was not, to which Barik immediately objected that he could distinguish it. Feeling 3 girls around him, he muttered that he felt disgusting. The guy began to rise. All this time Romando was trembling behind the open door. The red-haired man looked at him with narrowed eyes, and the muslin man darkened, asking if he recognized him now. Barik smiled happily and called him a dog, and the brown-haired man jerked in horror. The guy got up and jumped on him, asking where he was running, and the brown-haired man began to scream, asking the clan of unearthly warriors to stop him. Ian and the healer silently looked at them, saying that he clearly had no problems with physical strength, and the Viscount mentally noted that it was not for nothing that he was a magical swordsman. A week later, the maid gave the guy a letter from Mariloff, and he read with a grin that the Duke wanted to buy Gyula from him. He began to write him a reply with words of gratitude for his consent regarding the deal to buy Gyula. While his men were collecting the sacks of grain, the rest of the text stated that after an assessment by an expert at Mariloff, they had come to the conclusion that 100 sacks of Gyula would be enough. The blonde continued writing the letter, writing the words that, however, they would sell it for less than 50 gold per sack, and in return they would forget all past grievances. After a while, the Count read a message at his desk that if he wanted to make changes to the terms of the deal, he could contact him at any time. The man grinned. After some time, the protagonist watched the carriage in through the window, noting that the Mariloff couple had arrived. Standing next to Romando, he said that they were apparently in a hurry, to which he replied that he would probably decide to do so today and decided to distract them. Then they sat facing each other on the sofas, and the protagonist thanked the Count and his wife for their personal visit. He laughed as the man coughed into his fist, muttering that she knew if they had distracted him with personal business, and countered that his business must be very important since he had come here himself. The Viscount smiled with a smile on his face and asked why they had come, and immediately asked if he had understood correctly that they were here to buy Gyula. The brunette tapped his fingers on the armrest, saying that he had calculated exactly how much Gyula they needed, and if they planned to eat and cultivate Gyula at the same time, they would need 100 bags. He looked at the people across from him, saying that this was a very large purchase, which was why they had come to find out why the price was so high. Romando touched his chin as the Viscount said that they would not be able to lower the price despite the large purchase, because Gyula was a long-lasting product, and since it did not spoil, there was no need to rush to sell it out of concern that it would spoil, or they could just eat it when needed. Ian looked at the guest, noting that they were also selling not wild Gyula, but one grown by the inhabitants of their territories, so they were asking a fair price for it. He smirked, and the man's expression darkened when he asked him if he knew that Gyula grows in any conditions, but will die as soon as snow falls. Presenting the bags of seeds, the Viscount mentally noted that it looked like this would be the first and last such a large deal, because next time Middleoff would be able to provide for itself. The guy looked with a slight smile, thinking that therefore now he should either sell more Gyula or ask for a higher price. While there was a blue sky outside the windows, the blonde said that in the future it would not be possible to collect a large harvest, so they were asking such an amount in order to build a greenhouse in the future and increase the volume of the harvest. He proudly raised his head and noted that therefore they would sell Gyula for at least 50 gold coins per bag, and besides, they took into account the desire of the emperor and the inhabitants of Rats to restore the territory. After a while, the Count was left alone with his wife, asking how he could mend mentioning the emperor's name, asking for 50 gold coins for some weed. The girl looked at her dissatisfied husband, saying that however, this year the situation is special because they need to save the territory as soon as possible. While Such stood outside the door with his men, Leon said that they went out for a while on urgent business, and they can leisurely discuss everything among themselves. Muslina looked at his wife when she asked him what he thought was the most they could pay for the bag. The brunette gritted his teeth and touched his chin, saying that he didn't think the bag was worth even 1 gold piece. The blonde narrowed her eyes when he told her that the most he was willing to pay for the bag was 35 gold pieces. She touched her chin and looked away, asking if the Viscount would agree to that, noting that from what she could see, he was trying to grab a bigger piece. Lian placed her hand on her husband's palm and began to say that she thought that if he lowered it to at least 40 coins, they should agree right away. She darkened and smirked, saying that he had told them earlier that the gula would die when it snowed, and if it snowed, the price would only go up, making it even harder to buy the gula. The girl brought her lips to the man's ear and said that they could buy seeds for food and planting, after which she asked how about the table bought half of the large seeds and half of the small ones. The door to the room opened. The guy went inside, apologizing for making them wait, because he had urgent matters to attend to which the count said that the tea had already cooled. The blonde turned to the maid and asked her to brew a new one. As he sat down, the girl touched the jewelry. Adjusting the earring, she showed him the numbers 0 and 4 with her fingers. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that he asked for 50 gold, but they were ready to pay 35. And it was good that he had inflated the price in advance, especially since he was concerned not only about the count, but also about the residents of Mariloff. The girl slapped her palm on the table and addressed him. She waved her hand and said that she thought 50 gold was too high a price, and it sounded like she was trying to monopolize gula. The protagonist looked at her with his arms crossed, listening to her say that by asking them that price, he didn't want to make a deal with them. He closed his eyes and replied that in that case, so be it, he would give them other conditions. Ian slammed his palm on the table, adding that he would sell them a bag for 40 gold. Looking at the count, he said that in exchange, he should let him sign an agreement that he would not interfere with their economy. The man narrowed his eyes, looking at the warrior standing at the door. He wondered if he had decided to decorate something by collaborating with the barbarians from the desert. The brunette chuckled, mentally noting that even if they agreed not to interfere, if he reported this to the capital, he would be stopped immediately. He waved his hands and replied that after all, their economic freedom is part of their independence, but then they should not interfere with the economy of Midoloff, and he also calls to propose to agree on 30 scrofula. Sitting opposite him, the Viscount reminded him that he was talking about 40 coins, to which he replied that 31 gold would do too, after which the guy replied that this was already too big a discount. The man frowned and began to raise the price 1 coin at a time, but the parquet objected. The brunette clenched his teeth tightly. He waved his hand and exclaimed that he would not agree to more than 35 coins. The protagonist touched his forehead with his hand, agreeing with him and saying that he would give them a bag for 35 coins, and thus they would owe him 35 gold coins, and offered to discuss the contract. After a while, Romando put the contract on the table, and the count asked him if they could change some words, and also noted that it would be nice to indicate the average diameter of the fruit. The written papers were flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Ian looked at the girl and said that she must be tired already, and also added that the discussion would take a long time, so he wanted to offer her to rest. The blonde looked at her husband and asked if he didn't mind, to which he replied that she could go as long as she didn't get on his nerves. The man's eyes widened and he froze when the guy offered his wife to walk her out, since he also wanted to get some fresh air. He turned his angry gaze to the side, mentally asking how this servant dared to approach Lian. The brown-haired man glanced at him and asked if he was listening to him. While the Countess and the Viscount were leaving the room, he said that if amendments were to be made to paragraph 3 of chapter 3, then for the sake of fairness, amendments should also be made to paragraph 1 of chapter 5. When the large door closed, the blonde thanked the guest for her efforts. They walked down the corridor, and the girl asked how Clark was doing, to which the protagonist replied that he was in the best rooms of the mansion, and he took his meals exclusively there. He looked ahead, addressing the girl. Introducing the brunette behind the man, Ian asked if she had seen the younger brother of Count Mariloff. Following him, the blonde answered that she had seen him several times and began to tell what he was thinking in the old mansion in the east of the territory, and they were clearly of the same blood judging by the fact that both had a bad character. The Viscount raised his hand to his chin and noted that, therefore, in the event of the Count's death, only the younger brother would claim his place, and if he was gone, then there was nothing to worry about. Lian froze, hearing that no one would suspect her, even if the Count died. Her dress rustled, and she replied that she was cursed. The girl began to imagine a vine with thorns, saying that her mother always said so, and that the existence of dryads and other fairies depended on promises and their fulfillment. Then she remembered herself holding an axe, saying that if a promise was made, it must be kept. The blonde swung the weapon. She hit the tree, noting that otherwise she would have to pay for it. Faithful birds flew across the night sky. Lian's face darkened, and she asked if the guy really thought that she would get away with killing the guardian of the forest and destroying the sanctity between her and Matter. Her palms, holding her palm, trembled. Holding her hands in front of her, the girl said that the death of the Count of the Year would cause doubts in his brother, and he would begin to suspect her and eventually sell her to slave traders after learning the truth. A gloomy Leon stood next to the blonde, asking if she was just imagining it. The protagonist looked down, answering that he himself did not know. He went forward, asking if she had promised anything to her mother, and noted that if not, he did not know why there should be a curse on her. Ian approached Barik at the door, saying that if she thought that everything was because of the broken connection, then so it is, and if they do not think so, then there is no curse. The girl froze in shock, hearing that therefore she should not feel sorry for herself. The red-haired man touched the door handle as ordered and began to open it. Flark appeared in front of the blonde. Leon looked at him with a seal on her face. Her lips crawled. The girl turned around, and the protagonist asked her if she was really going to leave just like that, to which she replied that she had nothing else to do. The brown-haired man looked at the back of the lady with sadness in his eyes, listening to her words about how she sold him for Gila, and just wanted to make sure that he was alive. He looked down. Barik noticed this. He scratched his ear and asked what they were doing there. When the door closed, the guy spoke up. The blonde, along with the countess, returned to the office and asked if they had already discussed much without them, to which Romando replied that they had just finished with everything. He, turning white, handed the documents to the protagonist, saying that the edited part was written in burgundy ink, after which the protagonist thanked him for his work. He began to look at the papers, telling the count that everything was in order. Ian sank down on the sofa, saying that unfortunately, he did not have an official seal yet, so he would sign, to which the man noted that a note about this was delivered in the contract, and that they would pick up Gila today. He touched his chin, saying that he could pay 1,000 gold now, and the rest of the ballet was transferred through the Heyman Bank, and the Viscount mentally noted that he probably hoped to knock the price down to 10 coins of notes. They shook hands and he thanked the Count, saying that this deal was an important event for both territories, to which he agreed. Romando began to rise to his feet, when the brunette said that in that case his men would begin loading the Gula, and then suggested that they go to the bank. They went out into the corridor, and the Count, with his mouth open, shouted to the servants whether they were sacks, and that they should be strong and stretchy, and also bring the carriages from the chest, after which the blonde told Barik to order his men to help them. The red-haired one nodded after the protagonist asked to tell them that they could live in the small for as long as they wanted Gila, so they should not bother too much. Ian passed him, saying such things as preparing the carriage, and that as soon as they checked the authenticity of the gold, it would be sent to the bank, after which Barik asked what bank. The guy turned around and asked if there were really a large selection of banks in Barial and answered that it was the Heyman Bank. After a while, they found themselves in the bank hall. The woman shook the blonde's hand, greeting him. Opening the chest of gold, she said that she had heard about the deal with Count Mariloff and asked if it was true that this was all the gold received. While the red-haired man, drooling, hung over the coins, the protagonist said that there were 1,000 gold, to which the woman asked if it meant that the Count had not even written him a check. Romando slapped the guy on the hand, saying that this is how rich people treat money. Someone picked up the chest. A man in full armor asked if he could carry it, and the worker gave the go-ahead. Barik looked at her in shock, asking what it was. Looking at the man in dark armor, the woman said that its dispel were made of magical stones, and its power was enough to crush a person's head, and drams were not affected by fire, sword, or even simple spells. Romando hugged himself with fear, muttering that with such a set, this money. The red-haired man looked back, noting that with him, the thieves would not even look in the direction of the bank, and the blonde interrupted, saying that during an attempted robbery, he killed the thief before he could act. He presented a coat of arms on human hands, saying that the Heyman Bank was a kind of shrine, like the Barial Temple, so even during the Civil War, neither the investigation team nor the Count's people attacked this place. The woman smiled and added that, besides, only those who sought refuge here had gathered at the gate, and if they had decided to rob them, they would have been dealt with immediately. She opened the door to the room for everyone, saying that snacks had been prepared for them, and that they could wait here while they counted the gold. Looking at the food and drinks on the table, the man said that having earned 3,500 coins, they had covered part of the debt, and if they collected more taxes than usual, it would be unworthy. He closed his eyes and waved his hand, adding that not to mention the problems of the next year, the cost of travel, the New Year's celebration, and the cost of maintenance, the cost of food for Barik. The brown-haired man put his hand on the protagonist's leg, inviting him to stay at his home in the capital, and he noted that he was grateful, however. Remembering the happy expert, Ian grimaced and noted that he had just recently gotten married, to which he replied that they would not be living in the same room, so there was nothing to worry about. Looking at the chest of gold, Romando said that everything would be fine because they had already collected 40% of the debt. Looking into the guy's eyes, he said that it was too early to relax because it was the easiest way to fail, to which the blonde replied that, however, taxes had already increased because of Gula, and the inhabitants of the territory could only become more difficult from this. The man perked up while asking why they did not save a little more then, in order to find a better solution over time. Sitting on the couch in the room, he asked if it was true that he was not going to increase taxes. The protagonist put his hand on his palm, answering that he would not be here for very long, but he himself understood everything perfectly well. While imagining the tree branches, he mentally noted that the people were busy preparing for winter, but when spring came, their squirrels would be overcome with one negative thought after another. Then he imagined the disgruntled people with pitchforks, thinking that the commoner ruler had gone to the center and was now demanding even more taxes from the residents. He smiled, saying that he knew that he was worried about him, but it was just his stubbornness, so there was nothing to worry about, and besides, there was a more efficient way to make money than raising taxes. Romando raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if that was true. The Viscount looked away, remembering the maid, and said that she had given him advice that the residents of the territory would soon want to sell Gula. Earlier, the brunette looked at him, asking if he was afraid that Mariloff would start growing her Gula and selling it. Presenting the seeds in the pan, she asked what would happen if they were allowed to simply fry the Gula. The blonde pointed his finger, telling them that they were going to give them permission to do so after the deal was made. After all, it would take them another month to grow the Gula, and depending on the season, it was better to sell the raw Gula. Romando grabbed his shoulders and smiled happily, exclaiming that he knew this would happen, so he mentioned the rights to sell in the contract. The woman opened the door and called the protagonist. She came inside with an envelope, saying that they were almost done checking, and asked him to sign the certificate. While the Viscount was signing, he asked if there were any problems, to which the employee began to say that no, there were exactly 1,000 coins, and that she had not seen such amounts for a long time. The vault would be full by the time the experts arrived. The blonde handed her the papers back, saying that Count Mariloff should hand over another 2,500 coins in the next 3 days, and he hoped that they would also be able to check them in advance. The woman studied the documents thoughtfully, mentally noting that she had heard that he was one of the commoners, but was quite well versed in financial documentation, and, most likely, he had been taught this by the palace expert. At sunset, everyone left the bank, and the protagonist called Barik. The red-haired man darkened and grimaced when Ian told him that he had heard that the younger brother of Count Mariloff lived alone in an old mansion, and that he needed to find out more about it. Romando waved to the Viscount, telling him that he would go to a couple of shops to buy gifts for his wife and child. He turned around when he was called. The guy stood in front of him, asking if there was any news about Malin. The brown-haired man arched an eyebrow and touched his cheek, saying that he himself tried to find out about it recently, but he was told that he needed to wait, and it seemed that they had a lot of work. The man waved his hand, asking why he suddenly remembered him, noting that sometimes he forgot about his existence due to the fact that he was in the dungeon. The blonde deftly saddened his gaze, mentally noting that they were not busy, and then wondered if that was strange. Meanwhile, Gale was sitting at his desk. He smirked, while his brother grinned. A few weeks earlier, the Imperial Palace. Merv was sitting at his desk. Without looking up, he asked what was wrong. While the brunette stood in front of him, he said that it did not look like he had entered the wrong door. The guy smiled and asked what kind of idiot accepts a servant to announce his arrival. He sat down on the couch, and his brother said that he was busy and asked to get straight to the point, to which he asked if he had decided yet what to do with the mayor of Malin, who was now at the border. The blonde closed his eyes, answering that this was a very interesting question and wondered what he had to do with it. Gale crossed his legs, asking him not to pretend he wasn't interested and noting that there was no one who didn't know about his support for the pity life on the border. He smirked and said that when he came to the center, he had better come with Malin and his people. The brunette looked at his brother, saying that after the ceremony of accepting the titles, Ian would bring him to the Ministry of Magic, and he himself understood what that meant. Merv picked up a piece of paper, saying that he understood, and asked if he had really fallen under the influence of his mistress Wesley, and had he really decided to threaten him in the hope that it would be easier for him to deal with him. He wrote letters on the paper, saying that he was even surprised how worried he was about Malin and his people. With letters on the paper, the guy asked to kill Malin's people, saying while he was talking that he had not really thought about it, but now he had an interest. The blonde looked up with a dark look when Gale said that it would be better for him to forget about this interest, and asked him why. The brunette smirked. Looking at his brother, he said that he had just returned from his father. Continuing to smirk darkly, the guy asked if he would nominate Halot during the discussion of the appointment of the Supreme Judge. Merv looked at him with displeasure and asked what he meant by this. Gale took out a bottle, answering that this potion was recently invented in the Ministry of Magic. He showed it, saying that it was called the Truth Potion. The blonde froze, hearing that whoever drinks it will tell only the truth. He stood up abruptly. The guy opened his mouth in shock and asked really him. His brother looked at him with a red smile, answering that he asked his father if it was worth using it in court, and his father agreed, and also added that there are many lies that are spoken in the language of animals, so it would be interesting to see the effect of the potion during oaths. Margrave clenched his hand into a fist, listening to his words that if he calls to make Sir Halot the chief judge, and he thinks it is worth inviting Malin and his people to celebrate the new year. The guy imagined his brother with Wesley, mentally noting that distinguishing a lie from the truth is not a problem, and the problem is that this potion is made by the Ministry of Magic, so there is a risk of hearing not the truth, but what the manufacturer put into the potion. That is, the potion can suppress the will, but not loosen the tongue. He gritted his teeth, wondering if the ministry wanted to subjugate the judiciary, which he had long relied on with magic, and noted that Gale was really ready to do anything. Looking at his brother, Margrave asked if he really thought he could do it, to which he replied that perhaps some ministers would protest, because as useful as the truth potion was, it was also dangerous. The brunette touched his military chin, saying that it was like a fire in human civilization, and at first there would be a skid, but over time everyone would abandon the value of this potion. The blonde frowned, hearing that Sir Halot would be at the beginning of this chaos. Gale started to get up, saying that he hoped he would think this through. Margrave put his hands on the table, telling him to stop pretending that he was giving him a choice, noting that whether Malin was killed or left alive, he would give Sir Halot that suspicious potion either way. The guy started to clutch the piece of paper, mentally noting that if this was the case, he would kill Malin and give up Halot, because with that potion he had no time at all, so he had to find the best approach. The brunette smirked and said that was why he didn't like the way he thought. Gale started to leave, saying that if he had chosen a man with such a good reputation and achievements as Halot, it would be a shame if he gave him up like that. Margrave's eyes widened in shock when he was asked if it was possible that he considered people expendable because he had it easy since childhood. He slammed his fist on the table, indignantly asking what he knew. Gale bowed slightly and asked permission to take his leave, adding that he hoped to hear good news soon. The blonde was left alone in his office. The butler looked in on him. He approached his desk and asked if he was okay, and he asked not to pay attention. Margrave narrowed his eyes. In his hand was a crumpled piece of paper. He quickly tore it up. The guy looked at the butler and ordered him not to allegro call a meeting. In the letter, he asked to refrain from executing Malin. The present, Vrat's territory. The blonde was sitting in the carriage, Lego noting that Margrave asked him to hold off on the execution because Gale intervened. He placed his hand on his chin, thinking that he hadn't expected Gale to save Malin and wondered if he really needed him that much. Imagining the old man sitting on his knees, the protagonist mentally noted that no matter how loyal Malin was, he was just an old courtier. Either Gale loved his people very much, or Malin was valuable for some reason. He looked ahead, wondering if there was something in Vrat's. The protagonist placed his hand on the map, thinking that in the midst of so many changes, the reason must perhaps be hidden in Vrat's. The carriage stopped. He got out with the Count and Countess, asking if they were done with their business. The blonde covered the slap mark with her hair, while her husband said that they would check everything out thoroughly. Ian drew his eyebrows together, mentally noting that he couldn't wait to get his hands on everything again. The man handed him a document and asked if he would take a look at it. It was an official letter from Hayman Bank, which stated that the territories of Karenna, Longin, and Zalkuf were subject to raids by bandits, which made it difficult for caravans to move through the mountains, so they asked to remember that this could cause inconvenience, such as a shortage of paper. The guy looked at the Count with displeasure when he said that of course, and their bank had run out of paper, so he would like to move the payment date to the next day, to which he replied that in that case they had problems, because even the ink in the contract was not dry yet. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he was going to put them and take away the gold in their carts, to which the blonde replied that this was a clear violation of the terms of the contract and asked if it didn't say there that payment was made through checks. The brunette coughed into his fist, asking for understanding, and the protagonist noted that he did not want to make a deal that would bring him a loss. The Count looked at him with displeasure. The girl turned to him when he asked to give her gold jewelry as collateral and asked if earrings and rings would be enough guarantee. The blonde began to take off her earrings. Then she began to take off her ring. Ian's eyes widened. He saw a yellow stone on the ring. Then he remembered the red lilies in the pot on which the amulet with a yellow stone lay and mentally asked if this was it. The guy worriedly asked her if she knew what kind of stone was in her ring. Leon looked at her husband and replied that she did not know because it was a gift from the Count. The man touched his chin, saying that he did not remember exactly, but he received it as a gift from a merchant from the capital, and it happened in the first spring after their wedding. The protagonist looked at the brunette in surprise while he told him that, however, he definitely bought it from a merchant from the caravan, and he remembers that there was an alchemist there and replied that it was very interesting that there was an alchemist in the trading caravan. Ian pictured the man with the test tube, mentally noting that alchemists sought to turn iron into gold by studying the laws of nature, not magic, but that they were generally regarded as madmen or heretics who were trying to become magicians. The Count waved his hand, saying that in other countries they were treated calmly, and noted that their alchemists were living factories for the production of precious metals, which is why trading organizations often concluded contracts with them. The man took the ring with the yellow stone, saying that although he had never personally met alchemists, it would be interesting to see their work with his own eyes since it was popular in other countries, and he decided to accept the gift. The guy looked at the ring, mentally noting that this meant that the stone was the result of an alchemist's work, and wondered why it was hidden in a flower pot then. He accepted the jewelry and said that it would be enough as a deposit, and if they sent him a check tomorrow, he would return the jewelry. The guest house owner approached them from the side and said that they had loaded all the bags, to which he replied that it was time to leave. The blonde bowed and touched the girl's hand, saying that he was pleased with the deal. The fair-haired girl grinned, noting that now they only had to wait 30 days, and what they were expecting would happen. The protagonist looked up at her. Leon smiled widely when her husband asked her what she was talking about, to which she replied that, of course, about Gula, and then asked the serp to go home. The Count frowned. He headed for the carriage. After a while, it started moving. Barik looked at the gentleman and asked what if tomorrow it did not receive eyelids, and these jewels were not even real, to which Tal replied that he was too worried. He turned and walked back, noting that he had only thanked them if they had not sent him a check, since that would have been a signal to file a complaint with the palace for non-compliance with the terms of the contract, and most Margraves did not like to be dealt with by word, but sometimes it was worth it. The boy looked at him askance, saying that as soon as Count Mariloff and his men left the area, they should go out to the square and announce that only cooked Gula could be sold, and that a tenth of each sale would be collected as a tax. When they entered the palace, Barik asked what to do with Clark, and the comrade told him that since he was now Madame Mariloff, he would stay with them and might be of use to them. The red-haired man approached him, asking why they could not just get rid of him, but had to keep him. He jumped up and ran into the street when the protagonist told him that he could do whatever he wanted, as long as no one got hurt. After a while, he was sitting in a dark office. The old man brought the letter on a tray, saying it was a receipt for yesterday's purchase of Gula. Ian looked at the maid and asked her to bring the jewelry. Then he looked at the guest and offered him to sit down and rest if he was not in a hurry. While he was searching, the guy asked if his name was true, Simon. The man's look darkened when he was told that he had written the letter several times. He began to imagine a pen and paper, mentally noting that then he sent messages on behalf of the Count and the estate equally, but there he agreed to any conditions. The butler clenched his hand into a fist, thinking about what if the Count found out about this and wondered what he wanted to achieve with this conversation. The blonde, sitting at his desk, told him that they also needed their own butler and heard the answer that the guest was born in Mariloff and planned to die there. The protagonist clasped his hands and noted that in that case he had another request and said that he needed a teacher. The man looked at him with surprised eyes and asked again. While the brunette walked along the corridors, Ian said that, of course, he would need to cure permission from the Count, but the student was hardworking, so he would like to teach him. He looked at the butler, noting that he would receive a fair payment for this, and also, if there was a desire, he could return it to the Clark estate. Simon closed his eyes and replied that he would discuss this issue with the Count. A girl entered the room and said that she had brought jewelry, and the protagonist asked her to bring it to him. When she approached, he pointed at her with his hand and introduced her to the old man. He bowed his head and replied that he understood everything and would pass it on to the Count. The maid stood with a narrow Nabjip face. After a while, the carriage moved along the city streets. The man looked at the coachman and asked why there were so many people here. Suddenly his eyes widened. Jewelry fell out of the bag. The butler stood in front of the Count and Countess, listening to the man's order to thoroughly check everything, because suddenly the Viscount decided to steal something, but the girl objected. He looked with displeasure at his wife putting on the ring. The brunette drew his eyebrows together, wondering if it seemed to him then or if these two were talking somehow strangely. The servant looked at him and began to tell that on the way back he learned that Sir Ian told the inhabitants of the territory about the deal, after which he asked if it means that all this time he did not allow the inhabitants of their territory to trade with the people from Bratz. Anger appeared in his eyes. Presenting a bag and coins, he asked if the Bratz residents sold Gula to the Mariloff residents. He smashed the mug and cursed loudly. Simon ran up to the angry gentleman and asked him to calm down, saying that they sold ready-made Gula, and it can be eaten, but it will not be possible to cook it, so there is no problem. The Earl clenched his teeth as he was asked, besides, do the residents of the territory have problems with food now? He slammed his fist on the surface, indignantly asking the butler what is he talking about now. The man darkened with anger, loudly asking what will happen if they start selling Gula at a lower price after they plant everything they bought. The girl, closing her eyes, continued to cast jewelry while her husband scolded Ian. She touched his shoulder and suggested that he think about it differently, noting that they still had a lot of time, and they did not know what exactly Sir Ian wanted. The brunette's mouth opened in confusion when the old man approached him and said that he asked for his help in training the butler. The blonde with surprised eyes listened to his words that the Viscount promised to pay and said that he could return Clark, but he refused, saying that he needed to ask for ruin. Leon relaxed her gaze, realizing that this was an appeal to her, and wondered if he would return Clark if they sent him their butler or when everything was easily over. Vasilina perked up when the gloomy gentleman asked to send Ian a new message. Looking at the broken mug, he asked to issue an invitation to dinner as a thank you for selling Gyula, because then he would come. The brunette grinned with anger, saying that it was extremely unusual that he decided to use the center and that he would give him a warning. Barik looked at the contents of the chest with delighted eyes. Seeing a pile of gold coins in front of him, he asked if they really earned all this money in one day. The protagonist approached him and said that everything turned out to be more resourceful than he thought, and it was surprising that they managed to earn so much through trading with the residents of the city of Marilof, to which the red-haired man replied that now he understood why everyone praised passive income so much. He opened his eyes in surprise when Ian said that he was also interested in how many coins there were and asked to count them, sort them by value, and put them in different storages. The guy reached for the coins, and the blonde told him that he could ask someone for help if he couldn't handle it himself, and that he heard that he had been taking Clark with him everywhere lately, to which he replied that the brown-haired guy was very boring, and that he wasn't even a good business partner. He took the coin in his palm and turned to the main character. Barik looked at him and asked if he would take him from the floor to the capital. Ian was silent for a while. He sat down next to his comrade and replied that if he wanted it himself. He stretched his hands to the coins, while the brown-haired one asked what else he could learn there and replied that he could learn a lot, and that there were a lot of shot birds in the Barrial Palace. The boy looked at the Viscount, asking if there were even more of them than the unearthly clan and how much stronger they were, and he told him that they couldn't be compared and he couldn't remember exactly, but someone had told him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Barik looked at him while he was saying that the captains of the Imperial Guards were no match for the best warriors in the north. The blonde smiled awkwardly when his comrade told him that he couldn't lie at all and asked him if it was really that obvious. Imagining the two people fighting, he thought that he had completely forgotten that it had almost happened, and that there might soon be a battle in the north of the Barrial Empire, when the descendants of Aten, known as the Blood Tribe, were defeated by the captains of the Imperial Guards. Looking at the stacks of coins, the red-haired man asked how many captains there were, and the protagonist replied that there were 3. He sat on the sofa, saying that the Imperial Palace was huge, to which Ian replied that from now on there were people not only in the palace, but also in the entire capital, and the border was not called a border for nothing. Barik lowered his eyes. He looked at the Viscount and said that in that case he would go too. The red-haired man smiled, saying that if he visited the capital, he thought the Smilodon would rise one level higher, and the guy looked at him with surprised eyes. He closed his eyes and agreed with him. Imagining the guy's powerful back, he thought that it would be nice for him to join the Central Army, and although he could not say anything about the others, he was confident in his abilities, and the Emperor could not miss such a talented magical swordsman. A girl entered the room and said that the last of Marilof had arrived, to which Barik said that it looked like he had a lot of time to write letters. The blonde took the letter, noting that it was probably related to the permission to trade Gyula and all their deals, which surprised him because he thought that he would personally pounce on him. The red-haired man smiled enthusiastically when he was told that the Count was inviting them to dinner, and that after he finished, he could also join. Then he darkened as soon as the protagonist threw another bag in front of him, asking to count its contents. Ian began to rise, and the maid inquired whether to prepare his clothes for dinner. He turned his gaze to her when she said that she had something else. The Viscount of the yellow pendant on his chest, after she asked him if he would wear it to dinner. Looking at the brunette, he answered affirmatively, and she said that something that could cover him up. He waved his hand, she presented the pendant and ring, saying that he told her that Count Marilof was suspicious, and suddenly he would say something about him and Madame Leon wearing the same jewelry. But he answered negatively. Continuing to stand next to the maid, the guy listened to her words about not underestimating him, because Sid always stronger than expected, and answered her words that he would do as she said. He bought his eyes. The blonde turned around and told the girl that Clark would go with them, so he also needed to be prepared. Imagining the brown-haired man sitting locked up, he mentally noted that Clark was Madame Leon's only friend in the mansion, so he thought that for her safety, it was worth bringing him back. The protagonist froze along with the brunette when Barik loudly shouted that he was finished, after which he thought that he would take him with him to feed him to death. 11 hours before the death of Count Marilof. After a while, the Count, Countess, Ian and Barik were sitting at the table. The guy grinned at his actively chewing comrade when the man asked him why he took him along and replied that he trusted him more than anyone else, and since he invited him, he would like to introduce them. He smiled sweetly, while the brunette frowned with displeasure, mentally noting that he asked to be vaccinated alone. The blonde moved his fork along the plate, saying that he saw that they liked Gyula and noted that he was very glad about it. The Count lowered his eyes and replied that it was now his favorite food. He looked angrily at the protagonist, saying that he heard that he allowed the inhabitants of the territory to trade gula and asked if it means that this taste will soon be known to commoners. Ian looked at him grinning, saying that good things should be shared, but he would like to thank the man, because thanks to him he lied about part of the taxes that he had to pay. As they continued to eat, he said that since they invited them to dinner, he had prepared a gift for them. Leon slowly sipped her wine, listening to the words about how the Viscount wanted to return the servant named Clark, whom they had given to him. He looked at the brunette with a smile, saying that if he knew how important he was to them, he would never have accepted him. But since this agreement was not documented, he would return him to them, to which the man replied that he would not stop him. He slammed his palm on the table and said that since the guy brought it up. He raised one eyebrow and with a darkened face asked how he could make a decision on his own to allow gula trade right after making a deal with them. The blonde looked at the man as he said that whether they liked it or not, they would always be neighbors, and if he did this, there would be problems between them. The protagonist's mouth fell open and he replied that he did not understand him. He put his hand on the table, saying that they had not specifically intended to attract buyers from Mariloff, but if his residents wanted to buy gula, he could not refuse them. Ian clasped his hands together, adding that since they had healed the deal, he could give permission, and that he thought that this deal had established peace between their territories and asked if he was wrong. The man grimaced with displeasure. He coughed into his fist and said that he agreed. However, he had given permission as soon as the deal was made, and then asked if he would agree that this could be misinterpreted. He frowned when the blonde began to say that this was why he had agreed to come to dinner, and that he had recommended him to indulge the inhabitants of the territory to consume gula, but to prohibit the trade of gula seeds. He looked at the brunette, saying that they could do it themselves, but they did not have enough workers. Since supply directly depends on demand, both sides of the deal must be careful. The Count gritted his teeth. He immediately drained his glass of wine, and his wife asked him not to get drunk. The man put down his empty glass, saying that in that case he declared the sale of gula seed cheeses prohibited on the territory. He drew his eyebrows together and said that he hoped the protagonist would do the same for himself. Ian looked at him with a smirk and answered in agreement. The brunette stood up and said that he had to go because he had a lot to do and asked his wife to entertain the Viscount. When the door closed, the three of them were left alone. The guy looked at the blonde and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that gula was very tasty. She lowered her utensils when the man opposite asked her if she had used the cosmetics she had taken last time, to which Leon replied in agreement, adding that she had done so even today and asked if she looked good. While the stars twinkled in the dark sky outside the window, the girl noted that Clark had also brought a guest with him, and the blonde replied that he was outside. The Countess looked away and thanked him, saying that she did not think it was right to accept him without giving him something in return. Sitting at the large table, she said that during their last meeting, she seemed to be very interested in her ring, adding that if he did not mind, she would like to give it to him as a gift of gratitude. The boy began to unbutton his buttons after the blonde asked if he could tell her why her informant was an artificial stone that was the result of an alchemist's mistake. He showed the locket and answered that he actually had something similar. Leon leaned on her elbows and asked if she could take a closer look at it. She leaned over the table, listening to the blonde's words about how he had it since childhood and how it raised many questions, and she noted that it seemed to be made by an alchemist. Meanwhile, a servant stood outside the door, covering his mouth. After a while, the servants took away the dirty dishes while the butler told them to quickly clean up here. The guy behind the girl's back was clearing the table while she said that she was having a hard time and wondered if these guests had been starved for several days, otherwise why did they eat so much? Simon approached the guy and asked what was going on with him, noting that he looked as if he was enchanted. While the others were walking around the room and making their way, the brown-haired man asked how long Sir Ian and Madame Leon had been so close, noting that he thought they had only met a couple of times, to which he replied that he himself did not know and asked what was going on. The butler looked worriedly at his colleague, who began to mumble what really happened. The man's eyes widened when he was told that they saw her touch his neck. The plate fell to the floor. A gloomy atmosphere reigned in the room. The remaining two servants pounced on the guy, telling him to watch his language. The girl stood in front of the broken plate, asking if he didn't remember how the Count had beaten him up last time and the lady had come and saved him, noting that if it weren't for her, he would have definitely had something broken and then been kicked out of here. Frowning, she screamed that he only worked here because of her, and the man ordered them to stop. He put his hand on his worried face and told everyone to keep their mouths shut for now. Looking at the other confused servants, Simon said that if they weren't careful, both they and the lady would get into trouble, so the Count shouldn't get tired of it. His face immediately darkened when the Count asked him in the passage what he shouldn't know. The frightened butler turned around abruptly. Taking a step forward, the man ordered him to speak. He loomed over the terrified old man grimly and asked why they should keep their mouths shut. 2 hours until the death of Count Mariloff. Leon walked down the dark corridor. A silhouette appeared in front of her. Simon stood in front of the lady and told her that the Count asked her to come up to him. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what was the matter. The man looked down sadly and muttered. The blonde's eyes widened when he told her that her relationship with Mayor Ian had aroused his suspicions. The countess, with a frightened look in her eyes, stammered, asking how he was. She grabbed her head, and the butler asked her if this was true and why she did it, to which she replied that it was just nonsense. Leon's face darkened and she threw up her hands, while the old man asked her how she could have made such a mistake, knowing what kind of person the gentleman was. She grabbed her face, mentally asking what she should do. She froze, imagining a vine of thorns around her, mentally noting that she would remain in this disgusting mansion for the rest of her days. The man held out his hand as she broke away. The girl met a servant on the stairs, and Tall asked her what had happened, as she had asked him to prepare the horse. Simon grabbed her hand, saying that this was the people, to which she replied that she did not want to die here. A man appeared in front of her. A knight of Mariloff named Pulu grabbed her hand and said that she had better not resist. The countess tried to break free, asking who he was to do this. She jerked in different directions, loudly demanding that she let go, asking how dare he touch her. The count with his servants appeared to the side, ordering everyone to disperse. Leon's eyes widened in fear, hearing her husband say that no one would leave here until he gave permission, and then she screamed loudly. Meanwhile, Clark stood outside the estate. There was fear in his eyes. There were many of the described objects in the room. The night corridors were empty. The guy walked along one of them. At the door, he saw Pulu and Simon. A worried man approached him and asked him to quickly leave here. The two of them turned around with sad faces at the scream. Pulu grabbed the shoulder of the broken Clark, saying that this was an order. Suddenly, the count opened the door. The guy's eyes widened. The beaten Leon, who was being held by her husband's hair, looked up at him. Looking at Clark behind the knight, the man asked how many men she had fallen for during all this time, to which the girl muttered that it was not so at all. The brunette squeezed her hair tighter, asking why in that case she called Clark. He opened the doors and asked the guy to come in, saying that if that was the case, he would finish everyone today. In the frightened face of the wounded lady, he read an order to run away from here. The brown-haired man froze. He closed his eyes. With trembling legs, he entered the room. The door closed behind him. Meanwhile, the sun was shining in the Ian estate. The brunette approached the gentleman and told him that he had received a letter from Mariloff. The girl looked at him with concern. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that it was a death notice. Clark looked down sadly. In front of him and Leon lay the body of a man. The beaten girl looked at him. A long hairpin was stuck into his neck. The wide corridor was filled with light. Traces of blood were coming from the open room. The guys looked at it with their eyes wide open. The men stood in front of the girl who was sitting on the couch and crying. Then she looked at the exit and said that Sir Ian had arrived. He entered the room and asked the lady what had happened. The beaten woman replied, well, as he himself could see, there had been a mess. The blonde looked at the lady and asked if the count had really died, to which she replied that the doctor was examining his body in the chambers. When he had beaten Clark, he had hit him in the throat with her hairpin. The green-eyed man looked away and thought, unbelievable, she had used poison to avoid criminal liability, but he could not even imagine that everything would happen like this. The man turned to Ian and asked permission to introduce himself. The guy bowed his head and said that he was Pulu, one of the 3 knights of Mariloff. The blonde looked at his new acquaintance and asked if he had sent the message, to which he replied, that's right, he needs to check something. The protagonist reacted sharply and asked to check him. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he swore allegiance to Count Mariloff. His duty was to investigate the death of his master. Anyone involved in his death would be punished. This was their last task. After which the green-eyed man looked at him seriously and asked, is that so? Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked what kind of relationship he had with Reen Mariloff. The protagonist asked, confused, what? The girl closed her eyes and explained to the blonde that they suspected that they were in a romantic relationship. Then the red-haired man laughed, and the protagonist thought, this is crazy. The guy looked at the brunette from under his brows and asked where Clark was now, to bring him, to which he replied that he could not bring him because he was in captivity. The blonde frowned and shouted bring him, to which the man replied that he would not accept her orders until the investigation was completed. The guys looked at him carefully, after which the young man opened his mouth and asked the girl if she could tell him what exactly had happened, to which she replied that he had paid for his cruelty. The people looked at her in surprise as she continued to say that the incompetent knights who had stood by while their master was dying were now being rude to their neighbors who had come to bother them. The blonde man placed his hands on his hips and addressed the madam, after which he said that she would probably be busy managing the mansion now and he really hoped that she would fire these idiots, to which the man responded aggressively, shouting the boy's name. After which Barik came out from behind his friend, took out his sword and said that the stranger was too noisy and should move away, it was getting too crowded here. The protagonist's gaze was confused. He then thought that it would be a lot of trouble if they ousted Madame Mariloff from here and put the Count's younger brother in her place. The blonde guy told his friend that they needed to clean up here, to which he asked if he wanted to get rid of them. The main character got angry and said not to talk nonsense, but to bring Romandro here. The long-haired lady ordered Pulu to leave too, and commanded her to help him bring the guy, and to do what they had to do, and not stand here and get on her nerves. The people lowered their heads, after which the angry lady ordered the butler to bring tea. They had guests, they needed to receive them properly, to which he obeyed. The people went to the exit. The protagonist looked at them, and the girl sat upset and held her head. Covering her face with her hand, she said that she was going crazy, to which the blonde replied, "Pull yourself together. Don't the knights have a captain? Before taking any action, you need to make sure that she has the right to own this territory." Then a question was asked, was the count's younger brother notified of the count's death? To which the answer was that not yet. Looking at the woman, the guy reasoned that in this case, until Romandro arrives, she should keep the count's seal with her, because the owner of the seal is the owner of the mansion. She just needs to go about her business as usual. When the lady looked at him, he continued to say that if suddenly the knights betrayed her, they would provide her with troops. After which the blonde looked at the young man and asked what in return, to which he replied, tapping his finger on his hand, that he did not know yet. When the woman stood up, the guy said that he couldn't think of anything right now, but maybe she could make them a donation, to which she replied that she could make a donation. Passing the guy, the lady said that it would be better if they wanted something other than money, even knights could ask for that. Opening a shelf with jewelry, she added that, of course, she couldn't give them much right now. Then she took one of the rings and said that there was something that she could only give to him. Then she looked through the ring at the protagonist and asked if he wasn't interested in this. His pendant and not the ring were really made at the same time. Barik looked at his friend in surprise and asked if he wasn't going to take what they gave him, to which he asked he hadn't left yet. Then the red-haired man approached the countess and said that he was leaving already, but first he would take this, and took the ring. After which he put it on and asked, "Oh, it's so small, why doesn't it come off?" Looking at this, the blonde thought it turned out well. The protagonist smiled, pointed his finger at his friend, and asked the lady to put the knife down. Apparently he would have to cut off his finger to remove the ring, and the shocked Barik answered the gentleman that he would immediately bring him Romandro. The guy quickly ran away when the protagonist told him to get down to business quickly. It was better for them to start acting faster than the knights would. The woman crossed her arms and said, "Clark." Then she looked ahead and asked what would happen to him. The green-eyed man looked at her, opened his mouth and replied that he would definitely face the death penalty. After all, this was the murder of an aristocrat, as well as the murder of a slave of his master. Such a crime is considered especially grave without trial or investigation. After these words, the girl asked if there really were no exceptions, to which she received the answer that at least he had not heard of them. Recalling that in this era there lived a king who was once a slave, he said that the first person he killed was his master. Standing behind the chair, the heroine asked the protagonist if he could not help, to which the madam replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but he would soon leave for the capital. He could not afford to get involved in even more trouble. The woman clenched her fist and said that someone like him had the opportunity to change everything, to which the guy asked how he could save a slave who killed an aristocrat. The green-eyed man opened his eyes wide when he heard that he had already done so. The bastard crossed the border, survived, and led the family. The lady stalled, after which the protagonist turned to her. Suddenly, the madam put her hand on her chest and said that he would lead the territory. Ian approached the girl. She put her hand on her chest and said that she would lead the territory. The protagonist simply remained silent, and the girl asked emotionlessly if it was impossible. The guy sat down in a chair and said that she did not have the blood of the Mariloff family and it would work if she had children. He will present their family tree and said that now that the count is dead, she is just a stranger, and the count's younger brother is the legitimate heir, and he will be against her inheritance. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that in order to lead the territory, it is necessary to change the Mariloff law on inheritance. Leon looked at him, then she frowned, and looked out the window, asking if she would be happy if she did not lead the territory. The protagonist approached her from behind and thought that he did not understand her worries, but it was also more beneficial for him if she led the territory and not the count's younger brother. He imagined Leon and the count's brother and thought that no one knew what would happen while he was in the capital, and if the count's younger brother or one of the knights became the count, it would be much easier for him if it was Leon with her weaknesses and desires, who had no ambitions to expand the county's territory. Then the guy put his hand to his face and thought that while the key to the inheritance was with the count's younger brother, hasty actions could only aggravate the situation. He should think everything through carefully. Then he frowned and thought that maybe he should just start capturing Mariloff, then this would give Gale an opportunity to intervene again. But this way he could prove his worth to Merv. Then he thought again about the family tree and that he needed to meet the Earl's younger brother. After that, the guy stood up and said that he would tell his younger brother about the death of his elder brother. He heard that he lived in a mansion on the outskirts and then asked him what his name was. The girl answered that it was Dave. The man was kneeling in front of the icons. Then he turned around. It was Dave Mariloff. The setting sun illuminated the mansion. Ian walked along the corridor behind the butler and looked around. A guard ran up to them and asked what happened and who it was, to which the butler introduced the guy as the lord of the neighboring territory, Viscount Ian. Then he worriedly asked if Mr. Dave was at home and asked to take them to him. Because they had sad news for him, the guard asked to wait because the gentleman was now praying. The protagonist looked in surprise and did not understand what he heard. The books were lying on the table, and the guy asked what kind of person Mr. Dave was. The people were standing in a large room, and the butler replied that he had only seen him a few times but had heard from the count that he had a great thirst for knowledge. The guy turned around looking around the room, and the man continued talking about how the count considered it a blessing and later called it a curse. Ian asked why. The butler lowered his head and said that he had read a forbidden book. The protagonist asked again. The man then gritted his teeth and said that they said it was about the god of the underworld. A shadow with eyes appeared behind the protagonist. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked, "The god of the underworld?" Footsteps were heard. A man appeared on the balcony. He kept his hands in a lock and said that he had received an answer from the god of the underworld. The butler looked at the man cautiously and said that they had sad news. Dave lowered his head and said that someone had died. The butler, stunned, asked how he knew, and the protagonist thought that this meant sad news. The butler looked at the man with concern and said that last night the count had an accident and a servant from the mansion. Dave only laughed in response. Then she began to whisper something under her breath. Then he raised his head and asked who was with him. The protagonist stepped forward and introduced himself as Viscount Ian, saying that he did not have a last name yet, so he could call him that. The man looked at him with disdain and said that he was the one from Brack. The protagonist extended his hand in greeting and said that there was an imperial expert among his people right now, and Countess Mariloff was asking for his help. The man asked how he could help. The sun's rays illuminated the room. Ian said that she wanted to meet him and discuss the affairs of the mansion. She really needed his help since she was in a difficult situation. Dave frowned and asked why his sister-in-law distanced herself from the family members and invited an outsider. Then he turned around and said that they would return to the mansion and he would get ready right away. The protagonist stared after him. The table was in disarray and it was unclear how anyone could work on it. The mansion was illuminated by moonlight. The protagonist pointed at the man and said that Romandro was just in time, and then introduced the count's younger brother, Dave Mariloff. The men shook hands and Dave asked if he was an expert from the imperial palace, to which the man confirmed his words and asked to accept his condolences. Then Dave turned away and said that this was a family matter and he would go first and they could go slowly. The men stared after him. Romandro scratched his head and said that he was already acting like an count. He had already been told something and he asked if it was that slave Clark who killed the count. The chariot stood in front of the mansion, and the protagonist answered in the affirmative and added that the knights of the mansion were bothering him. 2 knights were standing at the entrance, and the guy said that it looked like they wanted to take the chance and take control of the mansion themselves. The guy then turned around and said that Dave believed in the god of the underworld, to which Romandro started yelling that he was just having a terrible day and things were only getting worse. A red-haired guy came up to them and asked what kind of god of the underworld it was. The blonde guy replied that it was a new religion that arose among the common people abroad. At that time, it was considered another heresy, but over time, the sect grew and became much more influential. It even led to a religious war outside of Barial. Romandro, folding his hands behind his back, said that this only complicates everything, because it is the most aggressive and repulsive sect. The protagonist replied that he thought so himself. The guy then said that it would be better for Madame Leon Mariloff to become the new lord of the territory if they give power to a heretic. Who knows what awaits them in the future, and it would be better if the lord was someone who is willing to negotiate with them. The man rubbed his neck and said that he agreed. The knights were too determined, and now the god of the underworld, he was simply speechless. The blonde replied that in that case they needed to intervene. The red-haired man listened to the conversation in surprise. The man said that he had a good way to do it, and the protagonist replied that there were many ways, but they needed to go to the capital first and they could not spend too much time on it. The guy stood there in bewilderment. Then he put the sword behind his head and said that he had thought of everything and they could just kill everyone. Ian sarcastically replied that he was good at finding solutions. The moonlight illuminated the mansion, and the blonde said that they could not get rid of everyone at once. They had no right to do so. Leon Mariloff should be in charge. The protagonist asked the guy if he understood and said that although it would be difficult, they had to do everything quickly. The door was closed and voices were coming from it. The woman was sitting in a chair and a man approached her. The blonde looked up at him and asked where Ian was, to which the guest replied that the hero would be arriving soon as he had some business to attend to. Romandro leaned over and quietly asked if Dave was already inside, to which he replied that he was pretending to be crying from grief. The mustachioed man came closer and whispered that the main character had asked him to pass on something to her. The woman's eyes widened when she heard that she should keep the seal, and then Mariloff would definitely be hers. The man frowned and said that he would first send a report to the capital on the appointment of the new lord, and depending on the decision there, an expert from the palace could be sent here, but then both he and Ian would be in the capital and would not be able to help her. Leon looked closely at her interlocutor and asked if she really would need to keep the seal with her then too. She brought the item closer when she heard an affirmative answer. The woman squeezed the seal in her hand, and the expert said that she had no other choice. The two of them glanced sideways at the men outside the door, and Romandro said that she should dismiss the 3 knights next. The man frowned and said that order was important, because if a person died as a knight in Mariloff territory, their name had to be included in the report to the imperial palace, but otherwise it was not necessary. The woman looked at the guest carefully, who expressed the hope that she understood what he was getting at. The blonde narrowed her eyes and promised that she would try to save them the trouble. The man sat down opposite her, and Leon asked about Dave, to which he replied that the protagonist would deal with him himself. He presented the coins and soldiers, and said that the woman should promise a payment of 5,000 gold, and make sure that the number of soldiers did not exceed half of their current number. Romandro looked at the noblewoman and said that she could refuse the offer, but Sir Ian would retain a say in the matter, and if she agreed, they would make a deal after everything was resolved. The blonde frowned and said that she agreed, as she had no other options. She flinched when the other man said that there was something else regarding Clark. Leon clasped her hands and asked if there was nothing that could be done. A figure entered the room as the expert replied that it was possible, but there was a catch. Dave wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said that he was sorry that everything had happened this way. The woman looked at him coldly and said that he had ignored her all day, but now he noticed that the palace expert was next to her. The brunette raised his eyebrows and objected that his brother's death had shaken him so much that he had gone straight to his chambers. Romandro raised his hands and motioned for the man to sit down as there was much to sort out, and Dave agreed that the situation was sad but had to be sorted out. The blonde frowned when her late husband's brother said that the slave who had committed the crime was still breathing peacefully in the dungeon. Dave sat down in the chair and asked him to describe the incident in detail in a report that would be sent to the capital, and also to raise the issue of the succession to the title. Romandro looked at the man intently and said that he had heard that he believed in the god of the underworld. The brunette's eyes widened and he exclaimed that this was not true, and who had told him that. The man closed his eyes and added that he did not believe it at all, because in the Boreal Empire it was considered heresy, but his hands were shaking. He imagined himself kneeling next to the coffin and declared that the situation was unpleasant, so they needed to arrange a simplified succession ceremony for the title, and then arrange a funeral for his brother. The expert looked at the disgruntled brunette and objected that they should organize a funeral first, as was proper etiquette. The woman looked ahead indifferently when Romandro asked Dave if he could ask him a few questions that would relate to the contents of the report. She looked down, and the interlocutors discussed that the brunette would be the 9th representative of the family if he inherited the title. The blonde imagined a man with a bouquet of flowers and thought that first she needed to survive, and then she would drop everything and start from scratch, even if she had to give up everything. Leon closed her eyes, remembering Clark, and at that moment she was called. The expert looked at the woman and asked if she heard him, and the interlocutor shuddered and asked again. Romandro calmly looked at her and said that he asked her to inform the residents about what happened and take care of all, even small, matters in the mansion. The brunette frowned and said that this would not happen. Dave touched his chin and said that the affairs of the mansion should be handed over to him, and that the daughter-in-law who would be leaving this place should better take care of her health and peace of mind. The other woman crossed her arms and retorted that he had been banished from the mansion long ago, so he would not even know where to start, to which the man said that she should be polite. Leon looked at him and asked what she had said, since the funeral had not yet taken place, and he was already trying his best to take the title for himself. The brunette frowned indignantly when she said that he had been expelled from the family for believing in heresy, but there was such a thing as morality. Dave rushed at her with his fists, but Romandro stepped between them and exclaimed that he could not behave like that. The woman leaned on her arm and muttered that the fact that he was raising his hand to her immediately indicated that he was one of the Mariloff clan, to which the man shouted that the commoner did not know what she was talking about. Leon stood up and frowned, asking what he would say about his brother who married her, if he was as crazy as he was because they both shared the same blood. The brunette gritted his teeth in rage, and the madam turned and called for the knights. She looked at the man at the door and asked if they weren't supposed to protect her since they served the count, to which she was told that they wouldn't do so until the truth was revealed about how the count died. The woman clutched the seal in her hand and muttered that she had no choice since he continued to spout such nonsense. Leon straightened up and stated that Romandro had confirmed that she was responsible for the mansion until the funeral, therefore releasing all 3 Mariloff knights from service. The swordsman raised a mocking eyebrow and asked what that meant. An explosion was heard outside the mansion. The knight threw open the door and exclaimed what was going on. Someone was walking down the corridor. Barik, accompanied by a man who was dragging a knight, waved and greeted them. Dave looked at Romandro with fear and asked what it meant and why there was an unearthly clan of warriors here, to which the man replied that help had simply arrived with the security of Madame Leon. The expert closed one eye and asked if it really bothered him that much. The knight turned pale, noticing his colleague. He was hanging in the warrior's hand as a lifeless body. The red-haired man scratched the back of his head and explained that the knight was blocking their path and said that they could only proceed further over his corpse. Someone took a step closer and noted that nothing special had happened here. The protagonist approached his bodyguard and said that he was very glad about it. The knight turned pale, gritting his teeth, and thought that Pulu had promised that Ian would not interfere. Dave hid behind the swordsman and asked what all this meant. The hero looked at the man lying on the floor and replied that these warriors had insulted him because he had rushed here after learning of the Count's death, and they were trying to accuse him of an indecent relationship with Madame Leon. The blonde placed his hand on his chest and said that this was the first time in his life that someone had insulted him like that, but they had paid for it with blood. The brother of the deceased count frowned and exclaimed that people usually proved their innocence at the cost of their own lives, and the young man replied that he certainly did not do that. He smiled and said that one must survive to prove one's innocence. The knight shuddered and turned pale when the hero replied that offensive thoughts only disappear when the owner of these thoughts dies. The blonde placed his hand on the bodyguard's shoulder and asked him to deal with them and come, and the boy took out his sword with a smile. The knight's legs were shaking as the protagonist walked past him. Ian just smiled silently, looking at the sweaty man. He walked out into the hallway, leaving Barik to deal with the ill-wishers. Leon closed her eyes and crossed her arms, not moving when a plate broke next to her head, and Dave's scream was heard. Romandro tried to restrain the enraged man, who was outraged that because of her, these barbarians were able to enter his mansion, and she destroyed their family with the help of this bastard. The protagonist looked at him and asked him to calm down, but the brunette called him a devil's spawn. Ian pointed a finger behind his back and said that the interlocutor had just insulted the madam, but would he be able to cope with what would happen when he opened these doors? The room shook from the noise coming from outside. Dave turned pale and sweated, hearing the knight's screams. He sat down in a chair and began to pray, and the expert noted that, apparently, all the knights were finished. The protagonist remembered Pulu and said that one was missing from the mansion, and it was necessary to give the order to find him. The brunette shuddered when the young man sat down on the sofa. The blonde grinned and said that he wanted to make him an offer. There was a broken plate on the floor, and the young man said that, first of all, he wanted to apologize for making such a mess. The interlocutor looked at him incredulously when the protagonist reminded that those people no longer had anything to do with Mariloff, and he clarified whether this was true. Ian crossed his legs and demanded to listen carefully to what he was going to say, and think it over carefully and make a wise decision. The woman turned to him when the young man added that this also concerned her. Everyone was sitting around the table when the hero specified that they did not want to coexist side by side, and the blonde quickly replied that she did not, which slightly angered the other. The blonde frowned and said that in that case, someone would give up Mariloff in favor of another, or even better, leave Bariel. The brunette's eyes widened in shock when the guy said that he hoped Dave would do it. The man jumped up and was indignant. What kind of manipulation was this? He looked at the exit and exclaimed, was there really no one behind the door? A crack appeared through which one could see blood on the floor. A man appeared in the doorway, who clarified whether Ian had called him. The blonde calmly looked at him and asked him to clean up after himself, and Dave turned pale and collapsed into a chair. The main character looked at the woman and said that it would be great if there was no one left with the last name Mariloff, but because of this, Madame Leon could face difficulties. There were papers on the table, and the guy said that an expert from the palace would come here and re-examine the whole situation. And then, like him, the emperor would grant a new title, and this process was very difficult and could take a long time. The brunette sweated and clenched his teeth when Ian added that it would be just perfect if Mr. Dave stayed away from this territory for a very long time. The young man imagined a palace with black flags and suggested that the man go to Tulan, where the belief in the god of the underworld came from, and it would only take 3 months on horseback to get there. The blonde looked at the hero and asked what would happen if he returned again after his departure or secretly reported everything to the emperor, but the guy asked not to worry about it. The hero described a carriage with armed warriors and said that the man would be under the supervision of escorts from Howan. It would be safer, although money would be required. Ian grinned and added that the most important thing now was what decision Dave would make. The man sweated and clenched his hands. He closed his eyes, starting to pray to the god of the underworld. A candle burned in the lamp, and it was getting dark outside. Hannah looked at Romandro and asked if she could leave this stack of papers here, and the man thanked her. The protagonist sat at the desk, and the expert sat on the sofa, noting that this would surprise people even in the capital, and the blonde agreed because the slave killed his master and the count's younger brother was a heretic. Romandro frowned and added that they would also be surprised by Marilov's deal on Gullah. The guy looked at the man in surprise when he noted that, judging by the reports, they were still skeptical about Gullah. The hero looked at his nervous interlocutor and clarified whether an answer had come from the capital. The blonde narrowed his eyes when he heard that they were asking to send Malin to the center. The young man imagined a chessboard and suggested that Merv lost to Gale in a mental game. The expert looked at the hero, who replied that it was a pity, but he would have the carriage prepared, and he asked if the young man minded. The blonde closed his eyes and said that it would be impossible otherwise, and that he didn't care anyway. He moved a stack of coins forward when Romandro said that Madame Leon wanted to share the Gullah grown in Marilov with the inhabitants of the territory, and the hero said that they should also allow free trade so that it would be possible to sell not only cooked but also raw Gullah. Ian raised his head, and the man said that if everything went smoothly, they would be able to pay the capital before the summer, and by then they would definitely start to reckon with him, but the guy replied that this was enough, and he was grateful that he was helping him with his work. Stars began to appear outside the window, and Romandro said that when they dealt with Marilov, they could go to the capital, where the journey would take about 2 weeks, to which the blonde agreed, because in any case he did not have much luggage, and the only accompanying family member was Barik. The interlocutor coughed, looking at the young man, and asked what he was going to do with his mother. The hero looked at him and replied that he had asked her to come to the city, but she liked living in the forest, in nature, better. He remembered the small house and added that she had promised to come when it got colder, and the guy would ask the foresters to check on her. Romandro glanced at the Viscount and noted that after leaving for the capital they would not be able to see each other for a long time, but the young man replied that they would not be able to see each other often, even if they went together. The man closed his eyes and sighed, noting that magicians leave with the sunrise and return when the stars are already in the sky, so there really would be no time for meetings, but it was better this way. He imagined Wesley and thought that with her poisonous character she would definitely not leave him alone. The blonde looked at the maid and turned to her. The brunette stared at the gentleman in shock when she heard that she was being sent to Marilov to study to become a butler tomorrow. She widened her eyes in bewilderment and asked again. The guy smiled when the girl realized that they wanted to appoint her next and confirmed her guess. Hannah came closer and muttered that she knew nothing about how to handle such an important job, to which the young man replied that this was the reason he was going to study, because Marilov had a very experienced butler. The maid blushed and trembled with anticipation. She looked at the owner and asked for permission to leave. The maid bowed and quickly ran out. The guy looked at the closed door, from behind which a joyful cry was heard. The men buried their faces in their documents, and Romandro asked where Barik was, to which he received the answer that he had gone with the soldiers, so if something happened, a falcon would be sent here. The blonde narrowed his eyes and frowned, noticing that it still took too long. The tunnel shook. The red-haired man bowed his head and breathed heavily. He looked down, wiping his sweat, and asked what the hell was that. Hannah ran happily down the corridor. Romandro and Ian looked towards the door, and the man noted that the maid was so restless, but the Viscount said that she could be trusted and there were many people who could help her. Nurserin looked questioningly at the worried maid, and at that moment the hero remembered him and 2 assistants who would remain here. The expert closed his eyes and said that he was going to leave only one here, but Marilov was in an unstable state, and orders would obviously come from the palace, so he ordered them to stay. The blonde smiled awkwardly and said that he heard that he left only unmarried people here, to which the man replied that why don't they find themselves companions. A bird knocked on the window. Ian frowned and turned towards the sound. A falcon with a note on its paw continued to knock on the glass, and the young man assumed that something was wrong. The hero let the messenger in, and his interlocutor recognized him as a bird from an unearthly clan of warriors. The blonde unfolded the paper, on which was written, Barik, Night, Mon, Pursuit, Forever, so the young man concluded that the warriors did not know the Barrial language well. Ian frowned and thought that if it was about Mon, then it could be that mine. He imagined a dungeon in which 2 shadows were visible. Against the background of the night sky, the wings of a bird appeared. The guy in the cloak raised his hand for the falcon to sit on it. He looked at the approaching protagonist and noted his arrival. The blonde frowned and asked what was wrong with Barik. The Viscount looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment, who muttered that the bodyguard was beating there with all his might. He scratched the back of his head and said that it was difficult to explain, and the hero would understand when he saw it. Ian followed the guide in the tunnel, and sounds were heard ahead. They stopped, and around the corner, someone asked the red-haired man to stop and go out so that he could try it himself. The hero turned and saw a disgruntled bodyguard and a man who noted that he was losing a lot of strength, and there was no result. Ian's eyes widened and wondered where this energy came from. There was a man in the crystal in front of the warriors. Barik turned around and called the protagonist by name. The young man approached him when the bodyguard asked what it was and replied that he did not know everything in this world. He looked down and noted that he had a rough idea. The blonde squinted. The crystal was glowing, and the hero assumed that it was a magic stone. The red-haired man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked again, and he reminded him of the stone with which they eavesdropped. The young man presented various gems and said that this mineral had special qualities due to energy. He visualized the shackles from his past and the flasks and thought that, from transferring him to another body to recording his voice, tracking his location, creating a bottomless storage, increasing his mana reserves and much more, magic stones have many uses. The blonde frowned and asked if the bodyguard didn't feel anything, since magic was immediately felt, but the interlocutor answered negatively. Ian glanced at him and thought that magic swordsmen were, first and foremost, warriors, and besides, Barik still didn't know how to do many things, so this could be the reason. All four looked at the block, and the Viscount asked what happened to the knights, to which the red-haired man replied that they were chasing them and ended up here. Barik remembered how water splashed earlier and a scream was heard. Pulu fell and backed away in fear, begging the red-haired man not to come closer. The opponent took a few steps forward and said that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. He stepped back and turned pale, looking at the warrior. Suddenly, his legs were covered in crystal. The man started sweating and exclaimed what was wrong with him and why he couldn't get out. The red-haired man looked at the petrified body in surprise, saying that Pulu had fallen into this trap and died soon after. The bodyguard rubbed his chin and said that at first it was a sticky liquid, but then it suddenly hardened, and at that moment the protagonist raised his fist above his head. The others awkwardly looked away when the red-haired man cried out from the blow. Barik looked at the gentleman indignantly and asked why he had hit him, and the blonde asked what he would do if the same thing happened to the warrior as to Pulu. He looked at the crystal and suggested that the liquid could appear again and the guy would fall into it. The blonde man looked at the others with displeasure and said that stupidity and courage are about them. The young man frowned and ordered them to report this to Nursaran, to which they began to justify themselves by saying that they had offered to return, but Barik had categorically refused. The red-haired man sat down and looked at the hero, assuming that the magic stone was probably expensive, and he replied that it could be priceless. Ian looked down and muttered that they needed to study it in more detail. He suddenly fell silent and touched his chin. His eyes suddenly widened in realization when looking at the crystal. The young man removed his hand from his face and whispered that it was possible. The blonde man turned around and ordered them to quickly return to the mansion, close the access to the mine and not let anyone in, after which the bodyguard asked what to do with the body. The interlocutor looked back and replied that nothing could be done about it now, so they needed to leave. The three men looked at each other in bewilderment, and Barik just shrugged. The protagonist walked quickly through the tunnel, thinking about the need for help from the Ministry of Magic to study the deposits of magic stones. He imagined a large building and thought that only the ministry could find out if there were veins of magic stones underground and their sizes. The young man remembered Wesley, the Minister of Magic and one of Gale's main supporters. Ian smirked and guessed why, of all the border territories, they had latched onto this one. The hero imagined the prince's face and noted that even if they were not completely sure, they still saw potential in Brack, which is why they targeted him. The blonde remembered the training of troops to repel the barbarians, the arrival of Malin about a situation that required the intervention of the palace, a scandal with the non-payment of taxes by the lord of the territory, and also a mine with magic stones nearby. An image of Gale popped into the young man's head, for whom everything could not have worked out more ideally. The protagonist approached the guard at the exit and loudly ordered to close the access to the mine and notify the miners about it. Ian looked ahead resolutely and thought that he should immediately check everything upon returning to the mansion. Malin was sitting behind the bars with his subordinates, and the protagonist wondered if this was a coincidence or if they were deliberately attacking Brack. The corridor of the dungeon was illuminated by torches and moonlight. The protagonist stopped and frowned. The prisoners jumped up and asked what had happened. The blonde exchanged glances with Malin and said that a letter had arrived from the palace concerning him. The man lowered the book and asked what it said. The young man opened his mouth and said that he had been told to take care of him, since he was soon leaving for the capital. The interlocutor shuddered and crumpled the page. The old man froze, wondering if this was true. He folded the sheet and thought that there were deposits of magic stones nearby, a location near the border, troops, everything was suitable in these lands, so why did the young man put so much effort into it and now give up so easily? The protagonist looked closely at the prisoner. The blonde squinted and noted that, judging by the reaction, Malin and Gale knew everything and therefore began to act. The guy remembered the magic crystal in the mine. Snowflakes were falling from the sky onto the palace. Merv sat in a chair and looked out the window. He remembered how he was a child in the arms of a woman. His cheeks were red from the frost, and she told him to listen to the snow falling. The blonde squinted through his glasses. An assistant approached him from behind and noted with a smile that this was the first snow this year. Merv turned around and said that there would soon be a New Year's celebration, and the interlocutor confirmed that there was a real commotion in the main wing of the palace. He presented the image of a woman and said that the person in charge talked to Mrs. Delena every day, and she was also entrusted with organizing the New Year's celebration. The blonde took the documents and noted that she was a little reckless to make so much noise about the celebration, and the assistant remembered that the emperor had previously been responsible for organizing it. Merv grinned when the other man said that the woman was honored to organize it because she was the closest favorite. There was a stack of papers on the cart, and the men agreed that without Madame Delena, things would be a bit difficult. The brunette looked at the gentleman and noted that he already worked late, and what if he had to organize the celebration on top of that? Merv smiled and asked what he should do then, because as long as he and Gale existed, she would never become empress. The prince introduced himself and his brother and remembered that there had been several times when the topic of Delena becoming empress had been raised, but because of him and Gale, it had never even gotten to the point of discussion, because no one could become empress while their mothers were alive. The brothers in his head were looking in different directions, and he added that no one could call them sons except their real mothers, and that was where they agreed. A soft light came through the window, and Merv asked when Romandro and Ian would arrive, to which he received the answer that they had not sent written news, but said that they would arrive by the new year. The blonde looked at the document and clarified that with Malin, after which he heard that the old man would arrive in the capital before the main character. The assistant folded his hands behind his back and added that this was not yet confirmed, but the administration would probably send him on vacation, and then he would send a person to him as soon as possible, to which the prince replied that everything was going well. Merv leaned on his hand and frowned. Fal leaned over when the gentleman turned to him and asked if there was really no way out. The brunette sadly lowered his gaze and did not know what to say. The prince looked at the report and muttered that everything would not be so difficult if not for the truth potion, because due to the specifics of the Ministry of Magic, others cannot interfere with their activities. The blonde man frowned and said that development, effectiveness, side effects, these were judged only by reports, so he had to take their word for it, although the records were full of terms that only mages could understand. Merv straightened up when the assistant noted that others were also against it, and reminded him that they had not heard anything about it from the main administration. It was snowing outside, and the man said that they would have to wait until the New Year celebrations, since there were still new Malin employees. The blonde man turned to the window and added that it would be easier for them to verify this information if Ian was sent to the Ministry of Magic. Merv narrowed his eyes and frowned, thinking that things had not been like this before. He imagined a scale and remembered that only a few years ago, the Ministry of Magic was said to inherit divine power, so it remained neutral and firmly entrenched in the center of the palace. However, someone had placed a hand on this scale. The man imagined Wesley, who had upset this balance after becoming the Minister of Magic. Fal handed the gentleman a report on the comparison of the potion of the right with similar ones at his request. The prince looked closely at the recording and asked what Lulan was. The interlocutor visualized a chest with purple stones and a bottle and said that it was a rare, high-quality magic stone. He put his hands behind his back, and the blonde asked if they had really conducted tests of effectiveness and action on people, since there would not be enough resources to study such a rare and high-quality material. The man turned the page, and Fal assumed that they had no problem with this, since the Ministry of Magic got 15 kilograms. Merv frowned and noted that this was too little, because other magic stones are mined in the hundreds. The assistant looked at the prince and said that Lulan was different from them. It was discovered by scientists only last year, so it is a very valuable resource. The brunette introduced the mine and added that it is unknown where the deposits are located, since they are very rarely found near the deposit of ordinary magic stones. He visualized a purple stone and said that it was a liquid mineral, but it solidified under the influence of magic from outside. The blonde crossed his legs and noted that if a person touched it, disaster could happen, so the assistant promised to ask the others to be careful, although no large enough deposits had been found to absorb a body. Fal presented a crystal and said that the more bubbles in the stone, the more susceptible it was to magic. But the assistant did not know what the magicians were doing with Lulan and what they wanted to achieve, because in a solid state it was impossible to scratch. Merv looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment and asked how then to process the stones, to which the brunette suggested that it was done with the help of magic. The more concentrated the magical power, the easier it was to do. The prince squinted and realized that with their help it was possible to determine the level of the magician's power. At that moment, the protagonist approached the frozen crystal in the mine. The stone shone and shimmered. Romandro looked at him with admiration, drooling. He leaned back humbly in Barrick's arms and exclaimed that this was incredible, and Ian must have been an emperor of a peaceful country in his past life. The man with the beard approached the boy and muttered that he had no idea about this at all. The tunnel was lit by torches, and the man said that miners passed through here 5 minutes 6 times a day, but the workers had not noticed any magic stones here. The blonde stood up and concluded that it had not been that long since they appeared here, and added that he was not going to shift the responsibility for this to the man, who asked what kind of vein it was. The guy looked down and replied that he partially knew. The crystal with the body inside was shining, and the hero realized that it was clearly very large. Romandro jumped up and asked the blonde if he knew what kind of magic stones these were, and he replied that he was not exactly sure. Ian shone the light on the crystal and thought that he had only seen them processed before, so it was difficult to tell anything at first glance since this was the first time he had seen unprocessed crystals. The man came closer and said that he would immediately contact the Ministry of Magic. The expert immediately shuddered and widened his eyes. He introduced Prince Gale with his entourage, and the blonde confirmed his guess that this was exactly why they wanted to take over this territory. Romandro sweated and said that the situation would get worse if the ministry found out about this. The Viscount looked away and said that it was good that no one else knew about this. The mine manager looked at the gentleman in confusion. He bowed and exclaimed that he would remain silent. The protagonist and the expert stared at the stone, and the mustachioed man asked what it really was. The miner looked at the Viscount and asked if he could take a look, for which he had received permission. The man took a hammer out of his coat. He stuck a peg in the ground and started to knock on it. Barik looked over his shoulder and muttered that it wouldn't work, because he had hit them with his sword, but there was no scratch left, and the interlocutor objected that he wanted to break not a stone, but a druce. Another knock was heard, and the pebbles flew apart. A purple liquid flowed out from under the crystal. The red-haired man came closer and exclaimed that this was exactly what happened. He looked at the frozen stream in confusion. The protagonist came closer and asked what was going on, then the man said that liquid came out of the ground here. The bearded man knocked on the stone and added that it became like that as soon as the warrior approached. They both glanced sideways at Barik, and he exclaimed that he had done nothing. The bodyguard extended his hand and swore to the gentleman on the stolen treats that he was telling the truth, to which the gentleman replied that it was new information, but that it was better for him to stand near him for now. The blonde pinched the red-haired man on the cheek and asked the manager if the liquid was the same even when Barik had walked away, and he answered in the affirmative. Romandro looked at Ian and asked if he had any guesses. The young man turned around and explained that magic stones always react to magic. He imagined a hand that throws a pendant into the liquid and added that their principle of action is a reaction to external magical force, just as a special solution is needed to play a recording from a brooch. The bodyguard looked at the gentleman in surprise when he asked him to tell more about the chase after the night. The swordsman remembered how his opponent fell in front of him into some sticky liquid, and he himself was approaching. When the man turned around in fear and tried to get out, this happened. The blonde touched his chin thoughtfully and stared at the crystal. The young man frowned and thought that it was most likely a reaction to Barik's magic. The red-haired man looked at the hero questioningly, and he noted that, of course, the guy had magical energy, and these stones hardened under the influence of external magic. The Viscount removed his hand from his face and said that it was Lulan. The blonde handed the lamp to the bodyguard and ordered everyone to step back. Barik stared at the master in shock when he said that he would try to split it, and the swordsman exclaimed that it was impossible to do with bare hands. Ian put his hand to the surface, and the bodyguard muttered that he needed to surround everything with boxes of explosives. The hero frowned, and his eyes turned gold. The men's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the soft glow. The blonde opened his eyes and flinched. There was a bright flash and the stones flew apart. The hero was sitting in front of the shattered crystal. Barik put his hand on the owner's shoulder and asked if he was okay, to which he received an affirmative answer. The knight's body lay nearby, and Ian muttered that he had apparently hit a magical barrier without realizing it. The red-haired man frowned and asked to warn in advance if he was going to blow himself up, and the others were almost getting ready to die. The young man looked at his hand and thought it was strange. The hero straightened his fingers and noticed that he had slowly directed a very weak stream of magic, and the reaction was too strong. Ian clenched his fist and thought that the stones had become so susceptible to magic. The bodyguard looked at the master and said that the magic had worked well, because he had no reaction at all, and Romandro picked up a stone behind his back. The red-haired man turned around and exclaimed that if the expert decided to take the stones, then he should take the big ones right away, to which he replied that there was no point in wasting time, because even a stone the size of a bean would cost 1 gold coin. Barik shuddered and his eyes widened in surprise. The guy rushed to the exit, demanding a broom, and the protagonist looked at the mine manager and reminded him that he would soon leave the mansion. The man bowed and said that the young man would go to the title ceremony, and he would do everything to ensure that mining in this mine did not stop. The hero looked at him and said that the mine would have to be closed for now. Small crystals lay on the ground, and the blonde said that he would pay the same salary as now, and the man himself would decide the issue of paying the miners' salaries. Ian frowned and repeated that the interlocutor should keep everything he saw today a secret. The man nodded and swallowed nervously, declaring that he understood everything. A sign was put up in front of the entrance to the mine, stating that outsiders were not allowed to enter Mon. Purple stones filled the box. People were unloading boxes, and someone asked for carriages to be brought because the stones were heavier than they might seem. The maid and the butler looked at the cargo in surprise, and the man noted that there were only 5 boxes, but they were heavier than any other mineral, and the interlocutor added that 10 carriages had arrived. The protagonist rose from the table, looking at the document, and asked Barik what about the management of the mine, to which the bodyguard replied that the manager was still responsible for it and asked what to do with the stone chips mixed with earth. The blonde frowned and asked to separate them, because the chips contained magic, so they would certainly need them in the future. Ian put on his cloak and said that today the red-haired one would go to the forest, and the interlocutor clarified whether he was really going to Philia. The hero imagined his mother and asked to tell her that he was leaving soon, and if she wanted to come to the city, let them go together with a bodyguard. Ian looked away and added that perhaps this would be the last time, since the chances of returning were slim. The interlocutor put his hands behind his head and asked if the young man would go to Mariloff alone, and he replied that he would be with Romandro and his people, and the others who remained here would often see Madame Leon. The stack of documents tilted when the guy expressed the hope that they would be able to find a common language in advance. The blonde touched the sheets, and they fell. He closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation. The hero picked up the papers and thought that he should look through all these documents so that everything here would work smoothly even in his absence. The red-haired man silently watched the gentleman. There was a knock on the door and an announcement that the carriage was waiting. The blonde looked at the exit and replied that he would go down right away. Hannah opened the door for the master and informed him that Romandro was already waiting downstairs. The girl turned around when she was tapped on the shoulder. Barik approached her and asked if she was also leaving for Mariloff. The interlocutor looked at him and replied that she would be back late today after completing her butler training. The bodyguard pointed to the blonde man with bruises under his eyes and muttered that he looked a bit tired. They both looked at him and Hannah agreed, adding that the master was not finishing his food. The girl touched her chin thoughtfully, then she flinched when the red-haired man called out to her. The brunette grabbed her head and muttered that the main duty of a butler was to take care of the health and comfort of the master, and she had completely forgotten about that. The girl rushed down the corridor, shouting that she had to cook something delicious for tonight's dinner and would try her best to become the perfect butler. Barik looked after her and scratched his cheek, muttering that she would soon go crazy. Snow was falling on the estate. Someone was running quickly down the stairs. Hannah flew into the kitchen with a scream, frightening the cook. Mender looked at her and asked, "Aren't you leaving for Mariloff?" and she confirmed that she should go already. Hannah approached the man and exclaimed that from tomorrow, until the master leaves for the capital, let him prepare nutritious dishes for him: pork, duck, beef. The girl immediately headed for the exit, turning around at the end and explaining that the young man looked very tired, so he should be fed everything that is good for his health. The maid approached the cook and asked what was wrong with Hannah, and the man asked her to bring meat from the village for Master Ian. The girl turned and exclaimed, "Is it possible that the young man is in pain?" And the servant who came in at that moment immediately asked if their master was ill. Later, this guy talked to the merchant, who exclaimed, "Is it possible that Mr. Ian lost consciousness?" And then the seller met with an acquaintance and lied that the young man was on his deathbed, and so the rumors flew around. Snow was falling on the city, and someone shouted in surprise, "Is it possible that the illegitimate son of the Margrave had become the head of the territory?" There were bare trees in the forest, and footsteps were heard. The protagonist rubbed his ear. Romandro looked at him and asked what was wrong, and the young man waved it off, thinking that Barik was scolding him behind his back. The expert put the document aside and said that he had sorted out other questions in the correspondence, but did not receive an answer regarding how to organize the count's funeral. The blonde touched his chin and assumed that they were trying to make sure that no one knew about them. The scenery outside changed, and the boy muttered that it was the same as how no one knew about the man marrying Madame Leon, but they hadn't decided to wait until winter. Black banners were flying in the town. The townspeople were standing in the square, discussing how it was the first time they had heard of a slave killing his master. A young man with red cheeks said that he had heard that an earl had beaten his wife, and that a slave had killed him trying to stop him. Snow fell on their shoes, and another man muttered that perhaps that was why no one knew what had happened between the two, although some thought the man had spoiled his wife. The flags were fluttering in the wind when someone asked what had happened to the slave, and was told that he had been sentenced without a trial because he had killed a man, and his own master at that. A fair-haired boy raised a finger and said that he had heard that there had been something between the earl's wife and the slave, but the others simply laughed. The boy spread his arms and exclaimed that it was the truth, which he had learned from a friend who worked at the estate, but they still did not believe him. Snowflakes were falling from the gray clouds. Leon was lying on the bed. She twitched slightly when she was spoken to. The butler looked at her with pity and asked if he should bring her some food, but the woman refused. The man folded his hands behind his back and noted that she had not eaten dinner yesterday either. The blonde stood up and asked if he thought it was strange. He lowered his head and muttered that it was not strange. The interlocutor looked at the lady and noted that she looked unhappy. Leon looked forward and muttered that it was strange, thinking that the husband who beat her every day was dead, and she was not feeling well, just like when she cut down her mother's tree and ran away. The woman dangled her legs on the floor and asked when and with which caravan Dave would be sent to Toulon, and the interlocutor answered that soon, with the United Trade Organization. Madam stood up, and the butler said that they were ready and could leave immediately. It would cost 200 gold pieces, including an advance, and the woman noted that this was not as bad as she thought. The blonde threw on a robe and asked not to abandon this matter and to convey her request to them quickly, because Mr. Ian would arrive soon. Leon turned around and added that they needed to explain the details, because in addition to Dave, another person would be traveling with the caravan. In the dungeon sat a man in shackles. The man in the cloak was kneeling in front of a boarded-up window. He was holding a rosary in his hands and muttering a prayer. Two maids were standing in the corridor and talking. They shuddered in surprise, noticing the lady. Leon decisively walked past them, and the girls hurried to bow. The woman walked forward down the quiet corridor. The dungeon was dimly lit. Behind the bars sat a man, his face buried in his knees. He raised his head, sensing that someone was standing in front of him. Leon looked at Clark. She looked at him with regret and said that in a few days he would be leaving for Toulon with Dave and a trade caravan through the kingdom of Howan. The interlocutor looked at the lady in surprise. He frowned and, looking down, repeated the name of the city. The blonde stood in front of the man holding the bars and asked if he knew where it was, and he answered in the affirmative. Clark lowered his head and muttered that it was very far. The woman closed her eyes and remained silent. She bit her lip, thinking about everything. They both held the bars when Leon said that if the Imperial Palace decided to investigate in the future, they would need proof that Dave had arrived safely. The woman ran her fingers over the metal and asked the interlocutor to accompany him to Toulon. The blonde touched the man's hand and, blushing, ordered him to return. Clark's eyes widened, looking at his beloved. Then he smiled softly. The man took her hand through the bars. She stood there while the prisoner touched his forehead to her hand. Snow continued to fall on the estate. Soft light entered the living room. Leon smiled, curtsied, and greeted the protagonist. The guy bowed and asked if she was doing well, to which the woman replied that it was thanks to him. The blonde smiled, looking at the expert, and asked them to sit down. There were cups and a teapot on the table. The woman handed over a folder with a certificate for 5,000 gold, which they had agreed on. She took the cup and said that the number of their army had also been reduced by half, and they would continue to fulfill other agreements. The blonde smiled and asked if he could look at the estimate, and the interlocutor told her that it was on the back. The hero carefully looked at the document. The two men winced when Ian asked if the assistants hadn't told her anything, and the lady asked if he meant that she would be criticized for selling the territory. She took a sip and added that the guy shouldn't worry, there would be no problems with managing the territory, but if he felt uncomfortable about it, he should consider that she was paying with her own money, after which the hero slammed the folder shut with satisfaction. Ian smiled at Romandro and noted that this was, in any case, a favor for a favor. The expert handed the book to the woman and said that he would show this report to the palace so she could check it. The blonde leafed through the materials and said that she liked it, no lies and things that needed to be hidden. She closed the book and asked for this particular report to be sent, after which she asked if the experts from the palace would come, to which the hero replied that they would not unless there were any serious problems. Leon brought her seal to the document, deciding that she would put it. She smiled and noted that everything was so simple. The blonde looked ahead and muttered that her husband was a harmful and inefficient old man, since it took him all day to do the documents. The woman looked at her interlocutors and added that she had good neighbors. She introduced the people on the street and thanked the residents of the Mariloft territory, from whom they received a lot of food, including gala. The protagonist grinned and was happy, because it was cold and hard in winter, so this was very convenient. He got up and asked what was wrong with Mr. Dave, to which he was told that the man was in the outbuilding and, apparently, it was time for him to leave. It was snowing outside, and the young man clarified what kind of caravan it was, and the interlocutor said that it was the best trading organization, they have reasonable prices, they are reliable and honest people. She looked down and said that the caravan would include 5 workers and 2 representatives. There was already a man with a knapsack outside, and Leon added that she was going to send Clark with them. The boy looked at the woman intently as she said that everyone else except the former slave would return after they were sure that Dave had entered Howan. Romandro stood up and said that he trusted her, but they needed to make sure that there would be no problems. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they were taking risks too. The blonde smirked and said that they didn't have to worry about that. These people were all very talented. She looked away and said that she had made it clear to them that they were to strictly guard Dave, as the protagonist had asked. She pictured a man in a cloak behind bars and guards. The boy smiled and said that this was a pilgrimage just right for a believer. He took a step toward the living room exit. Leon turned to the guest and, with a smirk, suggested that they visit Dave. There were several carriages and a cart parked near the gate. The man in the cloak turned pale, trying to break free from the grip, and shouted that they were evil creatures, and the heavens would punish them all.